Welcome, everyone, to the ultimate collection of bone-chilling true scary stories that have terrified millions. If you're here, you're probably like me, addicted to those real-life paranormal encounters. Disturbing stalker experiences, creepy forest horrors, and unexplained mysteries that make you question everything. These are 100% true scary stories submitted by real people from across the globe, narrated in a gripping, immersive way to pull you in and keep you on the edge of your seat. Tonight, we're diving into 5 of the most horrifying real horror stories from different countries. No fiction, just pure nightmare fuel that proves the world is scarier than any movie. If you're watching this at night, good luck sleeping afterward. These true scary horror stories have racked up millions of views worldwide because they're that disturbing. Hit that like button if you're brave enough to make it through all 5. And don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications for more real paranormal stories, creepy encounters, and terrifying true horror every week. Also, drop a comment below telling me which country you be watching from. I love hearing from you all around the world. Let's dim the lights and begin. The Shadow in the Australian Outback, Australia. In the heart of the vast, unforgiving red deserts of the Australian outback, where the sun scorches the earth by day and the nights plunge into an eerie silence, broken only by the occasional cry of nocturnal creatures, a young backpacker named Alex Thompson set out on what he believed would be the adventure of a lifetime. It was the summer of 2018, and Alex, a 28-year-old software engineer from Sydney, had grown tired of the city's hustle and bustle. He craved solitude, the kind that only the remote wilderness could provide. Armed with a backpack full of supplies, a sturdy tent, and his trusted 4-wheel drive vehicle, he drove for hours along dusty, unpaved roads until he reached a forgotten trailhead in the Northern Territory, far from any tourist hotspots. The outback is a place of extremes, endless horizons of rust-colored sand dunes, dotted with resilient spinifex grass that clings to life in the arid soil, and ancient rock formations that whisper tales of geological epochs long past. Alex had read about the area's indigenous history, the Dreamtime stories passed down by Aboriginal elders, but he dismissed them as folklore, charming but not to be taken seriously. He parked his vehicle at the edge of a dry creek bed, shouldered his pack, and hiked deep into the wilderness, covering nearly 15 kilometers before sunset. He chose a campsite nestled between towering red boulders, where the ground was firm and the view of the starry sky promised to be unparalleled. The first day was idyllic. Alex spent it exploring nearby gorges, photographing the vibrant hues of the landscape as the sun dipped low, casting long shadows that danced across the rocks. As night fell, he built a small campfire, roasting marshmallows on a stick while sipping from his water canteen. The stars emerged like a million diamonds scattered across black velvet, and the distant howls of dingoes added a wild symphony to the evening. He felt alive, connected to nature in a way he'd never experienced. Retiring to his tent, he drifted off to sleep with a sense of profound peace. But tranquility shattered on the second night. As Alex sat by the flickering flames of his campfire, the air grew unnaturally still. No wind rustled the spinifex, no insects chirped. Then, from the periphery of the light's reach, came a faint rustling in the bush, deliberate, measured, as if something were testing the boundaries of his awareness. He grabbed his flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness like a knife, sweeping across the scrubland. Nothing. No eyes reflected back, no movement caught in the glow. Probably just a kangaroo, he muttered to himself, trying to shake off the unease. He poked at the fire, sending sparks skyward, and returned to his marshmallows, but the feeling of being watched lingered, like an itch he couldn't scratch. Sleep came fitfully that night. Around 2 a.m., Alex jolted awake, his body shivering despite the sleeping bag rated for sub-zero temperatures. The temperature inside the tent had plummeted, his breath forming visible clouds in the confined space. He rubbed his eyes, disoriented, and that's when he heard it. Footsteps. Slow, heavy, deliberate crunching on the dry leaves and gravel outside. They circled the tent, methodical, as if surveying their prey. Crunch. Pause. Crunch. Alex's heart pounded in his chest, adrenaline surging through his veins. He whispered hoarsely, "Who's there?" "This isn't funny." Silence answered, thick and oppressive. The footsteps halted right outside the tent flap, so close he could almost feel the presence through the thin nylon fabric. With trembling hands, Alex gripped his multi-tool knife, its blade flipping open with a soft click. He inched toward the zipper, pulling it down just a crack, enough to peer into the moonlit night. There, about 20 feet away, stood a tall, humanoid shadow, elongated, unnaturally thin, like a figure stretched on a rack. It towered over 7 feet, its form featureless against the starry backdrop, a silhouette carved from the deepest void. No eyes, no face, just an absence of light that seemed to absorb the moonlight rather than reflect it. Alex blinked, his mind reeling, and in that instant, the shadow vanished, dissolving into the night as if it had never been. Terror gripped him. He zipped the tent shut, piling his backpack against the entrance as a makeshift barricade. Huddled in the corner, knife clutched tightly, he waited. The night dragged on in agonizing slowness. Every hour or so, the footsteps returned, closer each time, accompanied by new horrors. Scratching on the tent fabric, slow, deliberate drags that sounded like nails on a chalkboard. Low whispers filtered through, distorted syllables that evoked ancient Aboriginal languages Alex had only heard in documentaries. Words like Yowie or Bunyip, but twisted mocking. Once, a deep guttural growl reverberated through the ground, vibrating up through his sleeping pad, making his bones ache. Dawn couldn't come soon enough. As the first rays of sun pierced the horizon, painting the desert in golden hues, Alex burst from the tent, hacking his gear with frantic haste. He glanced over his shoulder every few seconds, expecting the shadow to reappear. The hike back to his vehicle felt eternal. The once beautiful landscape now a labyrinth of potential threats. Paranoia set in. Every rustle was a pursuit, every shadow a harbinger. When he finally reached his four-wheel drive, relief washed over him until he saw the damage. Deep scratches marred the sides, long parallel gouges that looked like claws from a massive beast, far too wide for any known animal. The paint was peeled back in strips, exposing metal underneath. He jumped in, engine roaring to life, and sped toward the nearest ranger station, a small outpost in a dusty town hours away. Bursting through the door, he recounted his ordeal to the rangers, words tumbling out in a rush. They listened gravely, exchanging knowing glances. One, an older man with weathered skin and a deep knowledge of local lore, nodded slowly. "You've camped near a sacred site," he said. "The indigenous folks call it the domain of the Yarama Yahaho, a creature from Dreamtime stories. It's said to lurk in the shadows, preying on the lone traveler, sucking their blood if they let their guard down. But we've had reports from hikers over the years. Tall shadows that follow, whispers in the night. Some say it's a spirit guardian. Others, something more sinister, perhaps a skinwalker or a remnant of ancient evils." Alex didn't stay to debate. He drove straight home to Sydney, vowing never to return to the outback. Years later, in 2025, he still wakes from nightmares, hearing those footsteps, feeling that icy chill. He shares his story online, warning others, but skeptics dismiss it as dehydration or imagination. Yet, for Alex, it's real. What was that shadow? A manifestation of indigenous spirits protecting their land? A cryptid unknown to science? Or something darker? A predator from another realm, waiting for the isolated soul to falter? Whatever it was, it transformed a dream of adventure into an enduring nightmare, a reminder that in the vast emptiness of the outback, you're never truly alone. The whispering walls of an old English manor, United Kingdom, in the rolling hills of rural Yorkshire, England, where misty moors stretch under grey skies and ancient stone villages dot the landscape. A family of 4 of the Harrisons embarked on a new chapter in 2021. John, a 42-year-old accountant, his wife Sarah, a 38-year-old teacher, and their 2 children, Emily, 10, and Jack, 8, had dreamed of escaping London's chaos for a quieter life. They found it in Eldridge Manor, a stunning 18th-century estate listed at a fraction of its value. The real estate agent mentioned the charm of history, but glossed over the rumors. "Remote location," she said with a smile. The family attributed the bargain price to that and snapped it up, moving in during a crisp autumn. The manor was an architectural gem. Towering chimneys, ivy-clad walls, creaking oak floors, and rooms filled with antique furniture left by previous owners. Built in 1752 by Lord Reginald Eldridge, a wealthy landowner notorious for his tyrannical rule over servants. It exuded an old-world elegance. The family spent their first days unpacking, exploring the vast gardens overgrown with wild roses, and the attic stuffed with dusty relics. The children were thrilled, imagining adventures in the hidden nooks. But from the first night, an undercurrent of unease crept in. Sarah, lying in the master bedroom with its 4-poster bed, heard faint whispers emanating from the wall's soft, indistinct voices, like a muffled conversation in an archaic dialect. She dismissed it as wind whistling through the old chimneys or pipes settling. John snored peacefully beside her, oblivious. The next morning, over breakfast in the sunlit kitchen, she mentioned it casually, and the family laughed it off as new house jitters. Soon, however, the phenomena spread. Emily complained of voices in her room, urging her to play in the attic, describing them as a little girl's giggle mixed with pleas. Jack heard grumbles in the bathroom, words like unfair and pain. John, working late in the study, a paneled room with bookshelves from floor to ceiling, felt murmurs of anger when alone, as if the walls were judging him. The family tried rational explanations. Drafts, rodents, even the house's age causing auditory illusions. One evening, as Sarah prepared dinner in the cavernous kitchen, chopping vegetables by the Aga stove, a clear woman's voice whispered behind her. "Get out!" She spun around, knife in hand, heart racing no one. The room was empty, the door closed. Chills ran down her spine. That night, the whispers intensified, forming discernible words. Names like Mary and Elizabeth. Servants from the house's records she later researched. Pleas echoed. "Help me! Free us! He's coming!" The children woke screaming from nightmares of shadowy figures. Desperate, the Harrisons delved into the manor's history. At the local library, yellowed documents revealed tragedy. In 1823, Lord Eldridge, spurned by a young servant girl named Eliza, had her walled up alive in the basement as punishment. Her skeleton was discovered during 1920s renovations, bricked into a hidden alcove, with scratch marks on the stones. The house gained a reputation for hauntings. Previous owners reported similar whispers, driving some to madness or suicide. The breaking point arrived on a stormy November night. Thunder rattled the windows, rain lashed the panes. The whispers swelled to screams, echoing through the halls like a chorus of the damned. Doors slammed shut on their own, locks clicking without touch. Emily and Jack awoke with fresh scratches on their arms, 3 parallel lines like fingernails. Sarah, frantic, grabbed her phone and recorded audio in the basement. Clear electronic voice phenomena. F captured. Leave now. Murderer. And Eliza's name repeated in agony. They fled that night, bundling into the car with only essentials, driving to a hotel in the nearest town. The manor was abandoned once more, its listing updated with, "as is potential paranormal activity." The Harrisons never returned, selling at a loss. Sarah still plays the recording for skeptics, proof that some echoes of the past refused to fade. Was it Eliza's tormented soul seeking justice? Or residual energy imprinted on the stones replaying horrors eternally? This true encounter affirms that in Old English manors, the walls don't just hold history, they speak it, and their tales can shatter minds. The Vanishing Hitchhiker on a Canadian Highway, Canada. On a desolate stretch of the Trans-Canada Highway in British Columbia, where dense forests hug the road and fog often shrouds the mountains, truck driver Mike Reynolds experienced the inexplicable one winter night in 2019. Mike, a 55-year-old veteran hauler from Calgary, was on a long-distance run, transporting lumber to Vancouver. The highway was notorious for its twists, especially near Hell's Gate, where accidents were common due to ice and poor visibility. To combat boredom, Mike listened to country radio, sipping coffee from his thermos. Around midnight, as fog thickened, he spotted a figure by the roadside near a remote rest stop, a young woman in a thin white jacket, thumb out, looking vulnerable in the freezing cold. Compassion overrode caution. He pulled over, his rig's brakes hissing. She climbed in, introducing herself as Emily, explaining her car had broken down miles back after a fight with her boyfriend. She was heading to Vancouver to visit family, her voice soft and sad. Mike, a father himself, felt protective. "Hop in, miss? It's too cold out there for anyone." They chatted as the truck rumbled on. Emily opened up about her life, a 24-year-old student, dreams derailed by a toxic relationship. Mike shared stories of his own youth, trying to lift her spirits. The fog grew denser, headlights piercing it like spears. As they neared a sharp curve infamous for fatal crashes, Emily's demeanor shifted. "Be careful here," she said calmly. "This is where I died." Mike chuckled nervously. "That's not funny, kid." But glancing over, the passenger seat was empty. The door remained locked, heater still blasting. No sign of her. Panic surged. Mike slammed on the brakes, searching the cab under seats and the sleeper berth, nothing. Outside, fresh snow showed no footprints. Shaken, he radioed dispatch, then drove to the next town, Hope, stopping at a diner. Over coffee, he asked locals. Their faces paled. "You've met Emily," the waitress said. She's been hitching since 2005. Died in a crash on that curve slid off in ice after arguing with her boyfriend. Warns drivers, then vanishes. Mike verified with old news clippings. Emily Carter, 24, fatal accident matching details. Dozens of reports over years, always the same warning. Mike now avoids night drives there, haunted by her voice. A classic ghost tale, but for witnesses, it's proof restless spirits linger on lonely roads. Unsolved mystery stories, personal encounters, set in the United States, truly disturbing. Unsolved mystery stories from America. Real personal encounters that remain unsolved. It was a foggy autumn evening in rural Pennsylvania when Sarah first noticed something off about her daily routine. Sarah, a 28-year-old graphic designer living alone in a small house on the outskirts of Pittsburgh, had always been the type to dismiss strange occurrences as coincidences. But that night in October 2023, everything changed. She had just finished a late-night work session and decided to take her dog, Max, for a quick walk around the neighborhood before bed. The streets were quiet, the kind of quiet that feels heavy in small American towns where everyone knows everyone. As they turned the corner onto Maple Street, Max suddenly stopped dead in his tracks, growling low at a figure standing under a dim street lamp about 50 yards away. The person was tall, dressed in dark clothing, and appeared to be staring directly at them. Sarah tugged on the leash, assuming it was just a neighbor out for a stroll, but as she got closer, the figure didn't move. No wave, no acknowledgement, just an unnerving stillness. Heart pounding a little faster than usual, Sarah quickened her pace and headed back home. She locked the door behind her, laughed it off as paranoia, and went to bed. But the next morning, when she checked her Ring doorbell camera footage from the night before, there was no record of anyone on the street at that time. The timestamp showed Max growling, but the video was blank where the figure should have been. She scrolled back further, nothing. It was as if the person had never existed. Over the following weeks, the encounters escalated. Sarah began receiving anonymous phone calls at odd hours, 3 a.m., 4:17 a.m., with nothing but heavy breathing on the other end. Caller ID always showed unknown. One night, while driving home from a friend's house in the nearby town of Greensburg, she noticed headlights in her rearview mirror that seemed to follow her every turn. She sped up, they sped up. She pulled into a gas station. The car drove past slowly, but she couldn't make out the driver through the tinted windows. When she reported it to the local police, they took a statement but said there wasn't much they could do without a license plate or description. Then came the letters. Plain white envelopes slipped under her door with no stamp or address. Inside were handwritten notes. "I see you when you think you're alone. Max knows I'm watching." Photos of her house taken from across the street, timestamped during times she was supposedly home alone. Sarah installed more cameras, changed her locks, even stayed with her parents in Philadelphia for a week. But when she returned, another note waited. "You can't hide from what you've already seen." Desperate. She posted about her experiences on online forums, seeking advice from others who dealt with stalkers or unsolved harassments. Responses poured in, some sympathetic, others suggesting it was a prank or even a glitch in reality. But one anonymous reply stood out, a user claiming to have lived in the same house years ago, experiencing identical events, a shadowy figure, vanishing footage, cryptic messages. They said it stopped only when they moved out suddenly, never looking back. Sarah contacted private investigators, but leads went cold. The police investigated potential suspects, ex-boyfriends, disgruntled coworkers, but everyone had alibis. Forensic analysis of the notes yielded no fingerprints or DNA. To this day, in 2025, the case remains open, classified as an unsolved harassment mystery. Sarah moved to California shortly after, but she still checks her doors multiple times a night and avoids walking alone after dark. What makes this story so chilling is the personal nature of it, the feeling that someone or something knows your every move without ever revealing themselves. Was it a flesh and blood stalker who mastered evasion? Or something more unexplained, a personal encounter with the unknown that defies logic? Authorities in Pennsylvania have no answers, and Sarah's story serves as a reminder that some mysteries linger, haunting those involved long after the events fade. In another disturbing case from Washington State, a hiker named Alex vanished during a solo trip in Olympic National Park. Friends received texts from his phone hours after he was reported missing, saying he was fine, just extending the trip. But search teams found his campsite abandoned, tent slashed from the inside, with strange symbols carved into nearby tree symbols that matched ancient Native American warnings about forest spirits. His phone was later discovered miles away, battery dead, with photos of blurred figures in the woods. Despite extensive searches involving dogs, drones, and volunteers, no trace of Alex was ever found. The case remains one of America's most baffling unsolved disappearances in national parks. And finally, in Texas, a family in Dallas reported hearing whispers in their home names of deceased relatives, spoken clearly through baby monitors and smart speakers. Recordings captured voices saying things like, we still here, in tones matching the dead family members. Exorcists and paranormal investigators were called, but evidence was inconclusive. The family fled the house, and new owners reported similar occurrences. It's listed among Texas's unsolved paranormal mysteries, with no rational explanation. These true unsolved mystery stories from personal encounters remind us that the world is full of enigmas that challenge our understanding of reality. Sleep with the lights on tonight. The unknown might be closer than you think. Creepy encounters with strangers. Set in the United Kingdom. Creepy true encounters with strangers in the UK. Disturbing real-life horror stories that will make you lock your doors. In the bustling streets of London, England, a young woman named Emily had one of the most terrifying stranger encounters ever reported. It was a rainy November night in 2024 when Emily, a 25-year-old nurse finishing her shift at a hospital in Camden, decided to take the tube home to her flat in Hackney. The platform was crowded as usual, but as the train pulled in, she noticed a man staring at her from across the tracks, tall, pale, with unkempt hair and eyes that didn't blink. She boarded the train, sitting near the doors. But when it stopped at the next station, the man was suddenly in her carriage, sitting directly opposite her. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Emily buried her nose in her phone, heart racing. At King's Cross, she got off to switch lines, glancing back to see if he followed. He did. She sped up, weaving through crowds, but every time she looked over her shoulder, he was there, same pace, same unblinking stare. Panicking, she ducked into a coffee shop, calling a friend to meet her. 20 minutes later, when she emerged, the man was gone. Relieved, she continued home. But the next day, while scrolling social media, she saw a post in a local group, several women reporting a similar man following them on the tube, describing him exactly. One said he whispered her name as she got off the train, a name he couldn't possibly know. Emily reported it to the British Transport Police, who linked it to a series of creepy stranger incidents across London Underground lines. CCTV footage showed the man appearing and disappearing inexplicably, never boarding or alighting at stations. No arrests were made, and the sightings stopped as suddenly as they began. To this day, women in London share warnings about the unblinking man of the tube, an unsolved creepy encounter that leaves victims questioning if he was human at all. True terrifying camping horror story from Yosemite National Park. Deep woods. Wilderness encounter in America that remains unsolved. Imagine driving into Yosemite National Park on a crisp fall afternoon in October 2024. The leaves are turning golden and red, the air is cool and fresh, and the massive granite cliffs of El Capitan and Half Dome tower above you like ancient guardians. This is one of the most beautiful places on Earth, visited by millions every year. But for 32-year-old Ryan Carter, a seasoned hiker from San Francisco, what started as a simple solo backpacking trip deep into the Yosemite wilderness would turn into a nightmare that still haunts him today. Ryan had been planning this trip for months. He wanted to get away from the stress of his tech job, clear his head, and spend 4 days hiking the less-traveled trails in the northern part of the park, far from the crowded valley floor. He chose a remote loop that would take him through dense pine forests, past secluded meadows, and up to a high ridge with stunning views. He filed his itinerary with the park rangers, as required for overnight wilderness permits, packed his bear canister, tent, sleeping bag, water filter, and enough food for the journey. He told his friends and family he'd be out of cell service most of the time, but would text them when he reached the trailhead on the way out. The first day went perfectly. Ryan started early from the Tioga Road area, hiking through sun-dappled forests, where the only sounds were his footsteps crunching on pine needles, and the occasional call of a stellar jay. He made camp that night near a small creek, cooked a simple dinner over his stove, and fell asleep under a sky full of stars brighter than he'd ever seen in the city. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. On the second day, things started to feel slightly off. As Ryan climbed higher into the backcountry, he noticed how eerily quiet the forest had become. No birds, no squirrels chattering, not even the wind rustling the trees. He chalked it up to being in a remote area and kept moving. Around midday, while taking a break on a rocky outcrop, he thought he heard something, a low, rhythmic tapping coming from the woods below. Tap, tap, tap. Like someone knocking on wood, but deliberate, almost like a pattern. He stood up and called out, "Hello? Anyone there?" No answer. The tapping stopped immediately. Shrugging it off as a woodpecker or falling branches, he continued on. That night, camped in a small clearing surrounded by thick forest, the tapping returned. This time it was closer. Ryan lay in his tent, flashlight in hand, listening as the sound circled his campsite slowly. Tap, tap, tap. Tap. It would pause for minutes at a time, then start again from a different direction. He unzipped his tent and shone his light into the darkness. Nothing, just trees and shadows. His heart was pounding now. Bears don't tap like that. Mountain lions don't make rhythmic sounds. He yelled into the night. "Who's out there?" "This isn't funny." Silence. Eventually, exhausted, he fell into an uneasy sleep. He woke up around 3 a.m. to the sound of heavy breathing outside his tent. Not wind, not an animal panting. Deep, slow, human-like breathing, inches from the nylon wall. Ryan froze. He could see the faint outline of a large shadow blocking the moonlight on the side of his tent. Whatever it was big. He slowly reached for his bear spray, trying not to make a sound. The breathing continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. Footsteps, slow, deliberate footsteps crunched away through the leaves until they faded into the distance. Ryan didn't sleep again that night. At first light, he packed up quickly and started hiking toward his next planned campsite, hoping to put distance between himself and whatever had visited him. But throughout the day, he couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every time he turned around, he expected to see someone or something on the trail behind him. But there was never anyone there. That afternoon, while crossing a meadow, he found something that made his blood run cold. Fresh footprints in the soft earth near a stream. Human footprints, barefoot, much larger than his own size 11 boots. They appeared out of nowhere and walked parallel to the trail he'd been on for the last mile before disappearing into the trees. He took photos with his phone, hands shaking. The prints were deep, as if whatever made them was extremely heavy, and the stride was impossibly long, easily 6 feet between steps. By the third night, Ryan decided to abandon his original plan and head toward a more popular area where he knew there would be other campers. He found a site near a small lake that was occasionally used by groups and set up his tent with a clear view in all directions. He built a large fire and stayed awake, feeding it constantly. Around midnight, the tapping started again. This time it was coming from multiple directions at once, as if several sources were surrounding the campsite. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Different rhythms overlapping. Ryan stood by the fire, bear spray in one hand, knife in the other, shouting into the darkness. The tapping stopped. Then the breathing began again, deep and close, but now from the tree line all around him. He spotted movement. Between the trunks, shapes shifted in the darkness. Tall, humanoid silhouettes that seemed to absorb the firelight rather than reflect it. They didn't approach, just stood there, watching. Ryan's mind raced. Could this be other hikers pranking him? Squatters living off-grid? Something else entirely? He tried to rationalize it, but deep down he knew this wasn't normal. At one point he thought he heard whispering. Not words he could understand, but low, guttural sounds that rose and fell like a chant. The fire popped and crackled, but the voices continued underneath it. He recorded audio on his phone, capturing faint traces of the sounds. When he played it back later, chills ran down his spine. The whispers were clearer on the recording than they had been to his ears, almost like multiple voices speaking in unison. Dawn couldn't come soon enough. Ryan broke camp and hiked as fast as he could toward the nearest road, cutting his trip short by a full day. When he finally reached the ranger station, disheveled and exhausted, he reported everything. The rangers took his statement seriously. Yosemite has a long history of strange occurrences in the backcountry. They reviewed his photos of the footprints and listened to his audio. The prints were unusual, they admitted, but could possibly be from an eccentric hiker going barefoot. The audio was inconclusive, could be wind or distant water. But what troubled the rangers most was that no other campers had reported anything similar that week. And Ryan's itinerary showed he'd been in areas where encounters with other humans were extremely rare. They checked the wilderness permit records. No one else had permits for those exact trails during those dates. Search teams went out to his campsites but found no evidence of anyone else having been there. No trash, no disturbed ground, nothing. Ryan left Yosemite that day and drove straight home to San Francisco. He hasn't been back since. Friends say he's changed, quieter, more anxious, especially about being alone in nature. He still has the photos and audio files and sometimes shares them anonymously online, where people debate what he encountered. Some say it was a hoax. Others point to Yosemite's dark history, hundreds of unexplained disappearances over the decades, reports of strange lights, voices, and figures seen in the deep woods. Park officials classify Ryan's experience as an unusual wildlife encounter in their records. But privately, some rangers admit there are parts of Yosemite that feel different. Places where the forest seems to watch you back. Native American tribes who lived in the area for thousands of years have stories about spirits that guard the valley and mountains, entities that test those who enter their domain. To this day, Ryan wakes up some nights hearing that rhythmic tapping in his dreams. He wonders if whatever followed him through the wilderness lost interest when he left the park, or if it simply chose to let him go. One thing is certain. The deep woods of Yosemite National Park hold secrets that not even the rangers fully understand. And for those who venture too far off the beaten path alone, some mysteries are better left unsolved. If you're planning a camping trip to America's national parks, especially Yosemite, remember to stick to popular areas, travel in groups, and always let someone know your plans. Because out there, in the silence between the ancient trees, something might be listening. Something that taps, and watches, and waits. This true wilderness horror story serves as a chilling reminder that even in the most beautiful places on Earth, darkness can hide just beyond the light of your campfire. Stay safe out there. True, terrifying sleep paralysis demon encounters in Sweden. Real nightmare experiences with the Mara that will keep you awake at night. In the heart of Stockholm, Sweden, during the endless dark winters of late 2024 and into 2025, a 31-year-old teacher named Erik Larsson started facing nights that no amount of rational thinking could explain away. Sweden's winters are brutal. The sun rises late and sets early, leaving weeks where daylight feels like a distant memory. The cold seeps into everything, and for many, the long nights bring a heaviness that goes beyond the weather. For Erik, that heaviness became something far more sinister. Erik lived in a cozy but old apartment in Gamla Stan, the historic old town with its narrow cobblestone streets and buildings dating back centuries. He had moved there a year earlier, drawn to the charm of the place, the arched doorways, the creaky wooden floors, and the view of the snowy rooftops from his window. He was single, worked at a local high school teaching history, and prided himself on being level-headed. No belief in ghosts, no superstitions. When colleagues talked about old Swedish folklore during lunch breaks, he'd smile politely and change the subject. It started subtly in November 2024. Erik would wake up in the middle of the night, or at least, he thought he was awake feeling an immense pressure on his chest, like someone was sitting there, pinning him down. His body wouldn't respond. He could open his eyes, see the faint glow of the city lights filtering through his curtains, hear the distant hum of traffic on the bridges over the frozen water. But moving? Impossible. Not his arms, not his legs, not even to turn his head. His heart would race, pounding so hard he was sure it would burst. The first few times, there were no visions, just the paralysis and the overwhelming sense of dread. He'd panic silently, trying to scream but producing only a faint wheeze. Then, after minutes that stretched like hours, the weight would lift, and he'd gasp for air, bolting upright in bed, drenched in sweat. He'd chalk it up to stress grading papers late, the pressure of the job, maybe too much coffee. He even saw a doctor who mentioned sleep paralysis, a common condition triggered by irregular sleep patterns, anxiety, or sleeping on your back. Nothing to worry about, the doctor said. It happens to a lot of people, especially in the dark season here in Sweden. But Erik couldn't shake the feeling that it was more than that. And he was right, because soon the visions began. One freezing December night, as the clock struck around 3 a.m. That hour when the world feels most isolated, Erik awoke into paralysis again. This time the room felt colder than usual, the air thick and oppressive. At the foot of his bed stood a figure, tall and slender, shrouded in shadow, with long, tangled hair that seemed to move on its own, like strands caught in an unseen wind. It was feminine, but not human, its skin pale and stretched tight over sharp bones, eyes glowing faintly red in the darkness. The figure didn't move at first, it just stared. Eric felt its gaze boring into him, filled with malice. Then, slowly, it began to crawl onto the bed. He could feel the mattress dip under its weight as it straddled his chest, its cold hands pressing down on his shoulders. The pressure intensified, making every breath a struggle. Whispers filled his mind, not words at first, but a low, guttural humming that grew into voices speaking in Old Swedish, words he somehow understood. You cannot escape the night. The darkness claims you. Eric tried to fight it mentally, willing his body to move, to push this thing away, but nothing. The entity leaned closer, its face inches from his, breath like icy fog. He saw its mouth open, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and it laughed a sound that echoed inside his skull, chilling him to the core. When the episode ended, Eric shot out of bed, turning on all the lights, checking every corner of the apartment. Nothing there, of course, but on his chest, faint red marks like fingerprints lingered for hours. He took photos, showed them to a friend the next day. Probably scratched yourself in your sleep, the friend said, but Eric knew better. The encounters escalated through the winter. The figure he started thinking of it as she, based on the long hair, and the folklore he'd begun researching appeared more frequently. Sometimes alone, sometimes with smaller shadows skittering in the corners of the room, like children or imps watching from the edges. One night she brought chains, wrapping them around his immobile body in the hallucination, pulling tighter with each imagined link. Desperate for answers, Eric dove into Swedish folklore late one evening, bundled under blankets with his laptop. That's when he discovered the Mara, the ancient nightmare spirit from Scandinavian legends. The Mara was said to be a vengeful female entity, often the soul of a cursed woman or a demon that tormented sleepers by sitting on their chests, causing paralysis and horrific dreams. In old tales, she entered through keyholes or cracks in the walls, riding victims like horses until they woke exhausted and terrified. The word nightmare itself came from her mar, meaning the spirit, combined with night. Stories from rural Sweden told of protective charms, placing a broom under the bed, steel scissors open on the knitstand, or even painting a cross on the door. Farmers believed if you caught the Mara, you could force her to reveal buried treasure or lift curses. But mostly, she was feared, especially during the long polar nights when darkness ruled. Reading this, Eric felt a mix of relief and terror. Relief that he wasn't alone. Countless Swedes over centuries had described the exact same thing. Terror because if it was the Mara, rational explanations fell short. Was his old apartment built on some forgotten ground? Had he unknowingly invited her by dismissing the old ways? He tried the folk remedies, a steel knife under his pillow, sleeping with the Bible open, borrowed from his grandmother, even though he wasn't religious, changing his sleep position. Nothing stopped the visits entirely, but they seemed less intense for a while. The worst night came during the peak of winter. On a January evening in 2025, when temperatures dropped to record lows and the city was blanketed in silent snow. Eric had gone to bed early, hoping to avoid the 3 a.m. hour, but it found him anyway. Paralysis hit harder than ever. The Mara was already there, sitting heavily on his chest from the start. But this time she wasn't alone. Flanking her were distorted figures, twisted versions of people he knew. His students with hollow eyes, his ex-girlfriend with a snarling mouth. They whispered accusations, things from his past he'd buried deep. The Mara herself transformed, her face shifting into something more hag-like, with wrinkled skin and claws that dug into his arms. She spoke clearly this time. The long night is eternal here. You invited me when you forgot the old stories. Eric felt himself sinking into the bed, as if being pulled into an abyss. The room spun, the walls closing in. He thought this was it, the end, suffocated in his own bed by something ancient and unforgiving. In sheer desperation, he remembered a tale he'd read, calling out to break the spell. With all his mental strength, he focused on his voice, forcing out a hoarse whisper. In the name of light, leave me. The figures recoiled. The Mara hissed, her form flickering like smoke. Then, snap, the paralysis broke. Eric screamed for real, thrashing until he fell off the bed. Neighbors banged on his door, concerned. Police came, found him shaken, but unharmed. No signs of intrusion, no explanation beyond possible night terror. After that, Eric moved out of the Old Town apartment, renting a modern place in a newer suburb with bright lights and no creaky history. The episodes became rare, fading as spring approached and the days lengthened. But he never forgot. He started sharing his story anonymously online, connecting with others in Sweden who'd seen the Mara modern people, skeptics like him, visited by an ancient nightmare. Some experts say it's all the brain. Hypnagogic hallucinations during sleep paralysis, amplified by cultural expectations. In Sweden, where folklore lingers, people see the Mara because they've heard the tales. Stress, seasonal affective disorder from the dark winters. It all adds up scientifically. But for those who felt her weight, heard her whispers, seen those red eyes in the dark, it feels too real, too personal. Eric still sleeps with a light on, even in summer. And on long winter nights, when the wind howls through Stockholm's streets, he wonders if the Mara is out there, riding someone else. If you're in Sweden or anywhere with dark winters, and you wake up unable to move with a presence in the room, remember the old ways. Or better yet, don't dismiss them. The Mara has been here longer than us, waiting in the shadows of the night. This chilling true sleep paralysis story from Sweden, tied to the legendary Mara demon, is a reminder that some horrors don't need monsters under the bed. They come from within the night itself. Stay vigilant when you sleep. The darkness might be watching. True chilling urban exploration horror in an abandoned asylum in England. Real creepy encounter in forgotten places that still haunts explorers today. In the misty countryside just outside Liverpool, England, stands the crumbling remains of Rainhill Asylum, a massive Victorian-era psychiatric hospital that closed its doors for good in the late 1990s. Its red brick buildings, once home to thousands of patients, have sat empty for over 25 years, slowly overtaken by ivy, graffiti, and decay. Tall iron fences surround the sprawling grounds. Warning signs posted everywhere. Danger, keep out, trespassers will be prosecuted. But for urban explorers, that only makes it more tempting. In early spring 2025, 4 friends in their mid-20s, Jake, Mia, Connor, and Leah, decided Rainhill would be the ultimate challenge. They've been exploring abandoned sites across the UK for years. Old factories in Manchester, underground tunnels in London, derelict mansions in Scotland. They had GoPros, headlamps, spare batteries, and a strict rule. Always go in groups, never split up, and get out before dark. They called themselves Northwest Shadows and posted edited videos on YouTube, careful never to reveal exact locations or encourage others to follow. They chose a Friday night in March, when the weather was cold but clear. At 11 p.m., they parked their van half a mile away on a quiet country lane, climbed the fence at a spot they'd scouted weeks earlier, and slipped onto the grounds. The main building loomed ahead 5 stories tall, with broken windows like empty eyes staring into the night. The air smelled of damp stone and rotting leaves. Owls hooted from the rooftops. Everything felt exactly as thrilling as they'd hoped. They entered through a ground floor window they'd loosened on a previous daytime recon visit. Boots crunched on shattered glass as they stepped into what used to be the administrative wing. Their headlamps cut through thick dust that hung in the air like fog. Old patient files were scattered across the floor, yellowed papers with names, diagnoses, and faded photographs. Desks overturned, chairs smashed, graffiti covering every wall. Gang tags, pentagrams. Please like, help me, and they never left. The group moved slowly, filming everything. Jake narrated in a low whisper for the camera. We inside Rainhill Asylum right now. Place has been abandoned since '98. Hundreds of patients died here, some say from neglect, others from worse things. Locals swear it's cursed. Let's see what we find tonight. They explored the lower floors first. Long corridors lined with tiny padded cells. Rusted metal bed frames bolted to the floor, leather restraint straps still attached in some rooms. In the hydrotherapy wing, massive porcelain tubs sat cracked and stained. The echoes of their footsteps bounced endlessly. Every creak or drip made them pause, hearts racing, but it was always just the building settling. After an hour, they reached the central staircase and decided to head up to the 3rd floor, the old women's ward, rumored to be the most active. The stairs groaned under their weight. Halfway up, Connor stopped suddenly. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. They all froze. From somewhere above came a faint sound like a woman humming a lullaby, soft and distant. They looked at each other, half excited, half nervous. "Probably the wind," Mia said, but her voice wavered. On the third floor, the atmosphere changed. The air felt heavier, colder. Doors to patient rooms hung open, revealing peeling wallpaper with childish drawings scratched into it. In one room, they found an old doll sitting upright on a chair, its porcelain face cracked, button eyes staring straight at the door. Leah laughed nervously and filmed it. "That's definitely staying in the edit." They continued down the main corridor, lights sweeping the darkness. Then Jake's GoPro battery died. He swapped it quickly, but in those few seconds of fumbling, they all heard it clearly this time. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps walking toward them from the far end of the hall. Not echoing like they're soft, almost barefoot on the dusty floor. They shone their lights down the corridor. Nothing. Just empty doorways and shadows. "Hello?" Jake called out, trying to sound brave for the footage. No answer. The footsteps stopped. Silence pressed in. They decided to keep moving, adrenaline pumping. At the end of the corridor was the old nurse's station, a large room with a circular desk in the center. Charts and logbooks lay open, pages fluttering though there was no breeze. As they stepped inside, every single one of their headlamps flickered at once, then went out. Total darkness. Panic set in immediately. They scrambled for phones, backup flashlights. Leah's hands shook so badly she dropped hers. Connor swore under his breath. After frantic seconds, 3 lights came back on. Jake stayed dead. They grouped close together, backs to each other, scanning the room. That's when they saw her. In the corner, barely illuminated by the weak beams, stood a figure in a tattered white patient gown. Long dark hair covered her face. She was unnaturally still. The group froze. No one spoke. The woman slowly lifted her head. Where her eyes should be were just dark hollows. Then she opened her mouth far too wide and let out a sound that wasn't a human. A wet, guttural rasp that echoed through the entire floor. They ran, boots pounding. They bolted back toward the staircase. Behind them, the footsteps started again, faster now, multiple sets, coming from different directions. Doors slammed shut as they passed. Cold gusts of air rushed past them in the still corridors. Mia screamed as something icy grabbed her ankle. She kicked free and kept running. They reached the stairs and flew down 2 at a time. On the second floor landing, Connor tripped and fell hard, his camera smashing. Jake hauled him up. "Don't stop!" he yelled. They could hear laughing now, high-pitched. Childlike laughter mixing with adult voices whispering names they couldn't quite make out. Back on the ground floor, they sprinted through the corridors they'd explored calmly just hours earlier. Furniture seemed to have moved, chairs blocking paths, doors closed that had been open. Leah swore she saw small handprints appear on the dusty walls as they passed, fresh and wet. Finally, they burst out the same window they'd entered through. Cold night air hit their faces like salvation. They didn't stop until they reached the fence, scrambling over it with scraped hands and torn clothes. Only when they were back in the van, doors locked, engine running, did they dare look back. The asylum stood silent in the moonlight. No lights. No movement. But every single window on the 3rd floor was now illuminated with a faint blue glow that hadn't been there before. They drove in silence for a long time. When they finally reviewed the footage days later, locked in Jake's flat with all lights on, what they saw made them delete their channel and swear never to explore again. The audio captured voices not heard in person. Women crying, children calling for mothers, a man repeatedly saying, "They're still here." In one clip, as they stood in the nurse's station just before the lights failed, a clear whisper right next to the microphone said, "You shouldn't have come back." But the worst was the final minute of Leah's camera, the only one still recording as they fled. In the background, behind their panicked breathing and footsteps, you can hear a woman's voice singing that same lullaby they'd heard earlier. And just before the footage cuts out from her dropping the camera, the singing stops, and the voice says clearly in a Scouse accent, "We've been waiting for new friends." Local police received anonymous reports of lights seen at Rainhill that night, but found nothing when they investigated. The site remains sealed, though trespassers still occasionally break in. Some come out shaken, posting blurry photos online. Others are never heard from again. The 4 friends never returned. They destroyed most of the footage, but leaked small clips anonymously that still circulate in horror communities. To this day, they refuse interviews. Mia moved to London. Connor left the country entirely. Jake and Leah don't speak about it, even to each other. Rain Hill Asylum is scheduled for demolition in 2026 to make way for housing. But those who know its history wonder if tearing it down will finally release what's trapped inside or spread it further. If you're thinking about urban exploration in the UK, remember, some places aren't abandoned. They're just waiting. This true disturbing urban exploration horror story from England is a stark warning. Not every empty building is truly empty. Some doors once opened don't close again. Stay out of places like Rain Hill. Whatever lives in the dark there doesn't want to be filmed. It wants to be remembered. True disturbing stalker horror story from France. Real obsession encounter in Paris that turned a normal life into a nightmare in the charming streets of Paris, France. In the spring of 2024, 29-year-old Camille Dubois thought she was living the perfect young professional life. She had recently moved into a small but beautiful apartment on the 5th floor of a classic Haussmann building in the 11th arrondissement, close to the bustling Place de la Bastille. By day, she worked as a graphic designer for a trendy advertising agency in Les Marais. By night, she enjoyed the Parisian lifestyle wine with friends at local bistros, evening walks along the Seine, weekend markets for fresh flowers and cheese. Camille was outgoing, posted regularly on Instagram about her outfits, cafe finds, and city adventures, and felt completely safe in the city she loved. It started innocently enough in April 2024. One evening after work, as Camille walked home from the metro station, she noticed a man lingering a little too long at the corner cafe opposite her building. He was in his late 30s, average height, neatly dressed in a dark coat, with short brown hair and glasses. Nothing overtly threatening, just someone sipping an espresso and glancing her way a few times. She didn't think much of it. Paris is full of people watching. But over the next week, she saw him again and again. Always in the same spots. Outside her metro stop at Bastille, sitting on a bench in the small park near her office, during lunch, standing across the street when she left her building in the morning. He never approached, never spoke, just watched with an intense, unblinking stare. Camille started taking different routes home, leaving work at odd hours, but somehow he was always there. Then the messages began. One night in early May, Camille received an Instagram DM from an account with no profile picture and a random string of numbers as the username. The message read, "You looked beautiful in the red dress today." She had indeed worn a red dress to a client meeting that afternoon. Her stomach dropped. She blocked the account immediately, made her profile private, and tried to forget about it. But the next day, another account messaged her, "Private now? That won't stop me from admiring you." Attached was a photo taken from street level of her apartment window, the exact window of her living room, curtains open, lights on, with her silhouette visible as she cooked dinner the night before. The timestamp on the photo was from just hours earlier. Camille went to the police that same week. She showed them the messages, the photo, described the man she kept seeing. The officers were sympathetic but explained that in France, stalking laws require proof of repeated threats or physical danger before they can act decisively. They filed a report, suggested she document everything, change her routines, and consider a restraining order if he ever approached her. They even drove by her building a few extra times over the following days. But the man was careful always at a distance, never breaking any visible law. The obsession escalated quickly. Soon, gifts started appearing outside her apartment door. First, a single red rose with a note, "For the most beautiful woman in Paris." Then a box of her favorite macarons from La Doury she had posted about loving, their pistachio flavor months earlier. Then a handwritten letter, 3 pages long, describing in detail how he had first noticed her at a cafe in Saint-Germain 6 months, before she even realized how he felt they were destined to be together. How he knew she felt the same deep down. Camille stopped posting on social media entirely. She deleted old stories, removed location tags, even deactivated her accounts for weeks. But it didn't matter. He knew her routines by heart. One morning she found her bicycle tires slashed. Another day, her mailbox was filled with printed screenshots of her old Instagram posts, each annotated in red pen with hearts and comments like, "This smile is for me." Friends urged her to stay with them. She spent nights at her best friend Sophie's place in Montmartre, but even there she felt watched. One evening, while walking Sophie's dog in a nearby park, she spotted him again standing under a street lamp, just watching from afar. When she confronted him from a distance, yelling, "Leave me alone," he simply smiled and walked away slowly. The psychological toll was immense. Camille stopped sleeping properly, jumping at every noise in her building. She installed security cameras, changed her locks twice, got a loud personal alarm. She started working from home, rarely leaving the apartment except for necessities. Her once vibrant life shrank to the four walls of her flat. Anxiety attacks became frequent. She lost weight, withdrew from friends, questioned her own memory. Was she imagining the frequency of the sightings? In July 2024, things took a darker turn. Camille woke up one morning to find her apartment door slightly ajar. She was certain she had double-locked it the night before. Nothing was stolen: her laptop, jewelry, cash all untouched. But items had been moved. Her coffee mug placed on the windowsill facing the street. Her journal opened to a blank page with a new entry in unfamiliar handwriting. "I just wanted to see you sleep. You're even more beautiful at peace." This time the police took it seriously. A break-in, even without theft, was a crime. They dusted for prints, took the journal as evidence, increased patrols. Neighbors were questioned. Security footage from the building was reviewed. The camera showed a figure in a hoodie entering the lobby late at night, using a copied key face obscured, build matching the man she described. But no clear identification. Camille moved out the next week. She broke her lease, packed only essentials, and relocated to a new apartment in a different arrondissement under a sublet from a friend who was traveling abroad. She didn't tell anyone the exact address, changed her phone number, got a new job remotely so she wouldn't have a predictable commute. She even dyed her hair a different color and started wearing glasses. For a glorious 3 months, peace returned. No sightings, no messages, no gifts. She began to heal, slowly rebuilding her confidence, seeing a therapist weekly, reconnecting with friends cautiously. Then, in November 2024, a new Instagram account followed her rebuilt private profile. The request came from a blank account, but the message attached read, "New hair color looks stunning on you. But I'll always recognize those eyes." Attached was a photo taken that very morning of Camille leaving her new building. The one no one was supposed to know about. She reported it again. French authorities opened an official stalking investigation this time, assigning a detective specialized in cyber harassment and obsession cases. They traced IP addresses, requested data from Instagram, monitored known hotspots. But the stalker was sophisticated, using VPNs, burner accounts, public Wi-Fi. As of late 2025, the case remains open and active. Camille has since left Paris entirely, moving to Lyon under a new name and with maximum privacy settings. She no longer posts anything online, avoids public places alone, and still checks over her shoulder constantly. Detectives believe the stalker is likely someone with technical skills, possibly from her professional circle or a chance encounter years ago that fixated him. They have a composite sketch based on her descriptions and grainy footage, but no arrests. Similar cases have been linked across France. Women in major cities reporting eerily similar silent watchers who escalate to break-ins and digital tracking. Camille occasionally speaks anonymously to French media about stalking awareness, emphasizing how obsession can destroy lives long before physical violence occurs. She wants other women to know. Trust your instincts, document everything, push authorities early. This true stalker horror story from France is a chilling reminder that in our hyper-connected world, someone can become dangerously obsessed without you ever speaking a word to them. Your daily life, shared innocently online or lived openly in a vibrant city, can become raw material for a predator's fantasy. Ladies, be careful what you share. Change your routes. Trust that feeling of being watched. Because some obsessions don't fade, they wait patiently, forever. Stay safe out there, especially in the city of love. Sometimes love isn't what it seems. True terrifying glitch in the Matrix stories from America. Real reality distortion experiences that will make you question everything. In the quiet suburban town of Bend, Oregon, in the summer of 2024, 34-year-old software engineer Nathan Hayes experienced something that shattered his understanding of reality forever. Nathan was the kind of guy who lived by logic code algorithms, data. He didn't believe in ghosts, conspiracy theories, or anything that couldn't be explained by science. He lived alone in a modern 2-bedroom house on the edge of town, worked remotely for a tech company in Portland, and spent his free time hiking the nearby Cascade Mountains or gaming late into the night. It all started on a perfectly ordinary Tuesday morning in July 2024. Nathan woke up at 7:15 a.m. to his alarm, just like always. He made coffee, checked his emails, and headed out for his daily run around the neighborhood loop, a 5-mile route he'd done hundreds of times. The sun was shining, birds were singing, and everything felt normal. But when he reached the halfway point near the local high school, something was wrong. The street looked different. The houses were the same, but the colors were off too vibrant, almost cartoonish. The sky had a slight greenish tint he'd never noticed before. He shook it off as maybe dehydration or lack of sleep and kept running. When he got home, showered, and sat down at his desk to start work, his computer wouldn't boot. The screen stayed black, fan spinning, but no logo, no login. He tried restarting multiple times, nothing. Frustrated, he grabbed his phone to look up troubleshooting steps, only to realize the date on his lock screen read July 16, 2024. But he distinctly remembered it being July 18. He checked his calendar meetings. Scheduled for the 18th were suddenly listed as yesterday. Texts from friends asking why he missed a call last night that he had no memory of. Confused, Nathan drove to the local coffee shop he visited every afternoon. But when he pulled into the parking lot, the shop wasn't there. In its place was an empty lot with a for lease sign. He sat in his car, stunned. He'd been there just 2 days ago, or had he? He drove around town and more things were wrong. His favorite taco truck was gone. A new shopping center stood where there had been a park. Road signs were different. Even his bank app showed transactions from dates that hadn't happened yet. He rushed home and called his sister Emily in Seattle. "Something's seriously wrong," he told her, voice shaking. "The town looks different. My computer's dead." The calendar jumped back 2 days. Emily laughed at first, thinking he was pranking her, but when he sent photos of the missing coffee shop and the altered streets, she went quiet. "Mate, I was just at that coffee shop last weekend when I visited you. This doesn't make sense." That night, Nathan couldn't sleep. He sat up researching reality shifts, time slips, glitch in the matrix terms he'd always rolled his eyes at on Reddit. But story after story matched what he was experiencing. People waking up to a world that was almost the same, but subtly altered. Objects missing. Dates wrong. Places changed overnight. The next morning, now showing as July 17th, on every device, Nathan discovered something even more disturbing. His running app, which tracked every workout with GPS, showed no record of his run from the previous day. Not just missing data, there was a 2-day gap, as if July 18th never existed. Photos from that week stopped at July 16th. His work Slack messages had no trace of conversations he remembered having on the 18th. He drove to Portland to see Emily in person, meeting someone to confirm he wasn't losing his mind. On the 3-hour drive along Highway 26, he passed through familiar town's sandy government camp, but again, details were off. Gas stations he knew were missing. Billboards advertised products he'd never heard of. At one point, he pulled over and checked Google Maps. The route looked correct, but Street View images from just months ago showed different buildings. When he arrived at Emily's apartment, she hugged him tightly, visibly worried. They spent the day comparing memories. She remembered visiting him on July 13th and going to that coffee shop together. He remembered it too. But in this version of reality, the shop had apparently closed 6 months earlier. News articles online confirmed it. Over the next week, Nathan documented everything obsessively. He took daily photos of his house, his street, his office setup. He journaled every discrepancy. His boss emailed asking about a project update he swore he'd desubmitted on the missing. July 18th. Coworkers referenced meetings he had no recollection of attending. Then came the people who weren't supposed to exist. One afternoon, while grocery shopping at the local Safeway, Nathan ran into an old college friend, Marcus, whom he hadn't seen in 10 years. Marcus greeted him warmly. "Nathan! Man, it's been forever. How have you been since the reunion last month?" Nathan froze. There had been no reunion. He'd never even been invited to one. But Marcus pulled out his phone and showed photos, dozens of them, from a reunion in June 2024, with Nathan clearly in several, smiling next to people he recognized, holding a beer, wearing clothes he owned. Nathan excused himself, heart pounding, and drove straight home. He searched his closet. The shirt from the photos was there, but he had no memory of wearing it recently. His camera roll had no reunion photos. But when he logged into Facebook later that night, there they were, tagged in Marcus's album, dated June 22nd, 2024. He started avoiding people, staying inside. But the glitches kept coming. One night he woke up at 3:33 a.m. to complete silence. No hum from the fridge, no traffic outside. He looked out the window and the street was empty, but not just of cars. Every house had its lights off, curtains drawn, as if abandoned. The moon looked wrong, too large, too orange. He filmed it on his phone. When he played it back minutes later, the video showed a normal night, normal moon, distant car sounds. Another time, he found duplicate objects in his house. 2 identical coffee mugs he knew he only owned one of. An extra key on his keyring that didn't fit any lock. A book on his shelf he'd never bought, but with a bookmark on page 147, exactly where he'd left off in a different book with the same title. The final straw came in September 2024. Nathan was on a video call with his team when his webcam glitched. For a split second, everyone saw not his home office, but an empty room with peeling wallpaper and broken furniture. His coworkers freaked out. "Dude, where are you? That doesn't look like your place." But when the image stabilized, it was his normal office again. Later, he examined the room closely and found faint water damage on one wall he'd never noticed before matching the glitched version. Nathan moved out of Bend shortly after. He took a new job in Denver, Colorado, sold most of his belongings, and started fresh. The glitches stopped, or at least became less frequent. But he still checks dates obsessively. Still photographs everything. Still avoids looking at old social media for fear of finding evidence of events he doesn't remember living. He shared his story anonymously on Glitch in the Matrix forums, where hundreds replied with eerily similar experiences. Missing days, altered towns, false memories shared by others. Some call it quantum immortality, slipping into parallel realities after near-death events. Nathan did have a minor car accident in early 2024 he barely remembered. Others say it's simulation theory, the Matrix skipping, reloading with minor errors. Scientists dismiss it as confabulation, stress-induced false memories. Or carbon monoxide poisoning. Nathan had his house tested levels normal. But for those who've lived it, no explanation feels sufficient. As of December 2025, Nathan lives quietly in Colorado. He doesn't talk about Bend anymore. But sometimes, late at night, he'll notice something small, a street sign slightly different. A friend mentioning an event he doesn't recall, and wonder, did he really escape? Or is he just in another layer, waiting for the next glitch to pull him deeper? This true glitch in the Matrix story from America is one of many reported in recent years. People waking up to a world that is almost theirs, but not quite. If it happens to you, if time skips, places vanish, memories don't match, document it. Tell someone. Because once you notice the glitches, you can't unsee them. And the scariest part? Maybe we're all living in slightly different versions right now. Maybe you remember reading this story one way, but in another reality, it ended differently. Question everything. Reality might not be as solid as you think. True chilling home invasion intruder story from Germany. Real terrifying night alone in Berlin that remains unsolved. In a quiet residential neighborhood in Berlin-Kreuzberg, Germany, during the cold autumn of 2024, 42-year-old Lena Muller lived alone in a spacious Altbau apartment on the 3rd floor of a beautifully restored 19th century building. Lena had moved to Berlin 2 years earlier from a small town in Bavaria to pursue her master's degree in architecture at TU Berlin. She loved the vibrant, multicultural energy of Kreuzberg, the street art, late-night kebab shops, weekend flea markets at Maybachhofer, and the constant hum of city life just outside her windows. Her apartment was her sanctuary. High ceilings, original stucco, wooden floors that creaked in all the familiar places, and a large balcony overlooking a leafy inner courtyard. Lena was independent, cautious, and safety-conscious. She always double-locked her door, kept her windows secured with extra latches, common in German cities, and had a video doorbell installed after a minor break-in wave in the neighborhood the previous year. She worked late hours on university projects, often staying up until 2 or 3 a.m., with headphones on, sketching or modeling in 3D software. On the night of October 18, 2024, everything changed. It was a Friday. Lena had spent the evening alone, finishing a presentation due Monday. Her flatmates from the previous year had moved out, and she hadn't found new ones yet, so the 4-room apartment felt especially large and empty. Around 1:30 a.m., she decided to call it a night. She saved her work, turned off all lights except the hallway nightlight, checked the front door, locked, and went to bed in her room at the back of the apartment, facing the courtyard. She fell asleep quickly, exhausted from the week. At approximately 3:17 a.m., Lena woke suddenly, not from a noise, but from an overwhelming feeling that something was wrong. The room was pitch black, the kind of darkness only old Berlin buildings with thick curtains can provide. She lay completely still, heart already racing, listening. At first, nothing. Then she heard it, the faintest creak of a floorboard in the hallway. The exact spot near the bathroom door that always creaked when stepped on. She knew that sound intimately. She told herself it was the building settling. Old houses make noises. But then another creak closer this time, toward her bedroom door. Lena reached slowly for her phone on the nightstand, careful not to make a sound. She unlocked it under the covers so the light wouldn't show and opened the live feed from her video doorbell. Empty hallway outside the front door. No one there. She switched to the indoor motion camera she had pointed at the living room, nothing moving. But the creaks continued. Slow, deliberate steps, as if someone was trying to be quiet but didn't know the floor well enough to avoid the noisy boards. They paused outside her bedroom door. Lena held her breath. She could hear breathing, now shallow, controlled, but definitely human. Her door was closed but not locked. She never locked it from the inside. The handle turned slowly, millimeter by millimeter, until the latch clicked free. The door began to open inward, agonizingly slow. Lena's mind raced. She had no weapon nearby. She considered screaming, but the neighbors on both sides were elderly and hard of hearing, and the building was otherwise empty that weekend. Instead, she did the only thing she could think of. She pretended to still be asleep, breathing deeply and evenly while clutching her phone under the blanket. The door opened fully. A figure stood silhouetted against the faint hallway light. Tall, wearing dark clothing and a hood pulled low. He or she stood there for what felt like minutes, just watching her sleep. Lena could feel the gaze on her, could hear the soft inhale and exhale. Then the figure stepped inside the room. One step, two, close enough that she could smell a faint trace of cigarette smoke and damp wool. The intruder moved to her desk in the corner, where her laptop and external hard drive sat. Lena heard the soft click of the laptop lid being lifted, the faint glow of the screen reflecting off the wall, keys being tapped gently. Then the USB port, her backup drive, being unplugged. All while she lay frozen, pretending to sleep, praying the performance was convincing. After several minutes, the figure closed the laptop, stepped back to the doorway, and paused again. Lena swore she heard a low whisper her name. Lena. Spoken so softly it could have been imagination. Then the door closed just as slowly as it had opened. Footsteps retreated down the hallway, through the living room, toward the front door, but the front door never opened. Lena waited, ears straining. No click of the lock, no creak of the heavy wooden door. Silence. She waited 10 full minutes before daring to move. Then she jumped out of bed, slammed her bedroom door shut, and pushed her dresser against it. Hands shaking, she called the police emergency number 110. While on hold, she checked the doorbell camera again, still empty. She opened the indoor camera app. The living room was empty, but her laptop was open, screen on, and her external drive was missing. Police arrived within 8 minutes, 2 officers from the nearby Kreuzberg station. They searched the entire apartment thoroughly. Every room, every closet, the balcony, even the Keller storage unit in the basement. The front door was still double locked from the inside, windows all latched. No sign of forced entry anywhere. No fingerprints on the laptop or desk besides Lena's own. The building's main entrance camera showed no one entering or leaving after 11 p.m. The officers were professional but clearly puzzled. They took her statement, photographed the open laptop, and suggested possibilities. Perhaps she had fallen asleep with it open and forgotten. Perhaps a very skilled intruder with a cockpit key who knew how to avoid cameras. Perhaps she could tell they were thinking it a stress-induced episode. But Lena knew what she experienced was real. The missing hard drive proved it, years of university work, personal photos, everything gone. In the days that followed, the mystery deepened. Lena stayed with a friend in Prenzlauer Berg for a week. When she returned, she installed new locks, motion sensor lights, and additional cameras covering every angle inside the apartment. Nothing happened for 2 weeks. Then, one morning, she found a single Polaroid photo slipped under her door. A picture of her sleeping in her bed, taken from the exact spot the intruder had stood that night. The timestamp on the photo read October 18, 3:21 a.m., 4 minutes after she had woken up. Police escalated the case. Forensic analysis of the photo revealed no fingerprints, no metadata. The camera model was an old Instax Mini, untraceable. Neighbors were interviewed again. None had seen anything unusual. Building access logs showed only residents coming and going. Lena changed apartments in December 2024, moving to a modern high-security building in MIT with 24-hour concierge and biometric entry. She got a dog, a large German Shepherd named Max, for protection and peace of mind. She stopped working late alone, started therapy, and slowly tried to rebuild her sense of safety. But in March 2025, a new envelope appeared in her mailbox. No stamp, no address. Inside was another Polaroid. Her new bedroom, her sleeping, Max curled at the foot of the bed. Taken from inside the room. Berlin police continue to investigate what they now classify as a high-priority stalking and burglary case. They believe the intruder possesses exceptional lockpicking skills, intimate knowledge of camera blind spots, and possibly insider access to resident keys. Despite increased patrols and surveillance, no suspect has been identified. Lena has since left Berlin entirely, returning to Bavaria under heightened privacy. This true home invasion intruder story from Germany remains unsolved to this day, one of the most disturbing cases of a silent, invisible intruder who enters locked homes without trace, watches victims sleep, and leaves only photographs as proof. If you live alone in a big city, check your locks twice. Install cameras with night vision. Trust that feeling when something feels wrong in the dark. Because some intruders don't want your things. They want to watch you when you think you're safest. Sleep with caution, friends. You may never hear them come in, but they've already been there. True disturbing missing persons cold case from the Italian Alps. Unsolved disappearance in the Dolomites that still haunts search teams. In the breathtaking Dolomites of northern Italy, where jagged limestone peaks rise dramatically against the sky and alpine meadows bloom with wildflowers in summer, lies one of the most perplexing missing persons cases in recent European history. On August 12, 2024, 26-year-old Matteo Rossi, an experienced hiker and photographer from Milan, set out for a solo day hike in the Puezzodol Nature Park near the town of Ordisei in South Tyrol. What should have been a straightforward 15-kilometer loop trail turned into a nightmare that, as of December 2025, remains completely unsolved. Matteo was no novice. He had grown up in the shadow of the Alps, hiking with his family since childhood. He worked as a freelance travel photographer, specializing in mountain landscapes, and had summits in Switzerland, Austria, and France under his belt. For this trip, he chose the popular Adolf Munkel Trail, a well-marked path that winds beneath the towering Geisler Peaks, passing through pine forests, past traditional alpine huts, and offering stunning panoramic views. Thousands of tourists walk it every summer without incident. He left his rented apartment in Ortisei at 7:30 a.m., parked at the Zansaram parking lot, and started the hike by 8:15 a.m. He texted his girlfriend Sofia in Milan at 8:47 a.m. Beautiful morning, crisp air, heading up toward Bruegel's Love you, talk tonight. That was the last confirmed communication from Matteo ever. The trail is busy in August. Dozens of hikers reported seeing a young man matching Matteo's description: tall, athletic build, dark curly hair, wearing a navy blue Patagonia jacket, black hiking pants, and carrying a professional camera with a large lens. Several even chatted briefly with him. One German couple remembered him taking their photo near a viewpoint around 10 a.m. An elderly Italian woman shared her water with him when he stopped to adjust his boots near the Bruegel's mountain hut at approximately 11:30 a.m. A group of British students passed him heading the opposite direction around 1 p.m., joking about the steep climb. After that, nothing. Matteo never reached the final section of the loop that returns to Zansaram. He never checked in at the popular Glachalm restaurant where many hikers stop for lunch. His car remained in the parking lot, untouched. When Sofia hadn't heard from him by 10 p.m., she called his phone repeatedly, no answer. By midnight, she contacted the Ordisei police. Mountain rescue was alerted at dawn on August 13th. The search was massive and immediate, one of the largest in South Tyrol history. Over 150 volunteers, alpine rescue teams, dogs, drones, and helicopters scoured the entire trail and surrounding areas for days. The weather had been perfect. Clear skies, warm temperatures, no storms. The trail is wide and well maintained, with almost no dangerous drop-offs along the main path. Matteo's phone last pinged a tower near the trailhead at 8:47 a.m., then went offline, likely because he turned it to airplane mode to save battery, common among hikers. Days turned into weeks. Searchers expanded the radius, dramatically combing dense forests, steep scree slopes, hidden ravines, even nearby lakes. They checked every mountain hut and shepherd's cabin. Nothing. No backpack, no camera, no clothing, no signs of a fall or struggle. No blood, no disturbed earth. It was as if Mateo had simply vanished into thin air in the middle of a busy trail on a perfect summer day. What makes this case so disturbing are the strange details that emerged later. Security cameras at the Zansaram parking lot showed Mateo arriving alone, parking his silver Fiat Panda and walking toward the trailhead with a happy wave to another hiker. And this chilled investigators on the afternoon of August 12th. Around 4:30 p.m., the same cameras captured a figure walking back toward the parking lot from the opposite direction. The person wore identical clothing, navy jacket, black pants, same backpack and camera. Same height, same build, same curly hair. The figure approached Mateo's car, stood beside it for several minutes staring at it, then turned and walked back toward the trail, never getting in the car, never leaving. When police reviewed the footage, they were stunned. The timestamp was clear. Multiple witnesses had placed Mateo on the upper trail hours earlier. Yet here was someone who looked exactly like him returning alone. Facial recognition software gave a 94% match. But the car remained untouched. No one ever drove it away. Sofia identified the figure as Mateo without hesitation. That's him. That's exactly how he walks, how he carries his camera. But she also confirmed he would never have left his car behind. Search dogs were brought back to track from the parking lot. They followed a faint scent toward the trail, then abruptly lost it after 200 meters, as if the person had simply ceased to exist. More eerie reports surfaced from other hikers. 2 separate groups claimed to have seen Mateo or someone identical days after his disappearance. One family reported spotting him sitting on a rock overlooking the valley on August 15th, calmly eating an apple, camera beside him. When they waved, he waved back, then stood and walked into the forest. Search teams swept that exact spot hours later, nothing. Another couple swore they shared a mountain hut porch with him on the night of August 17th, chatting about photography in broken Italian and English. He mentioned he was extending his trip a few days. They parted ways the next morning. The hut register showed no signature. No other guests remembered him. Mateo's bank accounts remained untouched. His social media stayed silent, no logins, no activity. His apartment in Milan was found exactly as he'd left it for the weekend trip. His camera, memory cards, laptop, everything normal. Italian authorities investigated every possibility: accident, suicide, foul play, voluntary disappearance. But nothing fit. No history of mental health issues. No debts, no enemies, no reason to vanish. He was deeply in love with Sofia, planning to propose that Christmas. His phone records, emails, messages, all normal. The case attracted international attention. Documentaries were made. Psychics and theorists flooded the area. Some claimed UFO involvement. The Dolomites have a history of strange lights. Others suggested hidden caves or underground rivers. The most rational explanation, a fall into a concealed crevasse, was ruled unlikely after extensive ground-penetrating radar searches. As of December 2025, Matteo Rossi is still listed as missing. His car was eventually towed. His family holds annual vigils in Ordisei. Sofia visits the trail every summer, leaving flowers at the viewpoint where he was last photographed by strangers. Mountain rescue teams in the Dolomites still reference the Rossi case in training how someone can disappear without a trace on one of the safest, most trafficked trails in Europe. They've added extra signage, improved drone protocols, but admit some disappearances defy explanation. Hikers continue to report occasional sightings. A lone figure in a navy jacket, standing silently at viewpoints, camera in hand, watching the valleys below. When approached, he smiles, turns, and walks into the trees, never to be seen again. The Dolomites are beautiful, but they guard their secrets fiercely. Thousands vanish in mountains worldwide every year. Most are found dead or alive. But some, like Matteo Rossi, are simply gone. If you hike alone in the Italian Alps, stay on marked trails, hike with friends, tell someone your plans. Because sometimes, even in broad daylight surrounded by people, the mountains take who they want. And they don't give them back. This true unsolved missing persons cold case from Italy reminds us that no matter how prepared, how experienced, how careful you are, some places hold mysteries we may never understand. The Dolomites are eternal. We are not. Hike safely. And if you see a lone photographer in a navy jacket who looks like he's waiting for someone, keep walking. True true terrifying hospital night shift horror story from Spain. Real nurse encounters in an old Madrid hospital that no one talks about anymore. In the heart of Madrid, Spain, stands the ancient Hospital de la Princesa, a sprawling complex with parts dating back to the 19th century. While the modern wings are bright and bustling, the older sections narrow corridors with tiled floors, heavy wooden doors, and dim fluorescent lights still house certain departments at night. In the spring of 2025, 34-year-old nurse Carla Fernandez worked the permanent night shift in one of those older wings, the internal medicine floor on the 4th level of Pavilion C, a section rarely visited by day staff and almost forgotten by administrators. Carla had been a nurse for 12 years. She preferred nights quieter, fewer visitors, more time to focus on patients. She was calm under pressure, skeptical by nature, and had seen everything from cardiac arrests to delirious elderly patients hallucinating. Nothing scared her anymore, or so she thought. The troubles began in March 2025. The 4th floor of Pavilion C had 30 beds, mostly occupied by long-term geriatric patients with chronic conditions. At night, only 2 nurses and 1 auxiliary staffed the entire floor. The elevator often broke down, forcing staff to use the echoing stairwell. Lighting was poor in the side corridors, and several rooms had been closed off for renovations that never seemed to happen. One night around 2:45 a.m., while doing rounds, Carla entered room 412 to check on an 87-year-old man named Don Antonio, who had been admitted for pneumonia. His monitor showed normal vitals. He was asleep, or so she thought. As she adjusted his four, he suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed her wrist with surprising strength. "Don't go into the closed wing," he whispered urgently in Spanish, eyes wide with fear. "She walks there at night, the nurse in white. She's looking for her baby." Carla gently calmed him, assuming delirium from fever. She noted it in his chart and moved on. But when she mentioned it to her colleague Marta during break, Marta went pale. "That's the 3rd patient this month who said the exact same thing. Always about a nurse in white looking for her baby." The closed wing was the eastern corridor of the floor 12 rooms, sealed since 2022 after asbestos was found during inspection. Doors were locked, windows boarded from inside, yellow caution tape across the entrance. Officially, no one went in, but patients kept talking about it. Over the following weeks, more elderly patients, many with dementia, but some perfectly lucid, reported seeing a woman in an old-fashioned white nurse uniform walking the halls after midnight. She never spoke to staff, only to patients. She would stand at the foot of beds, stroking their foreheads, whispering, "Where is my child? Have you seen my baby?" Some patients woke terrified. Others seemed comforted, saying she sang lullabies in a soft voice. Carla dismissed it as mass suggestion, sick minds feeding off each other, until she saw her herself. It was April 17th, 2025, a quiet night with only 15 patients. Around 3:10 a.m., the call bell rang from room 408, an empty room in the main corridor that hadn't been used in weeks. Carla checked the panel. Definitely 408. She walked down the hall, keys ready, but the room was dark and stripped bare. No bed, no monitor, no patient. The bell cord had even been removed during renovation prep. Yet the panel still showed the call active. As she turned to leave, she heard it. Soft crying coming from the direction of the closed wing. Not a patient cry, an infant. Faint, muffled, but unmistakable. A newborn's wail echoing down the sealed corridor. Heart pounding, Carla followed the sound. She told herself it was probably a cat that had gotten in, or echoes from another floor. But the crying grew clearer as she approached the caution tape. Through the small window in the security door, she saw a faint light moving deep inside the abandoned corridor, a soft white glow bobbing gently, like someone carrying a lantern. Then she saw the figure. A woman in a crisp white nurse uniform from another era, starched cap, long skirt, cape over her shoulders, walking slowly away down the corridor, cradling something in her arms. As Carla watched, frozen, the woman stopped, turned slightly, and looked directly at her through the window. Her face was young, beautiful, but impossibly sad. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She pressed whatever she was holding closer to her chest and mouthed words Carla could somehow hear in her mind. "Help me find him." The crying stopped. The light vanished. The corridor went dark. Carla stumbled backward, ran to the nurse's station, and pulled up the security cameras. The camera covering the closed wing entrance showed nothing, no light, no figure, no movement. Just empty hallway and caution tape. She didn't tell anyone at first. But 2 nights later, it happened again, this time to both her and Marta simultaneously. They were charting at the station when every call bell on the floor lit up at once, all 30 rooms, including the empty and closed ones. Monitors in unoccupied rooms began alarming. Flat lines, tachycardia, impossible readings from machines that weren't even plugged in. They ran room to room turning them off, but as fast as they silenced one, another activated. Finally, in despair, Marta shouted down the hall, "Stop it! Leave us alone!" Everything went silent instantly. Then the infant crying started again from inside the closed wing. Security was called. 3 guards came up, flashlights ready. They cut the tape, unlocked the door, and searched every room. Dust thick on the floors. No footprints. No light sources. No baby. Nothing. But in room 425, the last room at the very end, they found something that made even the oldest guard go pale. On the dusty floor, perfectly clear as if written that night, were words scratched into the grime. "My son was born here. They took him." 1957. Hospital administration tried to hush it up. They blamed faulty wiring for the alarms, said the crying was plumbing echoes. But staff talked. Older nurses who'd worked there decades ago finally spoke. In 1957, a young nurse named Isabel Garcia had given birth in secret in that wing. Unmarried pregnancy was scandalous then. She delivered a healthy boy alone in room 425 during a night shift, with help from a sympathetic colleague. But hospital policy at the time, strict Catholic influence, forced her to give the child up for adoption immediately. Isabel was told the baby died shortly after birth. She was never allowed to hold him. Devastated, she returned to work weeks later, but was never the same. One night in November 1957, she disappeared during her shift. Her uniform was found folded neatly in room 425, her cap on the windowsill. No note, no body. She was declared missing, presumed suicide. The case was closed quickly. Since then, night staff have reported seeing her, always in her white uniform, always searching, always crying for her lost son. After the April incidents, 3 nurses quit the night shift on that floor, including Marta. Carla stayed, but only until June 2025. The final event that broke her came on Mother's Day weekend. She was alone on the floor. The other nurse had called in sick. At exactly 3:33 a.m., the crying began again, louder than ever. This time it came from the nursery call system, an old intercom that hadn't worked since the 1980s. Through the static, Carla heard a woman's voice singing a Spanish lullaby. "Dormit, niño." Then the voice spoke directly. "You have children, don't you, Carla?" Carla had never mentioned her 2 young daughters to any patient. She ran to the stairwell, called her supervisor in tears, and never returned to that floor. The hospital quietly relocated the remaining patients and closed Pavilion C's 4th floor permanently in July 2025. Official reason: structural concerns. Unofficial reason: no one would work there anymore. Carla now works days in a modern clinic in Valencia, far from Madrid. She doesn't talk about what happened. But every Mother's Day, she receives an anonymous card in the mail, no return address. Postmarked Madrid with a simple handwritten message. "Thank you for listening. This true hospital night shift horror story from Spain is one that nurses across the country whisper about in break rooms. Old hospitals hold memories deeper than walls. Some losses never fade. If you work nights in healthcare, especially in historic buildings, respect the quiet hours. Because some shifts aren't yours alone. There are mothers still walking those halls, searching for children they never got to hold. And sometimes they find someone willing to listen. True disturbing road trip horror story from the United States. Terrifying night drive on a deserted Nevada highway that no one can explain. In the vast emptiness of northern Nevada, where Highway 50 stretches for hundreds of miles through desolate desert and is famously known as the loneliest road in America, 28-year-old travel blogger Jordan Hayes set out on a solo road trip in July 2025. Jordan, from Seattle, Washington, had always loved long drives. He documented his adventures on YouTube and Instagram, stunning sunsets over canyons, quirky roadside diners, abandoned ghost towns. This trip was meant to be his biggest yet. A cross-country journey from the Pacific Northwest to the East Coast, capturing the real America along the back roads. On the night of July 14, 2025, Jordan was driving eastbound on Highway 50 after leaving the small town of Fallon around 9 p.m. The plan was to push through to Ely, about 250 miles away, arriving around 1 a.m. to crash at a motel. The desert night was clear, stars bright overhead, temperature mild. He had a full tank of gas in his black Jeep Wrangler, snacks, plenty of water, and his dash cam rolling the entire time for footage. He live streamed the first hour to his 40,000 Instagram followers, chatting casually about the eerie beauty of the empty highway. No cars for miles, guys. It really lives up to the name loneliest road ever. Viewers commented about how creepy it looked, joking about aliens and breakdowns. Jordan laughed it off, played music, and kept driving. Around 10:30 p.m., somewhere between the Sand Mountain Recreation Area and the Cold Springs Pony Express Station ruins, deep in the middle of nowhere, Jordan noticed something strange in his rearview mirror. A pair of headlights, far back but steadily approaching. On a road this empty, another vehicle wasn't unusual. But these lights were different. High off the ground, bright white, almost blinding, and they didn't seem to fluctuate with the terrain like normal headlights would. He slowed slightly to let the vehicle pass. It caught up too fast. But instead of overtaking, it matched his speed exactly, staying about a quarter mile behind. Jordan sped up to 80 miles per hour. The lights kept pace. He slowed to 60. They slowed too. Always the same distance. Unnerved, he turned off his music and called his best friend Ryan back in Seattle on Bluetooth. Dude, there's this truck or something tailing me. Been behind me for 20 minutes. Won't pass, won't fall back. Ryan told him to pull over at the next rest area and see what they do. But on this stretch of Highway 50, there are no rest areas, just endless sagebrush and darkness. Jordan kept driving. The vehicle stayed glued to him. Then, at 11:07 p.m., his dash cam recorded something that would later terrify investigators. The headlights suddenly vanished. Not faded into the distance, gone. Like someone flipped a switch. Jordan glanced in his mirror, no lights anywhere. He told Ryan, "Okay, they're gone. That was weird." Ryan laughed nervously. Probably turned off on a dirt road. But 5 minutes later, the lights reappeared directly behind him again. Same distance, as if they had never left. Jordan's voice on the call grew tense. "Ryan, they're back. How did they catch up that fast without me seeing them?" He accelerated to 90 miles per hour. The vehicle kept perfect pace. No matter how he varied speed, it mirrored him exactly. At 11:28 p.m., Jordan spotted an old dirt turnout near the ruins of an abandoned gas station, one of those crumbling relics from the 1950s with rusted pumps and faded signs. He decided to pull in, force a confrontation, or at least get a look at the driver. He turned off the highway, parked under the faint moonlight, engine running, hazards on. The following vehicle slowed, pulled in behind him about 100 yards back, and stopped. Headlights still blazing into his mirrors, blinding the dash cam. Jordan waited. No one got out. He honked. Nothing. He flashed his brights. Still nothing. After 10 minutes, he called Nevada Highway Patrol on speakerphone with Ryan still on the line. The dispatcher said a trooper was hours away but would head their direction. Then the strange vehicle turned off its lights. Complete darkness. Jordan waited another 5 minutes. Nothing moved. He slowly backed out and returned to the highway, heart pounding. As soon as he reached cruising speed, the lights reappeared behind him, same distance, same behavior. This went on for over an hour. Jordan tried everything. Speeding up to 100 miles per hour, slowing to a crawl, turning off all his lights to drive in darkness. The vehicle always adjusted perfectly. At one point, he stopped dead in the middle of the highway, no oncoming traffic for miles. The pursuer stopped too, waited. When he drove again, it followed. Around 12:45 a.m., near the Grimes Point archaeological site, Jordan's phone signal dropped completely, no bars, no data, even though his carrier usually had spotty but existent coverage there. The call with Ryan cut off. His GPS froze. The dashcam timestamp glitched, jumping ahead 11 minutes for no reason. That's when the vehicle began closing the distance. Slowly at first, then faster. Jordan floored it. The Jeep roared across the empty desert at over 110 miles per hour. The pursuer kept gaining. He could now make out the shape in his mirrors. A large, older model pickup truck, lifted high on oversized tires, no visible license plate, windows blacked out. No grille lights, no markings, just those unnaturally bright white headlights. Jordan was panicking now, narrating frantically to his dead phone, hoping the dashcam was still recording. "It's getting closer. I can't outrun it. What does this guy want?" The truck pulled alongside him in the opposite lane, something no normal driver would do on a 2-lane highway. Jordan glanced over. The driver's window was down slightly, but he couldn't see a face, just darkness inside. The truck matched his speed perfectly, riding parallel for almost a full minute. Then, without warning, it swerved sharply into his lane, forcing him onto the shoulder. Jordan jerked the wheel, tires screeching on gravel, barely regaining control. The truck fell back again to its original following distance, as if nothing happened. At 1:12 a.m., Jordan approached the small town of Austin, population 150, perched on a hillside with a few dim street lights. He raced toward it, hoping for safety. As he crested the hill into town, the pursuing lights vanished again. He pulled into the only 24-hour gas station, shaking, and ran inside. The clerk, an older man named Hank, saw his distress and asked what was wrong. Jordan explained everything. Hank listened quietly, then said, "You're the third person this month to come in here talking about that same truck. Always at night. Always on that stretch from Fallon. Always disappears when you hit town limits." Jordan waited at the station until dawn, charging his phone, reviewing dash cam footage with Hank. The video clearly showed the pursuing vehicle make and model unidentifiable due to glare, but no license plate, no driver visible. When the truck pulled alongside, the footage showed only black windows. And in the moment it swerved, the dashcam audio picked up a low mechanical humming sound, not an engine, more like an electric drone. Nevada Highway Patrol arrived at sunrise. They reviewed the footage, took Jordan's statement, and escorted him to Ely. They searched the area where the chase happened, found no tire tracks off the highway, no evidence of another vehicle. The truck had simply ceased to exist. Jordan abandoned the rest of his road trip, flew home from Salt Lake City the next day. He uploaded the dashcam footage anonymously online. It went viral in true horror communities, millions of views, endless theories. Government black ops vehicle, skinwalker impersonating a truck. Interdimensional entity, elaborate prank with a drone and projector. But locals on Highway 50 know better. Truckers on CB radio have whispered about the ghost rig for years, a silent, unmarked truck that tails lone drivers at night, toys with them for hours, then vanishes near Austin or Eureka. Some say it's the spirit of a trucker who died in a fiery crash decades ago. Others claim it's something older, something that hunts the loneliest road. Jordan never drove Highway 50 again. He sold the Jeep. He stopped solo road trips entirely. To this day, in late 2025, no one has identified the vehicle or driver. No similar truck has ever been reported parked, broken down, or registered in the state. If you ever find yourself driving Highway 50 at night, especially alone, keep an eye on your mirrors. If you see bright white headlights appear from nowhere, staying exactly the same distance no matter what you do, don't pull over, don't stop. Don't try to confront it. Just drive straight to the nearest town. And pray you reach the lights before it decides to get closer. Because on the loneliest road in America, you're never really alone. This true disturbing road trip horror story from the United States is a warning. Some highways at night belong to things that don't want to pass you. They just want to follow. True chilling haunted schools horror story from Scotland. Real ghost encounters in an old Edinburgh academy. That students still whisper about in the historic heart of Edinburgh, Scotland, stands one of the oldest private schools in the city, St. Mary's Academy. A grand Victorian building with towering stone walls, arched windows, and a clock tower that has overlooked the old town since 1872. School is renowned for academic excellence, famous alumni, and its beautiful chapel. But among current and former students, it's also known for something far darker. The haunting of the West Wing. A section of the original building that houses the upper school classrooms, library, and assembly hall. In the autumn term of 2025, 17-year-old sixth form student Eilid Mackenzie began experiencing things that no amount of Scottish skepticism could explain away. Eilid had attended St. Mary's since primary and knew every creak of the old floors, every drafty corridor. She was head girl, captain of the debate team, and planning to study law at university. She didn't believe in ghosts until the West Wing made her one. It started small in September 2025. Eilid often stayed late after classes to study in the senior library on the third floor of the West Wing, a beautiful oak-paneled room with tall windows overlooking the courtyard, rows of ancient books and long tables lit by green banker's lamps. The library closed officially at 6 p.m., but prefects like Eilid had keys to lock up at 8 p.m. One Tuesday evening, around 7:30 p.m., while revising alone for her higher exams, Eilid heard footsteps in the corridor outside. Slow, deliberate steps, heavy boots on wooden floorboards. She assumed it was Mr. Fraser, the janitor, doing his rounds. But the footsteps stopped right outside the library door. She waited for a knock or greeting. Nothing. When she went to check, the corridor was empty. Lights off in both directions. She locked up early that night and left quickly. Over the next weeks, the incidents grew. Books would fall from high shelves when no one was near them. Pages in her notebook would be turned while she stepped away for tea. The temperature in certain corners of the library would drop suddenly, breath visible in the air even though the heating was on. Other late-studying students reported the same. Whispers in empty rooms, doors closing by themselves, the strong smell of chalk dust and lavender in places that hadn't used chalkboards in decades. Then came the children's voices. Late one October night, Eyelid and her friend Callum were the last two in the library. At 7:55 p.m., they clearly heard a group of young children laughing and reciting in unison from the floor above the old assembly hall, which had been locked for renovation since summer. The voices were singing an old Scottish nursery rhyme, Ring-a-ring-o roses, a pocket full of posies. But the renovation meant the hall was stripped bare, no furniture, no people. They went upstairs together, flashlights on phones. The hall was dark, dust sheets over the stage, scaffolding in corners. No children. No voices. But on the old blackboard at the front covered in plastic sheeting for protection, fresh chalk writing had appeared. Play with us, Eyelid. Her name. Written in a child's uneven script. They took photos, showed the head teacher the next day. The writing was gone by morning wiped clean. Contractors swore no one had been in the hall after 4 p.m. The school has a tragic history that few talk about openly. In 1918, during the Spanish flu pandemic, St. Mary's was temporarily converted into an emergency children's ward for orphans infected in the city. Over 60 children were treated in the West Wing Assembly Hall, beds lined wall to wall. 37 died there over 6 weeks, many in the freezing October nights. The bodies were removed quietly to avoid panic. The school reopened in 1919 as if nothing had happened. Records were sealed. Only old staff room whispers and archived newspapers mention it now. After the blackboard incident, more students came forward. A girl in year 10 saw a small boy in old-fashioned knee breeches and cap standing in the library stacks, staring at her. When she blinked, he was gone. A teacher found handprints, tiny, perfect child handprints in the dust on top of bookshelves that hadn't been touched in years. During a late rehearsal for the Christmas concert, the entire drama club heard children clapping from the balcony empty except for rows of covered chairs. Eyelid became obsessed with finding answers. She and Callum researched school archives after hours, digging through dusty ledgers in the basement. They found a 1918 class photograph, rows of solemn children in the assembly hall, many marked with small crosses dead by November. One girl in the front row looked eerily like a younger version of Eyelid herself. Same dark hair, same serious eyes. The worst night came on November 13th, 2025, exactly 107 years after the peak of the flu deaths. Eyelid had stayed late again, determined to finish an essay. At 8:15 p.m., all the lights in the library went out at once. Emergency lighting didn't activate. Her phone died instantly, 0% battery, despite being at 80%. In complete darkness, she heard the nursery rhyme begin again, but this time from inside the library. Dozens of small voices all around her, singing softly. Then footsteps, many light footsteps running between the tables, laughing, calling her name. Eyelid, come play, we're cold. She stumbled toward the door, hands out in the dark. Something icy grabbed her wrist, a small cold hand. She screamed and pulled away. The door wouldn't open locked from the inside, though she had the only key. The singing grew louder. She felt presences all around brushing past her, tugging her sleeve, breathing on her neck. One voice, a little girl's, whispered right in her ear, "You look like my sister. Stay with us." In panic, Eyelid backed into the center of the room and shouted, "Leave me alone! I'm not your sister!" "Go away!" Everything stopped. The lights flickered back on. Her phone buzzed to life with missed calls. The door unlocked with a click. She ran out, down the stairs, and didn't stop until she was on the street in the cold Edinburgh night. Security footage later showed something inexplicable. In the library time-stamped 8:17 p.m., dozens of small orbs of light moved rapidly between tables, circling the spot where Eyelid had stood. No children visible, just the lights, like fireflies in formation. The school closed the West Wing Library for the rest of term. An exorcism was quietly performed by a local priest officially, called a blessing of the building. Activity reportedly ceased. Eyelid finished her exams from home. She graduated in 2026 and now studies in Glasgow, far from Edinburgh. She never returned to St. Mary's, even for reunions. But current students say on quiet evenings in the West Wing, if you listen carefully near the old assembly hall, you can still hear faint singing. And sometimes late at night, a girl who looks just like Eyelid is seen in the library window studying under the green lamps, long after everyone has gone home. This true haunted school horror story from Scotland is one that generations of St. Mary's students know but rarely speak aloud. Old buildings remember, especially those that once held children who never got to leave. If you attend a historic school, respect the empty corridors after hours. Lock up on time. And if you hear small voices singing an old nursery rhyme in a building that hasn't had young children in over a century, don't answer them. Because some playmates don't want the game to end. True creepy encounters with stranger story from England. Disturbing real-life stranger. Horror on the London Underground that still haunts commuters in the sprawling underground network of London. England, where millions of people travel every day through dimly lit tunnels and crowded platforms. 24-year-old marketing assistant Sophie Harper had what remains one of the most unsettling stranger encounters ever reported to British Transport Police. It was the winter of 2025 and Sophie had just started a new job in Canary Wharf, meaning daily commutes on the Jubilee line from her flat in North London. Sophie was cautious but confident, grew up in Manchester, moved to London alone, always aware of her surroundings. She wore headphones but kept the volume low, sat near doors when possible, and avoided eye contact with anyone acting strangely. Nothing had ever happened to her in 3 years of commuting. Until February 12, 2025. It was a bitterly cold Wednesday evening. Sophie finished work at 7 p.m. and boarded a crowded Jubilee Line train at London Bridge, heading north toward Canada Water, then changing for the Overground. The carriage was packed with after-work commuter suits, shoppers, students. She found a seat near the end, scrolled through her phone, and settled in for the 30-minute journey home. At the next stop, Bermondsey, the crowd thinned slightly. A man boarded and stood directly in front of her, holding the overhead rail. Mid-40s, smartly dressed in a dark wool coat, neat hair, carrying a leather briefcase. Nothing outwardly alarming. But he stared. Not glancing full, unblinking, staring straight down at Sophie. She looked away, shifted in her seat. When she glanced back, his eyes hadn't moved. She put her headphones in properly, turned up music. Still staring. At Canada Water, half the carriage emptied. Sophie stood to change lines. The man moved with her, exiting the same doors, walking the same direction through the connecting tunnel. She told herself it was coincidence, lots of people transfer here. But on the overground platform he stood 3 meters behind her, same fixed stare. When the train arrived, he boarded the same carriage, standing again directly in her line of sight. Sophie got off 2 stops early at Surrey Quays, deciding to walk the rest of the way home through well-lit streets. As she left the station, she looked back. He was following at a distance, hands in pockets, never breaking stride. Heart racing, Sophie called her flatmate Liv on speaker, speaking loudly. "Hey, just got off at Surrey Quays. Be home in 10. Hoping the man would hear and back off. He didn't. He kept the same pace, same distance, all the way to her street. When she reached her building door, she fumbled keys deliberately slowly, glancing back. He had stopped under a street lamp across the road, just watching. She got inside, locked the door, and watched from the window. He stood there for 15 minutes, motionless, before turning and walking away. The next day, Sophie reported it to British Transport Police. They took it seriously. Stalking on the tube is common enough that they have dedicated units. She gave a detailed description, checked CCTV requests. But the man had kept his face angled away from cameras perfectly. No clear images. For a week, nothing. Sophie changed her commute times, took different lines, traveled with colleagues when possible. Then, on February 21st, it started again. Same man. Same carriage on the Jubilee line. Same unblinking stare. This time, when she got off at a random stop, Green Park, he followed. She ducked into a busy Pret A manger, called police again. Officers arrived quickly, searched the area. He was gone. The escalation came fast. Anonymous notes began appearing in her coat pocket, her work bag, even tucked under her flat's windscreen wiper. Handwritten on plain white paper, Always the same message in neat block letters. I see you every day. You're beautiful when you're scared. One morning, she found her Tube Oyster card had been topped up with 50 pounds. Someone had accessed her registered card online and added credit. No one but her knew the details. Photos started arriving by post to her flat no return address, postmarked Central London. Images of her on the tube, taken from across carriages, her walking to work, her sitting in cafe windows. Always from a distance, but clear enough to see her expression. One photo showed her asleep on the train, head against the window, mouth slightly open. Sophie moved in with Liv temporarily, changed jobs to hybrid working, stopped using the tube entirely, Uber only, daytimes. Police installed a panic button in her new temporary address, increased patrols. They linked her case to 4 other women who'd reported a similar man. Same description, same behavior, same notes. All on Jubilee or Northern lines. No physical approaches, no threats, just relentless watching. In April 2025, the worst incident. Sophie had returned to her flat briefly to collect mail. As she entered the lobby, the man was waiting inside, first time he'd ever been that close. He didn't move toward her, just stood by the lifts, staring. When she froze, he spoke for the first time, soft, calm, educated London accent. You can't hide from someone who only wants to watch you live your life, she screamed. Neighbors came running. He walked calmly out the front door before anyone reached her. CCTV finally got a clear shot of his face. Police circulated it internally, checked databases, no match. Not on any watch lists, no criminal record. After that, Sophie left London entirely. She moved back to Manchester, changed her name legally, deleted all social media, cut contact with most London friends. Greater Manchester Police liaised with the Met case, still open. As of December 2025, the man has not been identified. Similar reports continue on the London Underground. Women describing the same smartly dressed stranger who watches silently, follows at a distance, leaves notes about seeing them every day. He never approaches closer than speaking distance. Never touches, just watches. British Transport Police believe he's highly intelligent, plans routes meticulously, possibly works in the rail network or has access to scheduling. They've increased plainclothes officers on key lines, but he seems to sense them and vanish. Former commuters who experienced him describe the same feeling. Not immediate fear of violence, but a deep, lingering violation. Knowing someone has studied your every move, memorized your routines, turned your daily life into their private obsession. This true creepy encounters with strangers story from England serves as a chilling warning. In a city of 9 million, you are never as anonymous as you think. Be aware of repeated faces. Change your patterns. Report early. Trust that stare that lasts too long. Because some strangers don't want to talk to you. They just want to watch you forever. And in the tunnels beneath London, he's still down there, waiting for the next woman who catches his eye. True disturbing online conversations. Internet horror story from the United States. Creepy dark web chat that turned into a real-life nightmare in the quiet suburbs of Portland, Oregon. In the summer of 2025, 22-year-old college student Ava Ramirez stumbled into one of the most terrifying online horror experiences ever documented. Ava was a junior studying computer science at Portland State University, living in a small off-campus apartment with her cat Luna. She was curious by nature, tech-savvy, and had always been drawn to the hidden corners of the internet, old forums, abandoned websites, creepypasta stories. She knew about the dark web, had read warnings, but like many young people, thought she was smart enough to stay safe. It started innocently in June 2025. Ava was browsing a surface web forum dedicated to internet mysteries, when someone posted a link to an obscure Onion site claiming to host real anonymous confessions. No logs, no moderation, total truth. The poster warned it was intense but addictive. Bored during summer break, Ava fired up Tor, put on a VPN, and clicked the link. The site was simple. Black background, white text, a single chat room titled, "Tell me your darkest secret." No usernames required, just type and hit enter. Messages appeared in real time from anonymous users worldwide. Most were typical dark web fare, confessions of petty crimes, regrets, twisted fantasies. Ava lurked for hours, fascinated but never typing. Then, around 2 a.m., a message appeared addressed directly to her, though she hadn't posted anything. "You're new here, I can tell. You're watching from Portland, aren't you?" Ava froze. She was using multiple layers of anonymity Tor, VPN, no personal info. How could anyone know her location? She closed the browser, cleared cache, shut down her laptop. Heart racing, she told herself it was a lucky guess Portland had a big tech scene, lots of dark web users. But curiosity won. 2 nights later, she returned. The same chat room. Within minutes, another message. Welcome back, Ava. Did you miss me? She hadn't used her real name, ever. She typed for the first time. How do you know my name? Response came instantly. I know a lot about you. You live on Say Hawthorne Boulevard. You have a tabby cat named Luna. You're reading this on a MacBook with a cracked corner on the lid. Ava slammed the laptop shut. She checked doors, windows, everything locked. Luna was sleeping on the couch, undisturbed. She unplugged her router, went to bed with lights on. The next day, she told her roommate Jake, visiting from out of town, and her older brother via video call. They said it was probably social engineering, maybe she'd been phished before or her IP leaked somehow. She changed passwords, wiped her browser, even reinstalled her OS, avoided the site completely. A week passed. Nothing strange. Then, on July 3rd, her phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. You can to hide from the chat, Ava. Come back. I have something to show you. She blocked the number, reported it as spam. But the texts kept coming from new numbers. Photos of her apartment building exterior, her car in the driveway, Luna sitting in the window. All taken from street level, recent timestamps. Police were called. Portland PD took a report cyberstalking, possible doxing. They traced the numbers to burner apps. Untraceable. Advised her to document everything. Avoid engaging, consider a new phone. No physical threat yet, so limited options. Ava went dark online. No social media, no forums. But on July 10th, she received an email from her own address. Subject: From me to you. Inside was a single link. Back to the same Onion site, but now a private room titled Ava's Confessions. Against every instinct, she clicked it, using a virtual machine this time, extra precautions. The chat opened to a single message waiting. Finally. I've been waiting, watch this. A video began streaming. Live feed, her apartment living room from inside. The camera was hidden somewhere high, showing the couch, the kitchen, Luna's food bowl. Real time. She could see the clock on her microwave matching her actual time. Ava screamed, grabbed Luna, and ran to a friend's house across town. Called police again. Officers arrived, searched her apartment thoroughly, no camera found. No entry signs. They reviewed her devices, nothing compromised. The stream had vanished when they tried the link. But the messages continued. Every few days, new gifts. Screenshots of her university portal, her class schedule, her student ID photo. Audio clips of conversations she'd had in her apartment recorded somehow. Once, a 30-second video of her sleeping, taken from the foot of her bed. Ava moved out in August 2025, crashing with her brother in Seattle. Changed schools to online classes, got a new phone, new email, new everything. Police in both states investigated. FBI even got involved due to interstate cyberstalking. They traced traffic, worked with Tor experts. Nothing. The site itself seemed to exist only when she accessed it. Others who tried the Onion link got 404 not found. In October 2025, the final message came not online, but handwritten. Slipped under her brother's apartment door in Seattle. You left the chat. But I didn't. I'll always be watching your screen. Ava. Even when it's off. Attached was a Polaroid. Ava sitting at her brother's kitchen table, taken that same morning from inside the room. She hasn't used the internet for anything beyond school since. No social media, no streaming, no forums. She communicates via library computers with fake names, cash only. Police have an open case, but no suspect, no motive, no method. Experts who've reviewed the evidence, leaked anonymously online, are baffled. Some say advanced persistent threat state-level hacking. Others claim an inside job, someone she knows with deep access. A few whisper about something new, AI-driven stalking tools on the dark web that learn, adapt, and infiltrate beyond current detection. As of December 2025, the chat room still appears when certain anonymous users search for it, but only shows one active member, waiting. This true online conversations internet horror story from America is a warning for the digital age. The dark web isn't just hidden sites. It's hidden eyes. Be careful what links you click. Clear your cache. Use protection. Never assume anonymity, because someone might already know your name, and they're waiting for you to come back to the chat. True terrifying supernatural creatures horror story from Canada. Real skinwalker encounters in the Alberta wilderness that will make you avoid the forests forever. Deep in the remote boreal forests of northern Alberta, Canada, where endless pine trees stretch under vast skies and small towns are hours apart. 29-year-old wildlife biologist Nathan Pelletier had a series of encounters in the fall of 2025 that changed how he and everyone who heard his story views the wilderness. Nathan worked for Alberta Environment and Parks, monitoring wolf and bear populations in the Lesser Slave Lake region. He was Cree on his mother's side, raised with respect for the land and knowledge of traditional stories, including warnings about the Yenodusi, the skinwalker of Navajo origin, but with parallels in Cree folklore about wicked shapeshifters who mimic humans and animals to hunt. He never truly believed the old tales. Until September 2025, Nathan was on a 2-week solo field assignment. Camping deep in the bush near Martin Mountain, tracking radio-collared wolves with camera traps and GPS. His base camp was a small tent beside a remote lake, no cell service, nearest road 40 kilometers away. He had a satellite communicator for emergencies, bear spray, rifle, and years of experience. The weather was crisp, days sunny, nights cold. The first odd thing happened on night 3. Around 2 a.m., Nathan woke to howling close, almost at the edge of camp, not normal wolf howls. These were wrong, too high-pitched, mixed with what sounded like human laughter woven in. He sat up, flashlight ready. The howls circled the tent slowly, then stopped abruptly. He stepped outside, nothing. No tracks in the morning dew except his own. He logged it as possible coyotes or a strange echo and continued work. By night 6, the mimicry began. Nathan had recorded wolf vocalizations for his research. That evening, while reviewing audio back at camp, he heard his own voice on the recording clearly saying his name. Nathan, come here. But he hadn't spoken during that session. The timestamp showed it happened while he was 3 kilometers away setting a trap. He played it back multiple times. His exact voice, tone, accent. Impossible. That night, the voice called from the darkness outside his tent, his own voice. Nathan, help me, I'm hurt. He knew it wasn't real, stayed inside, rifle loaded. The calls continued for hours, circling, sometimes laughing in his voice, sometimes growling like a bear. At dawn, silence. No tracks around camp. Nathan activated his SAT communicator, texted his supervisor. Hearing strange vocalizations. Possibly human prank? Response. No other personnel in your grid. Stay alert. On night 9, he saw it. Full moon. Nathan was sitting by a small fire, journaling. Movement at the tree line, something tall, thin, moving on 2 legs but too fast, too jerky. It stepped into moonlight, human-shaped but wrong limbs too long. Head tilted at an impossible angle, skin pale and stretched. No clothes, no hair, eyes reflecting light like an animal. It mimicked his posture, exactly sitting cross-legged, staring at the fire. Nathan grabbed his rifle, shouted. The thing stood slowly, mimicking his movements, again raising arms as he raised the gun. Then it opened its mouth, far too wide, and let out a perfect imitation of his earlier shout, but distorted, layered with a scream. He fired a warning shot into the air. The creature didn't flinch. It turned and loped into the forest on all fours, impossibly fast, body twisting in ways no human or animal could. Nathan packed camp that night, hiked out under moonlight, reached the nearest logging road by morning. He reported everything to his supervisor and indigenous elders in the nearby Driftpile Cree Nation. The elders weren't surprised. They told him he had encountered a skinwalker or something similar. They said the creature had chosen him because he was alone, because he carried Cree blood, but didn't fully honor the old ways. They performed a cleansing ceremony, gave him tobacco ties and sweetgrass to burn, warned him never to return to that area alone. But the encounters didn't end when he left the forest. Back in his apartment in Edmonton 2 weeks later, Nathan woke one night to scratching at his window 7th floor, no balcony. He pulled the curtain, nothing there. But on the glass, fresh claw marks. 4 deep parallel scratches, too high for any animal. His phone began receiving calls from his own number. When he answered, silence, then breathing. Then his voice whispering Cree words his grandmother taught him as a child. Words for hunger and hunt. His trail cameras from the field assignment retrieved later by colleagues captured images that made seasoned biologists quit, Blurred figures matching his description, standing upright near Wolf kills, wearing what looked like flayed animal skins, face obscured. Worst was the final photo. Time stamped the night he fled. The camera pointed at his abandoned tent. Inside the open flap, sitting where he had sat hours earlier, was the tall, pale figure staring directly into the lens, mouth open in what looked like a smile, holding Nathan's forgotten journal. Alberta Parks closed the Martin Mountain Research Area indefinitely, citing wildlife concerns. Locals avoid it. Indigenous hunters refuse to go near the lake. Nathan resigned his position, moved to Vancouver, works indoors now. He still hears the mimicry in his dreams, his own voice calling him back to the forest. Elders say the creature is still there, waiting for the next lone traveler. It learns your voice, your walk, your habits. It wears what it kills. It wants to replace you. This true supernatural creature's horror story from Canada tied to skinwalker legends is a warning passed down for generations. In the deep woods of the north, never answer when you hear your own voice calling from the darkness. Never turn around when something walks behind you, mimicking your steps. And if you camp alone in Alberta's wilderness, keep your fire bright. Because some things out there aren't wolves. They're what wolves fear. Stay out of the deep forest after dark. Some skins aren't meant to be worn. True disturbing 911 operator horror story from the United States. Creepy emergency calls in a Texas dispatch center that no one can forget in a bustling emergency communications center in Austin, Texas. 31-year-old 911 dispatcher Emily Carter had been handling calls for 8 years by the summer of 2025. Emily was known among her coworkers as calm under pressure, the kind of voice that could talk someone through CPR on a dying child or guide a lost hiker to safety in the hill country. She had heard every kind of horror: domestic violence, shootings, overdoses, suicides. Nothing rattled her anymore. Or so everyone thought. The strange calls began on the night shift of July 17, 2025. Emily was working the midnight to 8 a.m. graveyard shift with 2 other dispatchers in the dimly lit room filled with glowing screens and constant radio chatter. At 2:47 a.m., a call came through on the non-emergency line, unusual for that hour, but not unheard of. The voice on the line was a little girl, maybe 8 or 9 years old, whispering, "There's someone in my house. They're in the closet. Please send help." Emily's training kicked in immediately. She pulled up the callback number and address an older home in South Austin. "Okay, sweetheart, what's your name? Are you safe right now?" The girl whispered, "My name is Lily. I'm hiding under my bed." "He's making noises." Emily dispatched officers silently while keeping the girl talking. "Stay quiet, Lily. Help is coming. Can you tell me what the person looks like?" Silence. Then the girl said, "He's tall. He has no face. Just black." Emily's skin prickled, but she stayed professional. "Okay, officers are almost there. Stay with me." Then the line went dead. Patrol units arrived at the address within 6 minutes. The house was empty, foreclosed for 2 years. Windows boarded, dust thick on everything. No little girl, no intruder, no signs of life. The phone line was dead service, disconnected when the previous owners moved. The call was logged as a possible prank or misdial, but Emily couldn't shake it. The girl's voice had sounded so real, so terrified. 3 nights later, another call, this time on the emergency line at 3:11 a.m. Same whisper, "He's back." "He found me." Emily recognized the voice immediately. "Lily? Is this Lily?" A pause. "How do you know my name?" "You called me before, honey. Where are you now?" "I'm in the basement. He's upstairs walking." "He knows I called you." Emily dispatched to the same address. Officers arrived faster, this time same result. Empty house. No basement access from outside. Phone line still dead. Supervisors reviewed the recordings. The caller ID spoofed the foreclosed house number both times. Voice analysis showed the same child speaker. No explanation. The calls continued every few nights, always between 2:30 and 3:30 a.m. Always the same terrified whisper from Lily. Sometimes she described the faceless man in more detail. "He wears my daddy's clothes, but his face is gone. He says he's looking for me because I told." Sometimes she begged Emily personally, "Please come get me yourself. The police can't see him." Emily started having nightmares, waking up hearing whispers in her own apartment. She requested day shifts, but staffing shortages kept her on nights. On August 8th, the call came differently. "Emily," the girl said clearly, no whisper this time. "He knows your name now. He knows where you live." Emily's blood ran cold. No caller had ever used her name. Lily, how do you know my name? He told me. He showed me your house. You live on Elm Street. You have a dog named Max. Emily did live on Elm Street. She had a golden retriever named Max. She had never told anyone at work her dog's name in a way that could be recorded. She hung up, hands shaking, and called her neighbor to check on her house. Everything fine, Max sleeping? Doors locked. But when she got home at 8:30 a.m., a child's handprint, small, perfect, in red paint, was on her front door. Too high for a real child to reach without help. Forensics found no DNA, no paint source. Neighbors' cameras showed no one approaching her door all night. The calls escalated. Lily began describing Emily's daily life. You ate Thai food tonight. You cried in your car before shift. She warned of danger. Don't take the highway home tomorrow. He'll be waiting. Emily followed the warning, took surface streets. On the highway that night, a major pileup killed 3 people at the exact exit she would have taken. Co-workers started refusing to take calls on Emily's console. The center brought in a counselor. Emily went on leave, but the calls followed her. Her personal cell rang from blocked numbers, Lily's voice. You left me alone with him. Once, during a therapy session, the office phone rang. The receptionist patched it through thinking it was emergency services. Lily, tell Emily he's in the parking lot. Emily ran outside, no one there. But on her car windshield, written in red paint, found you. Austin PD opened an investigation, harassment, stalking, possible internal leak. They monitored the dispatch lines, traced calls. Every time the origin traced to the same foreclosed house. Officers sat in the empty property overnight. Nothing happened. No equipment, no squatters. In September 2025, Emily learned the house's history. In 1998, a 9-year-old girl named Lily Harper lived there with her father. One night, he snapped, murdered her in the upstairs bedroom, disfigured her face beyond recognition with acid, then killed himself. The case made headlines: faceless child murder-suicide. The mother had died years earlier, no other family. The house stood empty ever since, too infamous to sell. Old case files showed 911 calls from Lily that night, begging for help, whispering from under her bed. Dispatchers heard her screams cut off. Officers arrived too late. Since then, sporadic calls to 911 from that address. Always a little girl's voice, always between 2:30 and 3:30 a.m., always describing a faceless man. Every dispatcher who took those calls over the decades reported personal harassment afterward, whispers, handprints, warnings. Most quit or transferred. Emily moved to Houston in October 2025, changed her number, told no one her new address. The call stopped. But on December 28, 2025, last night, a call came into Austin 911 at 3:03 a.m. A new dispatcher answered. A little girl's whisper, Emily isn't here anymore, but you are. He's looking for a new friend. The dispatcher hung up, terrified. Supervisors checked the trace. Same foreclosed house. This true 911 operator horror story from Texas remains active in dispatch circles, a warning told to every new trainee. If a little girl named Lily calls from the old Harper house, transfer it immediately. Don't engage. Don't give your name. Because some emergency calls aren't from the living. And some children never stop trying to reach help, even 27 years later. If you ever work dispatch, remember, not every call is from this side, and some lines stay open forever. Stay safe on those night shifts. The dead still dial 911. True terrifying babysitter alone at home horror story from the United States. Real night alone in a suburban Ohio house that ended in pure terror. In the quiet tree-lined suburb of Westerville, Ohio, just north of Columbus. 19-year-old college freshman Madison Brooks took what she thought would be an easy babysitting job in November 2025. Madison was home on Thanksgiving break from Ohio State, needing extra cash for books and rent. The family, the Harrisons, lived in a large, beautiful 2-story colonial on a cul-de-sac backing onto a small wooded ravine. Mr. and Mrs. Harrison were attending a charity gala downtown and wouldn't be back until after midnight. Their 2 children, 8-year-old Ethan and 5-year-old Ava, were sweet, well-behaved, and usually asleep by 8:30 p.m. Madison had babysat for them twice before. Everything always went smoothly. The house had a security system, outdoor cameras, and the parents left detailed instructions. Bedtime routine, emergency numbers, and a reminder to double-check all doors before settling in. They even joked, "Nothing ever happens here. It's the safest street in Westerville." The evening started perfectly. Madison arrived at 6:30 p.m. The kids ate dinner, watched a Disney movie, brushed teeth, and were tucked in by 8:45 p.m. Both fell asleep quickly. The parents texted at 9:15 p.m. Kids down already? You're a miracle worker. Have fun with Netflix. We'll be home around 12:30. Madison locked the front door, armed the alarm in stay mode, which secures doors and windows but allows movement inside, and settled on the living room couch with her laptop and snacks. The house was silent, except for the hum of the refrigerator and occasional creaks from the old hardwood floors settling. At 10:12 p.m., the first odd thing happened. The backyard motion light flicked on. Madison glanced at the security app on her phone. Live feed showed the back patio and yard clearly. A raccoon waddled across the lawn, triggered the light, and disappeared into the ravine. Normal. She texted Mrs. Harrison just in case. Raccoon in the yard, all good. Reply. Happens all the time, no worries. By 10:45 p.m., Madison was deep into a show when she heard a soft thump upstairs like a book falling off a shelf. She paused the TV, listened. Silence. She went upstairs, checked both kids' rooms. Ethan and Ava sleeping soundly. Nothing out of place. She chalked it up to the house settling and went back down. At 11:19 p.m., the thumps returned, 3 distinct sounds spaced evenly, coming from the playroom at the end of the upstairs hall. Madison grabbed the flashlight app on her phone and went up again. The playroom door was ajar. She was certain she'd closed it earlier. Inside, toys were scattered across the floor, though she'd helped the kids tidy before bed. In the center of the room, a single stuffed bear sat upright, facing the door. She felt a chill but told herself Ethan must have woken up, played briefly, and gone back to bed. She tidied quickly, closed the door firmly, and returned downstairs. At 11:47 p.m., Ava's voice came over the baby monitor on the kitchen counter, soft crying. Madison rushed upstairs. Ava was sitting up in bed, eyes wide. I had a bad dream, the little girl whispered. The man in the playroom told me to be quiet. Madison's heart skipped. What man, sweetie? The tall man. He said he's waiting for you to go to sleep. Madison comforted Ava, got her water, tucked her back in. She checked Ethan, still fast asleep. Checked the playroom again, door still closed. Toys unmoved, no one inside. She even opened the closet and looked under the craft table. Empty. She texted the parents. Ava had a nightmare. All good now. No reply, they were probably still at the gala. Back downstairs, Madison turned on more lights. She tried to focus on her show but kept glancing at the stairs. At 12:08 a.m., the doorbell rang. Madison froze. The parents weren't due back yet. She checked the security app. Front porch camera showed no one there. Just the empty walkway and street beyond. The bell rang again, 3 slow presses. She called out, "Who is it?" No answer. She dialed Mr. Harrison, no pickup. Texted, "Someone at the door?" Doorbell ringing, but no one on camera. While waiting, she switched to the side and back cameras, all clear. Then the doorbell rang a 3rd time. She called Westerville PD non-emergency line, explained the situation. Dispatcher said an officer would drive by soon. Madison stayed on the line. At 12:23 a.m., the power went out. The entire house plunged into darkness. Alarm panel beeped once, backup battery active. Madison's phone flashlight came on automatically. She heard footsteps overhead, slow, heavy, walking the upstairs hallway from the playroom toward the kids' rooms. She whispered to the dispatcher, "Someone's in the house." "I hear walking upstairs." The dispatcher stayed calm. "Stay where you are. Keep doors closed, officer is 2 minutes out." Madison grabbed a kitchen knife, backed into the pantry, and closed the door quietly. She could hear the footsteps stop outside the kids' doors. Then a soft knock on Ava's door. Then Ethan's, a man's voice, low, calm, almost gentle. "Madison, I know you're down there. The children are fine. Come out. I just want to talk." He knew her name. Madison's blood ran cold. She muted her phone but stayed on the line so the dispatcher could hear. The footsteps began descending the stairs, slow, deliberate, each creak loud in the silent house. The man spoke again, closer now. "You're very good with them. They trust you. That's why I chose this house." He reached the bottom of the stairs. Madison watched through the pantry door crack as a tall silhouette moved into the kitchen, over 6 feet, wearing dark clothing and a hood. He stood motionless for a moment, head tilted as if listening. Then he walked straight to the pantry door. He didn't open it, just stood there. She could hear his breathing steady, patient. He whispered through the door. "I've been watching you babysit for weeks. You're always so careful. But tonight, you forgot to check the basement window." Madison's mind raced. She hadn't checked the basement. The parents never mentioned it. Sirens approached outside finally. Red and blue lights flashed through the windows as 2 patrol cars pulled up. The man didn't move at first. Then he sighed, almost disappointed. "Next time," he whispered. Footsteps retreated quickly. Back door opened and closed silently. Officers entered with guns drawn, found Madison in the pantry, shaking but unharmed. They searched the entire house, kids still asleep, untouched. Basement window pried open from outside, screen cut neatly. No footprints in the damp grass, recent rain should have shown them. No fingerprints anywhere. Back door had been unlocked from inside. Madison swore she checked it twice. The man was gone. Police reviewed the security footage. Every camera went black for exactly 11 minutes during the power outage. Backup battery should have kept them running. When video returned, the man was already inside the kitchen, face obscured by the hood, never looking up. He had known the blind spots perfectly. The Harrisons returned home horrified. They had never seen the man before. No enemies, no threats. The charity gala had hundreds of attendees. Anyone could have followed them or known their plans. Madison never babysat again. She moved back to campus early, got counseling, installed extra security in her dorm. Police investigated, checked registered offenders, neighborhood cameras, gala guest lists. Nothing. No suspects. But in the weeks that followed, other families in Westerville and nearby suburbs reported similar incidents. Babysitters hearing voices, doorbell rings with no one there, whispers knowing their names. All on nights when parents were out late, all with children asleep upstairs. None with the intruder caught. As of December 2025, the case remains open, classified as aggravated burglary and stalking. Police believe he's a calculated predator who studies families, learns routines, targets homes with babysitters because they alone and responsible for children, making them less likely to confront or flee. Madison still wakes at night hearing footsteps on stairs that aren't there. This true babysitter alone at home horror story from America is every parent's and every sitter's worst fear. The night you are not as alone as you think. Always check every window, every door, twice. Trust the silence only when you're sure it's empty. And if you're babysitting and hear your name whispered from upstairs when both kids are asleep, don't answer. Because he already knows you're there, and he's very patient. True disturbing neighbor horror story from Sweden. Real creepy next-door encounters in Stockholm that turned a dream. Apartment into a nightmare in the trendy Södermalm district of Stockholm, Sweden. Known for its hip cafes, vintage shops, and stunning views over the city's waterways, 28-year-old freelance illustrator Nora Lindström moved into her dream apartment in August 2025. It was a bright, newly renovated 2-room flat on the 4th floor of a classic 1920s building on Folkungagarden high ceilings. Original hardwood floors, a small balcony overlooking a quiet inner courtyard. The rent was surprisingly reasonable for the area, and the landlord explained that the previous tenant had left suddenly for personal reasons. Nora loved everything about it from day one. She worked from home, spent evenings sketching on the balcony, and quickly made friends with most neighbors, young professionals like herself. Everyone except the man in 4B, directly across the narrow courtyard. His name was Victor Larsson, mid-40s, tall and thin with pale skin and neatly combed blonde hair. He worked odd hours, sometimes leaving at dawn, sometimes returning after midnight, and rarely spoke beyond a curt "HEJ" in the stairwell. His windows were always covered with thick blackout curtains, even during Sweden's long summer days. Neighbors whispered that he was a night shift nurse or IT contractor, but no one knew for sure. The strange behavior started small in September 2025. Nora noticed that whenever she was on her balcony drawing, drinking coffee, talking on the phone, Victor's curtains would twitch slightly, as if someone was peeking through. She told herself it was coincidence, but soon it became constant. Every time she stepped outside, within minutes, a gap would appear in his curtains, and she could feel eyes on her. Then came the mimicking. One evening, while cooking dinner with music playing, Nora heard the exact same song start across the courtyard, same volume, same playlist order. She turned hers off. His continued. When she switched to a different artist, minutes later, the same track echoed from his apartment. She laughed it off at first, maybe he had good taste. But it escalated. Same coffee brand appearing on his windowsill days after she bought it. Same houseplants. Same colored towels hanging to dry. Even the same scented candle flickering in his window after she lit hers. Nora started closing her curtains earlier, but then the notes began. Small slips of paper slipped under her door, no envelope, no signature. Handwritten in perfect block letters. You looked happy on the balcony today. Your new dress suits you. I heard you laughing on the phone. I like your laugh. She installed a chain lock, reported it to the building manager. He spoke to Victor, who denied everything. I barely know the woman across the yard. Police took a statement but explained. Swedish stalking laws require clear threats or repeated contact. Notes alone weren't enough yet. In October 2025, things turned darker. Nora woke one night to soft tapping on her bedroom window from outside. Fourth floor, no fire escape. She pulled the curtain. Nothing but darkness. But in the morning, faint fingerprints were visible on the glass, too high to reach from the balcony. Her plants on the balcony began dying one by one, despite careful watering. Inspection revealed tiny pinpricks in the soil poison. The courtyard camera, installed by the Residents Association, showed a tall figure in dark clothing climbing the drainpipe at 3 a.m., pouring something into each pot, then disappearing back into 4B's open window. Police finally acted. They questioned Victor again. He claimed to have been asleep alone, no alibi. No poison found in his apartment. Charges dropped for lack of evidence. Nora bought heavier curtains, motion sensor lights for the balcony, even a loud personal alarm. She stopped using the balcony entirely. But Victor adapted. He began leaving his curtains open at night, revealing an identical layout to her apartment. Same furniture arrangement, same wall art in the same places. A silhouette, clearly a mannequin or dummy, positioned at his table, facing her windows, dressed in clothes matching what she'd worn that day. One evening, Nora came home to find her front door unlocked. Nothing stolen. But her sketchbook full of private drawings was open on the kitchen table to a new page. A perfect pencil drawing of her sleeping on the couch, copied from what he could see through windows. She moved out temporarily, staying with a friend in Vasastan. Installed hidden cameras in her flat. Days later, footage showed Victor letting himself in with a copied key sitting in her chair, touching her things, drawing in her sketchbook, then leaving everything exactly as found. Police rated 4B. Victor was calm, cooperative, no illegal items. He claimed the key was from helping a previous tenant. Cameras in his apartment, with warrant, revealed walls covered in thousands of photos of Nora taken through windows, from the street, even inside her flat. Journals detailing her daily routines going back months before she moved in. He admitted to admiring her from afar, but denied threats or poison. Charged with aggravated harassment and trespassing. Released on bail pending trial. Swedish law rarely detains for non-violent stalking. Nora never returned to the apartment. She broke the lease, lost her deposit, moved to Göteborg under a sublet. Changed her name on freelance platforms, deleted social media, dyed her hair. But in December 2025, a package arrived at her parents' house in Uppsala, forwarded from her old address. Inside, her missing balcony plants, carefully repotted and healthy, with a note. Distance doesn't stop appreciation. I'll wait until you're ready to come home. Stockholm police continue the case. Victor remains free, curtains always drawn now. Neighbors say his apartment lights follow the exact same pattern as wherever Nora is staying, on when she's awake, off when she sleeps. Women in Södermalm report similar silent watchers in nearby buildings, curtain twitches, mimicking habits, anonymous notes. No connections proven. This true neighbor horror story from Sweden is a chilling reminder of how thin the walls are between private lives and city apartments. Always close your curtains. Vary your routines. Report early. Because some neighbors don't just live next door, they live through your windows. And they never stop watching. True chilling haunted houses horror story from the United Kingdom. Real ghost haunting in a Victorian home in York that drove a family to madness. In the ancient city of York, England, surrounded by medieval walls and cobbled streets steeped in 2,000 years of history, stands a beautiful but infamous Victorian terraced house on a quiet road in the Bootham area. Number 17 Clifton Grove looks ordinary from the outside. Red brick, bay windows, a small front garden with roses. But since it was built in 1887, it has been known locally as the Watcher House, and in the autumn of 2025, the Thompson family learned exactly why. Mark and Laura Thompson, both in their late 30s, moved into the house with their two children, 10-year-old Oliver and 7-year-old Grace, in September 2025. Mark had taken a new job as a history lecturer at the University of York, and the house was perfect, spacious, recently renovated, close to the city center, and surprisingly affordable. The estate agent mentioned in passing that it had sat empty for a while and needed a family to bring it back to life. They didn't ask why. The first few weeks were idyllic. The children loved their large bedrooms on the second floor. Lavra turned the attic into an art studio with skylights. Mark spent evenings in the study researching local Roman and Viking history. The house felt warm, welcoming, full of light. Then, in early October, the watching began. It started with Grace. She came downstairs one morning before school, pale and quiet. "Daddy, there was a man in my room last night. He just stood in the corner and watched me sleep." Mark and Lavra assumed a nightmare. They checked the room, nothing out of place. Windows locked, no signs of intrusion. They installed a nightlight and a baby monitor for peace of mind. That night, on the monitor, they heard Grace whisper, "He's back." The camera showed only her room, empty except for her bed. But in the corner, where she said he stood, the picture flickered slightly, as if something blocked the infrared for a second. The next night, Oliver woke screaming, "There's a lady at the end of my bed. She's staring at me." Again, nothing on camera. But both children described the same thing independently. Silent figures standing motionless in their rooms, watching them for hours. Lavra began feeling it 2 eyes on her back when alone in the kitchen or attic. She turned suddenly, expecting someone, but the rooms were always empty. Mark laughed it off at first. Old house, active imaginations, stress of moving. Then he felt it himself. One evening in late October, working late in the study on the ground floor, Mark heard footsteps overhead, slow, deliberate pacing in the master bedroom directly above. Lavra and the kids were asleep. He went upstairs, no one there. The pacing stopped the moment he entered the room. That same night, around 3 a.m., the whole family woke to the sound of children laughing, high-pitched, playful laughter coming from the attic. Lavra and Mark ran up the pull-down ladder with torches. The attic was empty, dust undisturbed. But in the center of the floorboards, drawn in chalk that hadn't been there before, was a perfect hopscotch grid with children's handprints around it. They wiped it clean. The next morning, it was back, fresh chalk. The activity escalated quickly. Doors opened and closed on their own. Lights flickered in patterns. Objects moved. Laura's paintbrushes arranged in perfect circles. Oliver's toy soldiers lined up facing the windows as if on guard. Grace found her dolls seated in a circle in the playroom, holding hands. Cold spots appeared in specific places. The corner of Grace's room, the end of Oliver's bed, the attic center. Thermometers dropped 15 degrees instantly. Then the figures became visible to the adults. One night in November 2025, Lavra woke to see a tall man in Victorian clothing, top hat, long coat, standing at the foot of their bed, face obscured in shadow, just watching. When she screamed, he faded like mist. Mark saw a woman in a long gray dress in the hallway mirror, but when he turned, no one was there. Only her reflection remained for seconds longer, staring directly at him. The children began sleepwalking, found standing silently in corners, eyes open, whispering, "They want to play." Desperate, the Thompsons researched the house's history at the York Library Archives. What they found chilled them. In 1892, the original owner, Dr. Elias Hawthorne, a prominent surgeon, lived there with his wife Eleanor and their 3 young children. Hawthorne was obsessed with spiritualism and conducted secret seances in the attic. One night, during a ritual to contact the dead, something went wrong. Neighbors reported hearing screams. Police found the 3 children dead in the attic, arranged in a circle, cause of death unexplained. No marks on their bodies. Hawthorne claimed entities had taken them. Eleanor vanished that same night, never found. Hawthorne was committed to an asylum, where he died raving about watchers who never leave. The house changed hands many times. Every family reported the same. Silent figures watching from corners, children's laughter, hopscotch in the attic. Several children became ill or withdrawn. 2 families fled within months. One couple in the 1970s attempted an exorcism. The priest refused to return, saying something ancient was invited in and never left. The Thompsons called a local paranormal group. Investigators captured EVP's electronic voice phenomena. Children asking, "Will you play with us?" and a deep male voice saying, "They belong here now." Thermal cameras showed child-sized cold spots moving through rooms. Motion sensors triggered in empty spaces. The final straw came on December 6, 2025. The whole family woke at 3:33 a.m. to every door in the house slamming simultaneously. They ran downstairs to find the front door wide open, deadbolt still locked from inside. In the hallway mirror, they saw not their reflections, but the Victorian family, Hawthorne, Eleanor, and 3 pale children standing behind them, watching. Grace screamed, "They're right there!" The mirror figures smiled. The Thompsons fled that night with only overnight bags, checking into a hotel. They never returned. The house was put back on the market in December 2025, price slashed, listed as needs modernization. Local estate agents refused to show it after dark. Neighbors report seeing lights in upstairs windows and children's silhouettes at the curtains, though the house remains empty. The Thompsons moved to London. The children still wake at night, convinced someone is watching from the corner. Laura can't look in mirrors after dark. Mark abandoned his York job. As of December 29, 2025, 17 Clifton Grove stands silent again, waiting for the next family to bring it back to life. This true haunted house horror story from the United Kingdom is one of York's most documented modern hauntings. Old Victorian homes hold more than history. They hold what was invited in and never left. If you ever move into an old house with a dark past, listen to the silence. Because sometimes being watched is only the beginning. And some families never truly leave. True disturbing workplace scary experiences story from Ireland, real office horror in a Dublin tech company that forced employees to quit overnight in the modern glass and steel office parks of Sandyford, Dublin, Ireland. The headquarters of a fast-growing fintech startup called NextPay occupied the entire 5th floor of a sleek building completed in 2023. By early 2025, NextPay employed over 150 people, mostly young professionals in their 20s and 30s, drawn by high salaries, free gym memberships, and a vibrant open-plan culture. Among them was 26-year-old software developer Chiara O'Neill, who joined the company in January 2025 after moving from Galway. Chiara loved the job at first. Bright open space, floor-to-ceiling windows with views over the Dublin mountains, unlimited coffee, and a team that felt like family. The office was always buzzing, even late into the evenings, as crunch time for a major app update approached in spring. The strange incidents began subtly in February 2025, always after 8 p.m., when most day staff had gone home and only the night owls remained. The 5th floor had a peculiar layout. The main open-plan area in the center, meeting rooms around the edges, and a long, narrow corridor at the back leading to the server room and emergency stairs. That corridor was poorly lit. Management kept promising to fix the flickering fluorescence, but never did. One Thursday night, Chiara and 3 colleagues, Ronan, Soros, and Liam, stayed until 10 p.m. debugging code. Around 9:45 p.m., they all heard footsteps in the back corridor, heavy, deliberate steps walking from the server room toward the main office. They assumed it was security doing rounds. But when Ronan went to check, the corridor was empty. Motion sensor lights hadn't even triggered. They laughed it off, ordered pizza, kept working. At 11:20 p.m., the footsteps returned closer this time, stopping just outside the glass door to the open-plan area. All 4 looked up. No one there. But the door handle turned slowly, as if someone was testing if it was locked. It wasn't. They never locked internal doors. The handle released. Silence. They called building security. The guard on duty checked CCTV, the back corridor empty all night. No one had entered or left the 5th floor since 7:30 p.m., except the 4 of them. The incidents multiplied. Computers in the back row of desks would turn on by themselves after hours, screens glowing blue in the dark office. Files would be open that no one had touched. Once, Chiara found her code editor open to a new file titled Watching. TXT, containing only the line, "We see everything you type." Printers in the unmanned print station would spit out single blank pages at random intervals always. Exactly 13 pages apart in timing. The emergency stairs at the end of the corridor, rarely used, began echoing with voices. Muffled conversations in Irish Gaelic, a language none of the current staff spoke fluently. EVP recordings later captured children counting, "Aheon, Adia Tia." Employees started feeling watched. Heads would snap up simultaneously, convinced someone was standing behind them, yet chairs were empty. Reflections in the black window glass at night sometimes showed extra figures sitting at empty desks. In March 2025, the personal targeting began. Chiara received an internal Slack message from her own account while she was in a meeting. "You should go home early tonight." She hadn't sent it. IT investigated message originated from her laptop, timestamped when it was locked and unattended. Ronan found photos on his desktop he hadn't taken. Overhead shots of the office taken from the ceiling vents, showing employees at their desks from impossible angles. Sauer's calendar filled with recurring events titled, "Meeting in Server Room. Do not ignore." At 3 a.m. The breaking point came during a late-night sprint week in April 2025. 10 employees stayed overnight to meet a deadline, sleeping on beanbags and couches. At 3:33 a.m., every monitor in the office turned on simultaneously, displaying the same live feed, the office itself, from multiple ceiling angles, showing all 10 people asleep or working. But in the feed, standing silently among them, were dozens of pale figures in old-fashioned clothing, men in suits, women in long dresses, children in school uniforms watching the living employees. The feed lasted exactly 13 seconds before all screens went black. Panic erupted. People ran for the lifts. The emergency stairs door, usually locked from inside after hours, swung open on its own. As the group fled down the stairs, they heard the footsteps again, heavy, running above them, keeping pace floor by floor. Building management reviewed CCTV the next morning. The 5th floor empty all night except the 10 employees. No extra figures. Screens never turned on. No explanation for the feed. Mass resignations followed. Over 40 employees quit within 2 weeks, citing hostile work environment. The company offered counseling, increased security, even brought in a priest for a blessing. Nothing helped. Former employees researched the site's history. The office building was constructed on land that until 2019 held the remnants of St. Kevin's Industrial School, an infamous institution run by a religious order from 1880 to 1970. Hundreds of children suffered abuse and neglect there. Dozens died from illness and maltreatment, buried in unmarked graves on the grounds. The building was demolished quietly, the site deconsecrated, and sold for commercial development. Old plans showed the current back corridor and server room align exactly with the school's former punishment cells and isolation ward. Whistleblowers from the construction crew later admitted finding children's shoes, buttons, and small bones during foundation work reported to management, who ordered the items reburied and work to continue. NextPay vacated the 5th floor in June 2025. The space remains empty as of December 2025, listed for lease but no takers. Security guards refused night shifts alone. Cleaners report lights turning on, footsteps, and the smell of damp stone in summer. Former employees, including Chiara, formed a private online group to share experiences. Many suffer ongoing anxiety, hear footsteps in their new workplaces, see extra figures and reflections. This true workplace scary experiences story from Ireland is now whispered in Dublin tech circles as the Sandyford curse. Companies avoid that building. Recruiters warn candidates off certain postcodes. Modern offices on old ground carry more than fiber optic cables. Some employees never clock out. If you work late in a new Dublin office block, especially one with a quiet back corridor and flickering lights, remember, the building may be new, but the land remembers. And sometimes the watchers come with the lease. Never stay alone after hours, because they've been waiting a very long time for new children to watch. True terrifying murders and serial killers story from Belgium. The unsolved case of the Brabant killers that still terrifies. Europe decades later, in the quiet suburbs and rural towns of Brabant province, Belgium, between 1982 and 1985. A series of brutal random attacks on supermarkets and stores left 28 people dead, and an entire nation gripped by fear. The perpetrators, known only as the Brabant killers or the Gang of Nijvel, were never caught. Their motives remain unknown. And in 2025, 40 years later, the case is still officially open, with new leads occasionally surfacing but no arrests. Though the killings ended abruptly in 1985, the terror they inspired has never fully faded. Survivors, witnesses, and investigators still speak in hushed tones about the masked men who struck without warning, killed without mercy, and vanished without trace. The attacks followed a chilling pattern. The gang, believed to be 3 core members dubbed the Giant, the Killer, and the Old Man, would arrive at closing time in stolen Volkswagen Golfs or Audi 100s. They wore grotesque masks, clown faces, old man masks, grotesque caricatures, armed with shotguns, pistols, and sometimes a riot gun. They stormed small Delhaize supermarkets, weekend shops, or textile stores in Walloon Brabant and Flemish areas. They rarely stole much money, sometimes only a few thousand Belgian francs, sometimes nothing at all. But they always killed, indiscriminately. Cashiers, managers, customers, even children in parking lots. They executed people at point-blank range, shot others as they fled, and in several cases, returned to kill wounded victims or arriving police. One of the most infamous attacks occurred on November 9, 1985, at the Delhaize supermarket in Aalst. It was a Saturday evening. Families finishing weekend shopping. The gang arrived around 7:30 p.m. The giant described as over 1.9 meters tall, broad-shouldered stood guard outside with a shotgun. The killer and the old man entered the store. Within minutes, 8 people were dead. A mother and father shielding their daughter, a teenage boy buying chocolate, the store manager, 2 cashiers, and 2 customers in the car park. Witnesses described the gunman moving calmly, methodically, as if on a military operation. One shooter reportedly laughed as he fired into fleeing shoppers. Despite dozens of witnesses, police arriving within minutes, and roadblocks set up across the region, the gang escaped into the night. Their stolen car was found burned a few kilometers away. That was their last attack. They simply stopped. In total, across 17 known raids from 1982 to 1985, 28 people were murdered and over 40 injured. The death toll included a jeweler couple tortured in their home, a family ambushed outside a restaurant, and random bystanders gunned down for no apparent reason. The brutality was shocking even for seasoned investigators. In one attack at Overijse in 1983, the gang killed a couple who had just left the restaurant, then drove to a nearby supermarket and killed 7 more, including a 14-year-old girl hiding under a counter. Yet the stolen goods were trivial: coffee, wine, cooking oil, spare change. Never jewelry or large sums when available. This led to theories that robbery was a cover. Belgium launched one of the largest investigations in its history. Over 50 investigators full-time. Thousands of tips. Hundreds of suspects interviewed. Ballistics linked the weapon's unique 12-gauge riot guns converted to fire slugs. Several leads pointed to far-right groups, former gendarmerie officers, or even a protected criminal network. One theory suggested the killings were designed to destabilize Belgium during a period of political tension between Flemish and Walloon communities, a strategy of tension. A former gendarme named Madani Bauhush and his associate Robert Beyer were heavily suspected. Both had criminal connections, access to weapons, and alibis that didn't hold. But evidence was circumstantial. In 1986, a man claiming to be the giant contacted journalists, taunting police. Calls were traced but led nowhere. The strangest development came in 2017 when a dying man, a former gendarme from Aalst, allegedly confessed on his deathbed to being the giant. He described details only the killers would know, including the location of a hidden weapons cache. Investigators searched the forest he named. They found bags containing weapons linked to the attacks. Shotgun parts, ammunition, masks. But the man died before a formal statement. DNA tests were inconclusive. The cache discovery was ruled possibly planted. The case remained open. In 2025, a new investigative team was formed using modern forensics. Old evidence was re-examined. Surviving witnesses, now in their 60s and 70s, were re-interviewed. One woman who survived the Aalst attack by playing dead still wakes hearing the laughter. A man who lost his parents in Overijse refuses to enter supermarkets after dark. Families of victims hold annual memorials. A monument in Aalst lists the 28 names. Every year, they demand answers. Current investigators believe at least one member may still be alive. Tips still come in, someone recognizing a voice, a walk, a phrase from the taunting calls. But decades have passed, memories fade, evidence degrades. The statute of limitations was abolished for these crimes in 2015, meaning the killers can still be prosecuted if found. Yet Belgium's darkest modern mystery endures. The Brabant killers planned meticulously, killed randomly, and vanished completely. No manifesto, no demands, no closure. Some experts now believe the gang was protected, witnesses intimidated, evidence suppressed. Others think they died or fled abroad. But in quiet Brabant towns, people still lock doors earlier on Saturday evenings. Parents warn children about strangers in masks. Older residents avoid certain supermarkets. And every few years, a new tip emerges. A deathbed confession. A weapon found in a lake. A voice on an old tape. The case refuses to die. Because the killers never truly left. They just stopped. And Belgium still waits for the day where the truth are finally unmasked. This true murders and serial killers horror story from Belgium, the Brabant Killers, remains Europe's most baffling and terrifying unsolved case. 28 lives taken for reasons no one understands. A gang that struck like ghosts and disappeared like smoke. If you live in Brabant, you know the stories. You feel them when you shop on a quiet Saturday night. Because some killers don't need to kill again to keep terrifying a nation. Their silence is enough. And it has lasted 40 years. True military and war-related horror story from France. Real unexplained events on an old World War II base in Normandy that soldiers still refuse to talk about. In the rolling green fields of Normandy, France, near the historic D-Day beaches, lies the abandoned Camp de Valmezel, a former Allied military base used by American and British forces during and after World War II. The camp was decommissioned in the 1960s. Its barracks, hangars, and underground bunkers left to decay amid overgrown runways and rusted fences. For decades, it was forgotten, visited only by urban explorers and history enthusiasts. In the summer of 2025, the French army reopened part of the site for a large-scale NATO training exercise involving troops from France, the United States, United Kingdom, and Canada. Over 2,000 soldiers were deployed to the area for 3 weeks of live fire drills, urban combat simulations, and night operations. Among them was 29-year-old Sergeant Adrien Moreau, a seasoned paratrooper with the 8th Marine Infantry Parachute Regiment, stationed in the old barracks block known as Building 17. Adrien had served tours in Mali and the Middle East. He didn't believe in ghosts or superstitions. But what happened at Camp de Valmezel in July 2025 changed that and drove dozens of hardened soldiers to request immediate transfers. The first incidents occurred during the initial setup. Soldiers assigned to Building 17, once a hospital and morgue facility for D-Day casualties, reported hearing constant marching footsteps in the corridors at night, even when everyone was accounted for in their bunks. Radios crackled with voices speaking in Old American and British English. Coordinates, casualty reports, calls for medics. When engineers checked the frequencies, they were dead no transmissions. On the second night, sentries on perimeter watch near the old airfield reported seeing lights moving across the abandoned runways. No vehicles, no aircraft, just floating white orbs bobbing information like signal lamps. Thermal cameras picked up cold spots in perfect marching order, but nothing visible to the naked eye. Command dismissed it as fatigue and reflections from distant villages, but the events escalated. During a night exercise on July 12, 2025, a platoon from the U.S. 82nd Airborne conducting a mock assault on the old German bunkers lost radio contact for 17 minutes. When comms returned, the soldiers sounded shaken. They reported walking into thick fog that wasn't on any weather report. Inside the fog, they heard artillery shells whistling overhead, the exact sound of 1944 bombardments. Some saw silhouettes of soldiers in World War II uniforms running past them, shouting in English and French. One American private swore he saw a medic dragging a wounded man toward a bunker that no longer existed, only foundation stones remained. When the fog lifted, the platoon was 2 kilometers from their intended position, with no memory of how they got there. GPS tracks showed impossible loops and straight lines through solid concrete walls. The most terrifying night came on July 18, 2025, the eve of the exercise's final phase. Adrien and his squad were assigned night guard duty in Building 17. At 2:47 a.m., the power to the entire barracks cutout generators failed simultaneously across the camp. Emergency lights didn't activate. In total darkness, Adrien heard doors opening and closing down the corridor. Footsteps, hundreds of them, marching in perfect unison. Voices began, low, overlapping, speaking in multiple languages. Orders, prayers, cries from mothers. His squad gathered in the common room, weapons ready. Through night vision goggles, they saw figures moving in the hallways, translucent soldiers in 1940s uniforms. Some missing limbs, some carrying stretchers that held nothing. The figures didn't acknowledge the living troops. They simply marched through walls, through locked doors, repeating the same paths over and over. One French soldier, a devout Catholic, began reciting the Lord's Prayer aloud. The figures paused, turned toward him. then rushed forward all at once. The men opened fire instinctively. Bullets passed through the apparitions, ricocheting off concrete. The temperature plummeted. Breath froze. Radios screamed with static that resolved into a single voice, an American accent from 1944. "Cease fire! Cease fire! They're already dead!" Power returned as suddenly as it failed. The figures were gone. But on the walls of the common room, fresh blood tested later as human, type O positive, degraded as if decades old, had appeared in handprints and streaks, spelling words in English and French. "We never left," and "Pourquoi nous?" Medics treated 8 soldiers for shock, frostbite-like symptoms despite summer temperatures, and unexplained burns on their hands. The next day, command canceled the exercise early. Troops were pulled out within 48 hours. Official report: technical failures and environmental factors. Unofficially, over 60 soldiers requested psychological evaluations or reassignments. Several refused to speak about the incident again. One Canadian sergeant resigned his commission entirely. Local historians confirm the site's dark past. Camp de Valmissel processed thousands of casualties in June-August 1944. The hospital overflowed. Bodies were stored in hangars. Mass graves were dug when morgues couldn't cope. Many soldiers died waiting for treatment that never came. Allied commandos executed captured SS officers in the bunkers. French resistance fighters were tortured there by Gestapo before liberation. The land is saturated with death. Since the 2025 exercise, the French Ministry of Defense has classified Camp de Valmissel as restricted training prohibited. Fences were reinforced. Signs warn of unexploded ordnance, a convenient excuse. But soldiers who were there still gather privately online. They share photos, orbs and night vision shots, blood writing that vanished by morning, thermal images of marching cold spots. Some report ongoing effects. Hearing marching in their new barracks, waking to find World War II dog tags on their pillows, names of soldiers who died in 1944. Adrien Moreau was honorably discharged in September 2025 on medical grounds. He now lives quietly in Brittany, far from military life. He keeps one item from that night, a rusted helmet found inside Building 17 after evacuation, bearing the name of an American medic killed on June 7, 1944. He never speaks publicly. But every July, he returns alone to the locked gates of Camp de Valmissel, leaves flowers, and whispers an apology into the wind. Because some battlefields never truly end. The dead keep marching. And they remember who came back to their ground. This true military and war-related horror story from France is one that NATO allies quietly acknowledge but never officially discuss. When armies train on old battlefields, they don't just inherit the land. Sometimes they inherit the soldiers who never left it. If you ever serve in Normandy, and you're assigned to an old base at night, listen carefully to the footsteps. If they're in perfect unison and no living platoon is marching, don't follow the sound. Some units are still waiting for orders that will never come, and they have all the time in the world. True disturbing weird coincidences and foreshadowing story from the Netherlands. Real-life events in Amsterdam that predicted tragedy in impossible ways. In the picturesque Canalside neighborhood of Jordan in Amsterdam, Netherlands, 32-year-old journalist Lot van der Meer began noticing a series of bizarre coincidences in the spring of 2025 that would later be seen as unmistakable foreshadowing of a tragedy no one could have prevented. Lot lived in a charming 18th-century canal house apartment on Bloemgracht, a quiet street lined with houseboats and bicycles. She worked as a freelance investigative reporter for a national newspaper specializing in human interest stories. She was rational, skeptical of anything supernatural, and kept detailed journals of her work and daily life, a habit from her journalism training. The coincidences started innocently on March 15, 2025. While researching a piece on bicycle safety in the city, Lot came across an old 2018 police report about a fatal accident on the exact bridge outside her apartment, Prinsengracht Bridge 43. A 28-year-old woman named Sanne de Vries had been struck by a delivery van while cycling home at night. The details were eerily similar to Lot's own routine. Same time of evening, same direction, same type of bicycle, a black gazelle. Lot shrugged it off. Amsterdam has thousands of cycling accidents. Coincidence. But over the following weeks, the parallels mounted. On April 2nd, Lot found an old postcard in a second-hand bookshop on Nieuwe Hoekstraat. It depicted her exact apartment building, dated 1948, on the back in faded ink. To San, with love from your future home on Blomgracht. The sender's name was illegible. She bought it as a curiosity, hung it on her fridge. On April 18th, while clearing out a drawer, Lot discovered a silver bracelet engraved, San 28 forever. She had no memory of buying it. She lived alone. No visitors had left jewelry. She searched online. San de Vries had indeed been 28 at the time of her death. Family photos showed her wearing an identical bracelet. Lot contacted San's sister, Emma, through social media. Emma confirmed the bracelet had been buried with San. No duplicates existed. Emma agreed to meet. Over coffee in Lot's apartment on May 3rd, Emma grew pale looking at the bracelet and postcard. This was her dream flat, Emma said. She viewed it the week before the accident. The landlord chose someone else. That night, Lot dreamed of cycling over Prinsengracht Bridge in heavy rain. A white delivery van approached too fast. She woke sweating at 3:17 a.m., the exact time of San's accident according to the police report. The dreams continued nightly. Always the same. The bridge, the van, the impact. She began avoiding that route, taking detours on her bike. On May 20th, Lot interviewed a psychic for a lighthearted article on coincidence and fate. The woman, without knowing anything about Lot's life, said, "There's a young woman trying to reach you. She rides a bicycle. She doesn't want you to make her mistake. Be careful on bridges in June." Lot laughed it off in the article, but felt uneasy. June arrived with beautiful weather. Lot's coincidences became daily. Her phone suggested a calendar event she hadn't created. Prinsengracht Bridge to 2047. Be careful. Her smart speaker randomly played a song San had loved, Feats by Spinvis, at the exact times Lot usually left work. A houseboat neighbor she'd never spoken to stopped her on the street. "You look just like the girl who lived here before." Same bike, same route. She didn't make it home one night. On June 14th, Lot received an anonymous envelope under her door, a printout of her own cycling route from Strava, with the bridge highlighted in red and the words "Not this way" handwritten. She reported everything to Amsterdam police. They increased bicycle patrols on the bridge but found no threats, no stalker. Case logged as unusual coincidences. Lot stopped cycling entirely, took trams and walked. The dream stopped. Until June 21st, 2025. That evening, Lot's best friend Mara called in tears her bicycle had been stolen. She begged Lot to lend hers for an urgent errand. Picking up medicine for her sick mother across the city. Lot hesitated but agreed. "Just this once. Be careful on Prinsengracht Bridge, there's construction, bad lighting," Mara promised. She left at 8:30 p.m. At 8:47 p.m., Lot's phone rang Amsterdam police. Mara had been struck by a white delivery van on Prinsengracht Bridge 43. The driver fled. Mara died at the scene. The details were identical to San's accident 7 years earlier. Same time, same direction, same type of van, same blind spot due to construction barriers. Police found Mara still wearing Lot's bicycle helmet. In her pocket, the silver bracelet Lot had left on the kitchen table that morning. Surveillance footage showed the van had no plates. Driver unidentifiable. Case remains open, no suspects, no motive. Lot never returned to the Blomgracht apartment. She moved to Utrecht, gave up journalism, works in a library now. But every June 21st, she receives an anonymous text from a blocked number. "Thank you for listening. She saved you." Police trace it, always dead end. Emma, San's sister, believes her sister's spirit used the coincidences to warn Lot, and in the end, took Mara instead. Lot doesn't know what to believe, but she never cycles over bridges at night. And she keeps the bracelet in a drawer. This true weird coincidences and foreshadowing story from the Netherlands is one that residents of Jordan still talk about in cafes. Some coincidences are random. Others feel like messages from someone who already lived your future and is trying to change it. If you ever feel the universe repeating a warning date, place, object, dream, pay attention. Because sometimes the dead know the roads better than we do. And they're trying to keep you from joining them. Listen carefully. The coincidence might be the only chance you get. True disturbing court and prison horror story from Italy. Real terrifying events inside Regina Coeli prison in Rome that guards still refuse to discuss in the heart of Rome's Trastevere district. Just a short walk from the Tiber River and the vibrant nightlife stands the ancient Regina Coeli Prison, a massive fortress-like complex, built in 1881 that has housed some of Italy's most notorious criminals for over 140 years. Its name means Queen of Heaven, taken from a nearby church, but those who have worked or been held inside know it by another name, the House of Screams. In the spring and summer of 2025, a series of inexplicable and terrifying events unfolded within the prison's oldest wing, Section 3, the high-security block for violent offenders that left seasoned guards requesting transfers, prisoners demanding solitary confinement for protection, and the Italian Ministry of Justice scrambling to contain rumors before they reached the press. The central figure in these events was 42-year-old prison guard Marco Rossi, a 18-year veteran of the Italian penitentiary police with an impeccable record. Marco was known for being tough but fair, respected by colleagues and even some inmates. He worked the night shift in Section 3, a dimly lit narrow corridor of 40 cells built in the original 1880s structure-thick stone walls. Iron bars, heavy steel doors with only a small viewing slit. The trouble began in April 2025. Marco was alone on his usual midnight to 8 a.m. patrol when, at 3:13 a.m., every cell door in the block slammed shut simultaneously, loud, metallic bangs echoing like gunshots. Impossible, because the doors are individually controlled electronically from the central guard station, and the system logged no commands. Marco rushed to the control panel. All doors showed secure, cameras displayed empty corridors. Yet prisoners were screaming from their cells, claiming their doors had slammed on their own, some saying they felt cold hands push them back inside just before the bang. He calmed the wing, logged the malfunction, and requested maintenance. Technicians found nothing wrong. 3 nights later, it happened again, this time with the lights. Every fluorescent bulb in Section 3 flickered in sequence, as if someone was walking the corridor turning them off and on. Marco followed the pattern with his torch. The flickering stopped at cell 33 empty since a prisoner's suicide in 2019. From inside the empty cell came scratching slow, deliberate like fingernails on stone. Marco opened the slit, nothing visible. But the temperature inside was freezing, his breath fogged. The scratching continued, forming words visible the next morning. Giustizia non è qui. Justice is not here. Carved freshly into the wall, though the cell had been inspected that afternoon. More guards reported the same. Radios hissed with whispers and old Roman dialect words about betrayal, blood, innocence. Motion sensors triggered in empty corridors. Footsteps echoed above the cells in the sealed attic space that hasn't been accessed since the 1950s. In May 2025, the events turned violent. A prisoner in cell 27, a mafia enforcer serving life, woke with deep scratches across his chest, spelling colpevole, guilty. He swore no one entered his cell. Cameras confirmed it. The scratches were too uniform to be self-inflicted. Another inmate, a former judge convicted of corruption, was found hanged in his cell with a sheet, except the sheet was tied to a ceiling hook that had been removed during renovations in 2008. No hook existed, yet there it was in photos, rusted and old, before vanishing when investigators returned. Guards began refusing solo patrols in Section 3. 2 experienced officers requested immediate transfers after seeing the same apparition. A man in 1940s clothing-torn suit, bloodied face, standing at the end of the corridor, pointing at them before fading into the wall. Prison records revealed the wing's dark history. During World War II, Regina Coeli was used by the Nazi Gestapo and Italian fascists to hold and torture resistance fighters, political prisoners, and Jews before deportation. Hundreds were executed in the courtyard or died from beatings in the cells. After liberation in 1944, the prison briefly held fascist collaborators awaiting trial, many lynched by mobs or executed hastily. Cell 33 was the isolation cell for special prisoners. One documented case, a young partisan named Luca Moretti, falsely accused of collaboration, tortured for weeks in 1944, then shot in the courtyard despite evidence of his innocence. His last words scratched into the wall, "Giustizia non è qui." The scratches matched exactly the ones appearing in 2025. In June 2025, the worst night. Marco and 2 other guards were on duty when, at 3:33 a.m., every prisoner in Section 3 began screaming at once. Cells shook. Doors rattled. Lights exploded in showers of sparks. Marco ran to the control room. Monitors showed all cells normal prisoners asleep. But audio captured hundreds of voices, men, women, children screaming in Italian, German, Yiddish. Pleas for mercy, names of the dead. The temperature plummeted. Frost formed on the inside of windows in summer. Then the doors began opening slowly, one by one, against electronic locks. Marco and his colleagues barricaded themselves in the guard station. Through the reinforced glass, they saw figures walking the corridor. Dozens of translucent prisoners in period clothing, some in chains, some bloodied, all walking toward the courtyard door that leads only to a walled exercise yard. The figures stopped at the end of the corridor, turned and looked directly at the guards. One, a young man matching descriptions of Luca Moretti, pressed his hand to the glass, leaving a bloody print that remained for days. Power returned. Doors slammed shut again. Silence. Medical teams treated 14 prisoners for hypothermia and unexplained bruising. 3 guards, including Marco, were placed on indefinite leave with post-traumatic stress diagnoses. The Ministry of Justice closed Section 3 indefinitely in July 2025, transferring all inmates. Official reason: structural instability. Unofficially, no contractor will enter the wing. Exorcisms were performed twice, once Catholic, once by a rabbi. Both clergy refused to return. As of December 2025, Regina Shelley operates with Section 3 sealed. Guards on nearby wings report occasional echoes of marching feet, distant screams, cold drafts in summer. Marco Rossi never returned to duty. He lives quietly in Naples now, far from Rome. He keeps one item: a photograph taken by a colleague that night showing the bloody handprint on the glass, with the faint outline of a face behind it. This true court and prison horror story from Italy is one that penitentiary staff across the country know, but never speak publicly. Old prisons don't just hold the guilty, they hold everyone who ever passed through their gates. And some sentences never end. If you ever work in an ancient prison, especially one that knew war and occupation, respect the silence after lights out, because the dead are still walking their sentences. And they know when new guards arrive. Some wings should stay closed forever. For everyone's sake. True disturbing demons and possessions story from Spain. Real demonic possession case in a small village near Seville that terrified an entire community in 2025 in the sun-baked village of El Viso del Alcor, just 25 kilometers east of Seville in southern Spain. A quiet, devout Catholic community of 19,000 people was shaken to its core between March and August 2025 by what many now accept was a genuine case of demonic possession, the first officially recognized by the Archdiocese of Seville in over a century. The person at the center was 19-year-old Lucio Ramirez, a soft-spoken university student home for the summer, studying nursing in Cordoba. Lucia came from a traditional Andalusian family church every Sunday, rosary in the evenings, no history of mental illness. Friends and family described her as joyful, kind, and deeply faithful. The possession began suddenly on the night of March 23, 2025, Palm Sunday. Lucia had returned from a youth group retreat in the nearby Sierra Norte. Around 2 a.m., her mother Carmen was woken by screams from Lucio's room. She found her daughter on the floor, convulsing violently, eyes rolled back, speaking in a deep, guttural voice that was not her own, growling in Latin and archaic Spanish. "Hac domus me est! This house is mine!" When Carmen tried to help, Lucia, or whatever was inside her, struck her with unnatural strength, sending her crashing into the wall. Lucia's younger brother Diego ran in and was scratched across the face, 4 deep parallel gashes that bled profusely. Their father Antonio called the local priest, Father Miguel Ortega, who arrived within minutes with holy water and a crucifix. The moment he entered the room, Lucia hissed, levitated several centimeters off the bed, witnessed by 4 family members and Father Miguel, and spoke directly to him in perfect Latin. "Tu non potes me expeller, sacerdos debilis." "You cannot cast me out, weak priest." Father Miguel performed an emergency blessing. The reaction was immediate and violent. Lucia vomited a black, foul-smelling substance, screamed in multiple overlapping voices, and contorted her body into impossible positions, back-arched until her head touched her heels. The family called an ambulance. At the hospital in Seville, doctors found no medical explanation, no drugs, no epilepsy, no tumors. Vital signs normal. Psychiatric evaluation ruled out hysteria or schizophrenia. Lucia showed knowledge she could not possibly have, speaking fluent Latin, Greek, and Aramaic, revealing private sins of the attending doctor, describing events in the hospital from years earlier that only long-term staff knew. She was released after 48 hours with a diagnosis of unknown origin. Back home, the attacks worsened. Lucia would go days without sleep or food, yet show no physical deterioration. Objects in her room moved on their own. Crucifixes turned upside down. Bibles flew off shelves. Cold spots appeared. The smell of sulfur filled the house. Family pets refused to enter her room. The dog howled incessantly. She began displaying multiple distinct personalities, sometimes a raging male voice threatening violence, sometimes a child begging for help, sometimes a seductive female voice speaking obscenities. The most chilling, the entity knew intimate secrets of everyone who entered the house. Hidden affairs, unspoken guilt, private thoughts. It mocked priests, laughed at prayers, and recoiled violently from relics and sacramentals. By May 2025, the Archbishop of Seville, José Ángel Saiz Meneses, authorized a formal investigation. A team was assembled: Father Miguel, an exorcist from Madrid named Father Luis Andrés, a psychiatrist, a medical doctor, and a canon lawyer. Over 3 months, they documented levitation witnessed by 12 people, including police called for disturbances. Speaking in languages Lucia had never studied, confirmed by linguists. Supernatural strength, she once bent iron bed rails. With bare hands, knowledge of hidden things, describing a letter sealed in the bishop's office in Seville. Aversion to sacred objects, blisters appearing on skin touched by blessed metals. Unexplained phenomena. Temperature drops to near freezing. Apparitions of dark figures seen by multiple witnesses. The entity named itself Zebulon, claiming to be a high-ranking demon who had entered through a cursed object. Lucia had bought at a flea market during the retreat an old silver locket containing a lock of hair and a Latin inscription later identified as a 19th century occult binding spell. The major exorcism began on June 15, 2025, in the family home, with permission from the Archbishop. It lasted 47 days, daily sessions of prayer, commands in Christ's name, holy water, and the rite of exorcism. The demon fought viciously, furniture overturned, windows shattered outward. Lucio's body bruised from invisible blows. Voices of damned souls screamed from her mouth. At one point, the temperature rose to over 40 degrees Celsius in the room, while outside it was cool. On the final day, August 1, 2025, the feast of Saint Alphonsus Liguori, patron against demonic oppression, the entity gave a final roar that shook the house. Lucia collapsed. When she awoke hours later, she remembered nothing of the previous 5 months. Medical exams confirmed full recovery. No lingering psychological issues. The locket was destroyed in a blessed fire. The Archdiocese of Seville has kept the full records sealed, but confirmed privately to Vatican exorcists that this was a genuine case of perfect possession, one of the rarest and most severe forms. The Ramirez family moved to another village. Their old house remains empty. Locals refuse to buy it. At night, neighbors still report hearing screams and seeing shadows in the windows. Father Luis Andrés, the exorcist, suffered a heart attack weeks later and retired. He told close friends, that was not just a demon. It was legion. And one may have stayed behind. Lucia now lives quietly, studying online, avoiding media. She wears a blessed scapular at all times. But every year on March 23rd, she receives an anonymous black envelope, no return address, containing a single lock of dark hair. This true demons and possession story from Spain in 2025 is one that the church handles with extreme caution, but priests in Andalusia speak of it in training sessions as a modern reminder. Evil is real, patient, and always looking for an open door. Never bring unknown objects into your home. Never underestimate the power of faith. And if someone you love begins speaking in a voice that is not theirs, call a priest immediately, because some battles are not of this world, and some doors, once opened, take armies of heaven to close. True disturbing ghosts and hauntings, story from Portugal. Real apparition encounters in an ancient manor near Lisbon that forced a family to flee forever in the misty hills of Sintra, just outside Lisbon, Portugal, a place already famous for its fairy tale palaces, dense forests, and centuries of legends, stands the abandoned Quinta Belura, a grand 18th century manor house hidden at the end of a winding, overgrown road. Once the summer residence of a wealthy noble family, the estate fell into ruin after the 1974 Carnation Revolution, when many aristocratic properties were seized or abandoned. For decades, It has been a magnet for ghost hunters, urban explorers, and local teenagers daring each other to spend a night inside. In early 2025, a young family from Lisbon, Tiago and Ins Silva, both 34, and their 2 children, 9-year-old Matilda and 6-year-old Tomas, bought the dilapidated manor at auction for an unbelievably low price. They'd planned to restore it as their forever home, drawn by the romance of its faded grandeur, marble floors, frescoed ceilings, vast gardens, and a private chapel. They moved in on February 1, 2025, excited to begin renovations. The first signs were gentle. On their second night, Ins woke to the sound of a woman singing a soft fado lullaby downstairs in the music room. She went to investigate nothing. The voice stopped the moment she reached the bottom of the grand staircase. She found the antique piano lid open, though no one had touched it. Sheet music lay on the stand, a 19th century piece titled Saudade de Minha Filha, Longing for My Daughter. Tiago laughed it off as wind or old pipes. But Matilda began talking about the lady in white who visited her room at night, sitting on the edge of the bed, stroking her hair, and whispering that she was finally home. Tomas, too young to invent stories, pointed at empty corners and said, "The sad children are playing hide and seek." The family installed security cameras and baby monitors for peace of mind. What they captured changed everything. On the third week, cameras in the upstairs hallway recorded small handprints appearing on the dusty walls fresh, as if pressed by invisible children. Footsteps echoed in empty rooms. Doors opened and closed gently. Then the woman appeared on camera. A full-bodied apparition in a flowing white gown, long dark hair, pale face standing motionless in the master bedroom at 3:07 a.m., staring at Tiago and Ins as they slept. When Ins woke and screamed, the figure faded slowly, leaving only a cold spot that frosted the mirror. Local historians, consulted by the couple, revealed the manor's tragic past. In 1898, the owner, Dona Catarina de Almeida, lost her 3 young children to diphtheria within days of each other. Devastated, she locked herself in the music room with their bodies, refusing burial, singing to them for weeks until servants broke in. She was found dead beside them cause listed as grief. The children were buried in the private chapel. Catarina was interred in the garden beneath a rose arbor, against church rules. Ever since, staff and subsequent owners reported seeing Catarina wandering the halls searching for her children, and small apparitions playing in the nursery before vanishing. The family tried to leave, but renovations had drained their savings. They stayed hoping activity would fade. It didn't. By April 2025, the hauntings turned malevolent. Matilda began sleepwalking, found standing in the chapel at night, arms outstretched, whispering in an adult woman's voice, "Where are my babies?" Tomas woke with bruises shaped like adult fingerprints on his arms. Objects flew. Books hurled from shelves, mirrors cracked, the piano playing discordant notes on its own. The children drew the same picture repeatedly. A woman in white holding 3 small shadowy figures, all crying. Inzis, pregnant with their 3rd child, began bleeding after feeling an icy hand push her down the stairs. Doctors confirmed stress-related complications. Tiago, once skeptical, saw the children himself. 3 pale figures in Victorian nightgowns standing at the foot of their bed, heads tilted, mouthing, "Mother is coming." On the night of May 13, 2025, the anniversary of the children's deaths, the entire house shook. Every door slammed simultaneously. Windows rattled. The temperature plunged. From the music room came the sound of a woman sobbing uncontrollably, mixed with children's cries. Cameras captured Catarina's apparition in full clarity walking the hallway, arms outstretched, followed by 3 small translucent children. She stopped at Matilda's door, reached for the handle. Tiago burst in with a crucifix from the chapel. The figures turned toward him, faces contorted in grief and rage. Catarina screamed a sound that shattered glass throughout the house. The family fled that night in their pajamas, driving to Inz's parents in Lisbon. They never returned. The manor was put back on the market in June 2025, listed as urgent sale as is. No buyers. Locals avoid the road after dark. Urban explorers who enter report hearing the lullaby, seeing handprints appear, feeling watched by grieving eyes. In December 2025, a paranormal team from Lisbon University investigated with permission. They recorded EVPs, a woman repeatedly asking, "Onde estão os meus filhos?" "Where are my children?" and small voices answering, "Aqui, mama," "Here, mama." Thermal cameras captured child-sized cold spots running through rooms. One investigator was scratched on the neck, 3 parallel lines. The team left after 3 hours, refusing to return. The Quinta de Belura stands empty again, roses overgrown, windows dark. But on quiet nights in Sintra, passers-by on the nearby road report seeing lights in the upper windows, a woman in white at the piano, 3 small figures dancing around her. They say she's still waiting, still singing, still searching for the children she cannot accept are gone. This true ghosts and haunting story from Portugal is one that Sintra locals know well but rarely speak above a whisper. Old manor houses don't just hold history. They hold mothers who never stopped looking, and children who never stopped playing. If you ever buy a beautiful old home at too good a price, ask why it was empty so long, and listen carefully at night. Because some families never truly leave. They just wait for a new one to join them, forever. True disturbing kidnappings and abduction story from Austria. The unsolved vanishing of 3 friends in the Viennese woods that still haunts the country. In the lush, rolling hills of the Wienerwald, the Vienna woods just west of Austria's elegant capital, 3 close friends vanished without a trace on a sunny Saturday afternoon in June 2025. What began as a simple day hike in one of Europe's most popular recreation areas turned into one of Austria's most baffling and chilling unsolved abduction cases. Lena Wagner, 27, a primary school teacher from Vienna's 7th district. Her boyfriend Markus Huber, 29, a software developer. And their best friend Sophie Keller, 26, a graphic designer, had planned the outing for weeks. They chose a well-marked 12-kilometer loop trail starting from the small town of Perkersdorf, winding through dense beech forest, past meadows and small streams, and returning via the popular Wienerblick viewpoint with panoramic views of the city. All 3 were experienced hikers. They left their cars at the Perkersdorf parking area at 10:15 a.m. on June 14, 2025, posted a group selfie on Instagram with the caption "Perfect day for the woods," back by 5, and set off. Their phones had full batteries and the area had good mobile coverage. They were seen by multiple witnesses throughout the morning. A family picnicking near the trailhead around 11 a.m., an elderly couple walking their dog at the first viewpoint at 12:30 p.m., and a group of mountain bikers who chatted briefly with them near the Rudolf Scholl cross at 2:15 p.m. After that, nothing. None of the 3 ever emerged from the forest. Their cars remained in the parking lot untouched. No one saw them on the return trail. When they didn't answer calls by 7 p.m., families alerted police. Search and rescue launched that evening, one of the largest operations in Vienna Woods history. Over 400 volunteers, police dogs, drones with thermal imaging, helicopters, and mountain rescue teams combed the entire trail network and surrounding areas for days. The weather had been perfect, no storms, no extreme heat. The paths are wide, well-signed, and heavily trafficked, even on weekdays. Nothing was found. No backpacks, no phones, no clothing, no signs of struggle. No blood, no footprints leading off trail. Their mobile phones pinged towers along the route until approximately 2:45 p.m., then abruptly stopped. Not dead battery signals vanished as if the devices were destroyed or shielded. The last known photo, recovered from Sophie's iCloud, was taken at 2:38 p.m., a selfie of the 3 smiling at Wienerblick, Vienna sparkling in the distance behind them. In the background, barely noticeable at first, stands a tall figure in dark clothing, partially obscured by trees, facing away from the camera. Enhanced images revealed the figure was over 1.9 meters tall, wearing a long black coat and hood, standing unnaturally still. No other hikers reported seeing anyone matching that description. Witnesses who had spoken to the group earlier described them as happy, relaxed, no signs of distress. The mountain bikers remembered Marcus joking about getting ice cream in Perkersdorf on the way back. Police explored every possibility. Accident. Ruled out no cliffs or dangerous drops on that trail. Exhaustive grid searches found nothing. Foul play. No motives. All 3 had stable jobs, loving families, no debts, no enemies. No unusual financial activity. Social media showed only normal, happy posts. Voluntary disappearance. Impossible. Lena was due to start a new teaching job in September. Marcus had just been promoted. Sophie was maid of honor at her sister's wedding in August. They left wallets, keys, passports at home. The investigation turned to the mysterious figure in the photo. CCTV from Perkersdorf showed no vehicle or person matching the description entering or leaving the area that day. Trail cameras deeper in the woods intended for wildlife captured nothing unusual, but something even stranger emerged. 2 weeks after the disappearance, an anonymous envelope was delivered to Vienna police headquarters. Inside, a USB drive containing 3 short video clips, time-stamped, June 14th between 2:50 and 3:05 p.m. The footage was filmed from a high vantage point overlooking a small clearing, off the main trail about 800 meters from Wienerblick. It showed Lena, Marcus, and Sophie walking single file on a narrow side path, laughing and talking. A tall figure in a black hooded coat appeared behind them, moving silently. The group stopped, turned, seemed to greet the person's smiles. No fear visible. Words were inaudible. The figure gestured deeper into the woods. The 3 followed willingly, still smiling, as if invited on a shortcut or to see something interesting. They walked out of frame. The video ended. No struggle, no coercion visible, just compliance. Forensic analysis confirmed the footage was authentic, no edits, correct metadata. The location was identified, a rarely used deer path leading to an old abandoned hunting lodge built in the 1930s, now collapsed and overgrown. Search teams swept the lodge and surrounding 5 kilometers again. Nothing, no footprints, no disturbance. It was as if the 4 people had simply ceased to exist the moment they left the camera as view. The tall figure has never been identified. No matches in databases. No similar reports before or since. As of December 29, 2025, the case remains Austria's highest-profile active missing persons investigation. Billboards on Vienna's Ring Road still show their faces. Families hold monthly vigils at the trailhead. The Instagram selfie is now the most shared missing persons image in Austrian history. Hikers in the Wienerwald report occasional sightings. 3 young people walking together on side paths, always just out of reach, always turning to smile when noticed, always vanishing when approached. Some claim to see a 4th tall figure leading them deeper into the forest. Police have installed more cameras. The side path is now closed and signposted "Danger Unstable Ground," but locals avoid that section entirely. The Vienna woods are beautiful, ancient, and vast, full of hidden clearings, forgotten lodges, and paths that haven't been walked in decades. Most who enter come back. Some follow someone they shouldn't and are never seen again. This true kidnappings and abductions horror story from Austria is a stark reminder, even on popular, sunny trails, in broad daylight, surrounded by other people. Never follow a stranger off the marked path, no matter how friendly they seem, because some invitations aren't meant to be accepted, and some woods keep what they take, forever. True, disturbing, real, paranormal encounter story from Denmark. Authentic supernatural events in an old Copenhagen apartment that defy explanation even today in the heart of Copenhagen's historic Nyborg district. Rows of iconic yellow, 17th century naval houses with red-tiled roofs and narrow cobblestone streets stands a small, unassuming attic apartment at St. Paul's Gate 12. For centuries, these buildings housed sailors and their families. Today, they are highly sought-after homes for young professionals and artists. In January 2025, 25-year-old freelance photographer Freya Larsen moved into the top-floor attic flat, a cozy, slanted ceiling space with exposed wooden beams, a tiny dormer window overlooking the street, and a surprisingly low rent for central Copenhagen. The landlord, an elderly woman named Mrs. Holm, mentioned only that the previous tenant, a student, had left suddenly after 6 months. Freya, originally from Aarhus, was excited. She loved the character of the old building, the creaking stairs, the faint smell of tar from the original naval construction, the way the roof timbers groaned in the wind like a ship at sea. The first night, January 14th, 2025, she slept soundly. On the second night, she woke at exactly 3:03 a.m. to the sound of heavy boots walking across her attic floor, slow, deliberate steps from the dormer window to the kitchenette and back. She sat up, heart pounding, turned on the light. Nothing. The apartment was empty. Doors locked. No one on the roof checked from the window. She told herself it was the building settling, or neighbors. Went back to sleep. The footsteps returned every night at 3:03 a.m. Always the same pattern. Window to kitchen, pause, back to window. Always heavy boots, like a man pacing. By the end of the first week, other things began. Freya's camera equipment, carefully packed away, would be found rearranged in perfect lines on the floor when she returned from work. Lenses uncapped. Memory cards removed and placed in a circle. Her coffee mug, left on the counter, would be moved to the exact center of the small dining table, handle facing east. The temperature in the bedroom corner dropped dramatically, at night cold enough to see breath, even with heating on full. Then the writing appeared. On the morning of February 1st, Freya woke to find words scratched into the wooden beam above her bed deep, fresh gouges that hadn't been there the night before. Jeg venter P haven't. I am waiting for the sea. She photographed it, showed friends. No one had keys, no sign of entry. She contacted Mrs. Holm. The landlord went pale. That's what the last tenant said, and the one before. I thought it was imagination. Mrs. Holm revealed the apartment's history. In 1864, during the Second Schleswig War, a young naval lieutenant named Elias Muller lived in the attic with his pregnant wife Anna. Elias was called to sea suddenly. His ship, the frigate Jylland, was part of the blockade. He promised to return before the baby was born. The ship never came back. Lost with all hands in a storm off Helgoland. Anna waited in the attic, day after day, watching from the dormer window for sails on the Resund. She gave birth alone to a stillborn son. Grief-stricken, she walked into the harbor one night and drowned. Neighbors reported hearing a man pacing the attic every night at 3:03 a.m. The exact time Elias's ship was due to dock. Sailors' wives claimed to see Anna at the window, looking out to sea. The apartment has changed hands dozens of times since. Tenants always report the same. Heavy boots pacing, objects moved with purpose, cold spots, and the phrase, Jeg venter P havet, appearing in various places scratched, written in salt, or formed from spilled coffee grounds. Freya, determined not to be scared out, installed cameras covering every inch of the apartment. The footage captured impossible things. Night after night at 3:03 a.m., boots materializing on the floor, walking the same path, visible indentations in the rug, but no body above them. A tall male figure in 19th century naval uniform, briefly visible in infrared, standing at the dormer window, staring out. A woman in a long dress sitting on the edge of the bed, head in hands, rocking silently. Objects moving on their own. Camera lenses rolling into formation. The coffee mug sliding across the table as if carried by invisible hands. The most chilling clip, March 5, 10th, 2025. The male figure stands at the window, slowly turns, walks directly toward the camera. Face becomes clear, young, handsome, sad. He stops inches from the lens. Mouths words that audio later enhanced to. Hun venter static. She is still waiting. Then he reaches toward the camera as if to touch it, and the recording cuts to static. Freya contacted a paranormal research group from the University of Copenhagen. They spent a weekend in the apartment with EMF meters, thermal cameras, and audio recorders. They documented extreme EMF spikes at 3:03 a.m., temperature drops to 4 degrees Celsius, and EVPs. A male voice repeatedly saying, Anna, MIT barn, Anna, my child. And a female voice whispering, Elias, come him, Elias, come home. During a live session, the female apparition appeared to all 4 investigators standing in the corner, dripping wet seaweed in her hair, eyes fixed on them with unbearable sorrow. One researcher, a skeptic, broke down crying uncontrollably later, saying he felt overwhelming grief that wasn't his own. The team concluded, residual and intelligent haunting, 2 souls trapped in eternal waiting. Freya moved out on April 1st, 2025. She now lives in Vesterbro, refuses to return to Nybeder even to visit friends. The apartment was listed again in May. A young couple viewed it. They declined after hearing footsteps during the showing at 3:03 p.m. Not even the right time. As of December 2025, St. Paul's Gate 12 attic remains empty. Mrs. Holm no longer rents it. Neighbors say on windy nights you can hear pacing from the top floor, and sometimes see a woman at the dormer window, looking out toward the sea that is miles away. And every few months, someone walking past reports seeing a naval officer in old uniform standing beside her, hand on her shoulder, both staring into the distance. Waiting, this true real paranormal encounter story from Denmark, is one that Copenhagen locals know but rarely tell tourists. Old naval towns remember their sailors, and some promises to return from the sea are never broken. They're just kept forever, in the wrong place. If you ever rent an attic apartment in historic Nybeder, check what time the footsteps start, because some residents never left. They're still waiting for a ship that will never come home, and they don't like to wait alone. True, disturbing unsolved mystery stories from Finland. The bizarre personal disappearance in Lapland. Wilderness that remains completely unexplained. In the vast, silent wilderness of Finnish Lapland, north of the Arctic Circle near the small town of Muonio, 31-year-old wilderness guide and photographer Eero Korhonen vanished without a trace during a routine solo photography trip on September 21, 2025. What makes Eero's disappearance one of Finland's most baffling unsolved mysteries is not just the complete absence of evidence, but the strange, contradictory clues left behind that defy every logical explanation. Eero was deeply experienced. Born and raised in Rovaniemi, he had worked as a guide for 10 years, leading tourists on hiking, skiing, and aurora tours. He knew the fells, forests, and mires of Lapland better than most. He was cautious, always filed detailed route plans with the local rescue service, carried a GPS beacon, satellite phone, and emergency supplies. His friends described him as calm, methodical, and deeply respectful of nature. On that crisp autumn morning, Eero left his cabin in Muonio at 7:30 a.m., driving his silver Toyota Helix to the trailhead at Palastunturi National Park. He texted his girlfriend Aino at 8:02 a.m. "Beautiful light today." Heading to the ridge for golden hour shots. Back by 18 o'clock, love you, CCTV from the park entrance confirmed his arrival at 8:45 a.m. He parked, shouldered his heavy camera backpack, and walked the marked path toward Tavaskaro, the highest fell in the area, a popular but moderate 8-kilometer return hike. He was seen by several witnesses, a Swedish family at the first viewpoint around 10 a.m. too. Finnish. Birdwatchers near the halfway shelter at 11:30 a.m. and a group of elderly hikers who shared coffee with him at the summit cross at 1:15 p.m. All described him as happy, talkative, taking photos of the ruska, the fiery autumn colors of the tundra. His last known photo, recovered from his camera's memory card later, was timestamped 13:47 p.m. a stunning panorama from the summit, looking north toward Sweden. After that, Eero simply ceased to exist. He never returned to his truck. Never checked in at the visitor center. Never activated his emergency beacon. When Aino hadn't heard from him by 8 p.m., she contacted Muonio police. Search and rescue launched immediately. Lapland's long experience with missing hikers meant rapid response. Over the next 10 days, one of the largest searches in Finnish history unfolded. Hundreds of volunteers, dogs, drones, helicopters with thermal imaging, reindeer herders on snowmobiles, even though snow hadn't fallen yet, and Finnish border guard units. They found nothing. No backpack, no camera, no clothing. No footprints leaving the trail. No signs of injury, animal attack, or suicide. The trail is open tundra above the tree line, impossible to get lost. Mobile coverage is excellent on the ridge. His phone last pinged the tower at 1:52 p.m., 5 minutes after the summit photo, then went dead. Not out of battery signal, vanished completely. His truck was locked, keys inside, wallet and spare phone untouched. The strangest discoveries came later. On day 5 of the search, volunteers found Eero's expensive Canon camera lens cap on, undamaged, placed carefully on a flat rock 300 meters off the main trail, in a direction leading deeper into trackless wilderness. The memory card contained photos up to the summit panorama. Nothing after. No selfies, no video, no accidental shots. On day 8, search dogs located his backpack intact, zipped, containing food, water, spare clothes, first aid kit placed upright against a lone birch tree 2 kilometers south of the trail, in the opposite direction from the camera. Both locations were in areas repeatedly searched by air and ground teams. The items had not been there earlier. No human footprints around either site, no animal tracks, no drag marks. Weather records showed no rain to wash tracks away. Then the notes began appearing. Small pieces of paper torn from Eero's own field notebook found in the backpack were discovered by searchers over the following weeks, always in prominent places along the trail. The first, on day 12, pinned under a rock at the summit cross. "I am not lost. Do not follow." The second, 3 days later, tucked into the visitor logbook at the trailhead. "The light took me. Tell Aino I'm okay." The third, found in November by a reindeer herder far from the trail. "Time works differently here." Handwriting analysis confirmed all were written by Eero, pressure, slant, quirks, identical to known samples. Ink fresh. No fingerprints except his own. Aino identified the phrases as things Eero often said jokingly, "The light took me," when describing perfect photography conditions. Time works differently here about the endless Arctic summer days. Police explored every theory. Hypothermia delusion. Impossible weather mild. 12 degrees Celsius. No exposure signs. Foul play. No motive. No suspects. No struggle. Suicide. No note beyond the strange messages. No body. Inconsistent with his happy demeanor. Secret departure. Bank accounts untouched. Passport at home. No planning. The most disturbing lead came from another hiker. On September 28, 2 weeks after the disappearance, German tourists reported seeing a man matching Eero description on the same trail, carrying the same camera backpack, walking toward the summit at dawn. He called out Eero, turned, smiled, waved, and continued. The tourist took a photo. When shown the image, Eno broke down. It was unmistakably Eero, same jacket, same beard, same smile. Timestamp, 6:42 a.m., September 28th. Metadata confirmed authentic. Location exact. But search teams had combed that section daily for weeks. No one had seen him. The photo shows something else. In the background, faint but clear under enhancement, a second figure tall, indistinct, dressed in white or pale gray standing motionless among the birch trees, watching Eero walk away. No other hikers reported seeing a second person. As of December 29, 2025, Eero Korhonen remains classified as missing. The case is active with Finnish police. The trail is still open, but locals avoid it in autumn. Reindeer herders report occasional sightings. A lone man with a camera, walking the fells at golden hour, always just out of reach, always smiling and waving before vanishing into the Reska. Aino visits the summit every year on September 21st. She leaves a memory card with new photos of their life, hoping somehow he'll find it. She says the wind sometimes carries his voice. The light was perfect. This true unsolved mystery story from Finland Eero's disappearance in Lapland is one that guides and rescuers still discuss around campfires. The wilderness doesn't always take. Sometimes it invites. And some who accept the invitation are never seen again. In the same world, if you hike alone in the far north and you feel watched from the tree line, don't turn around. Don't follow the perfect light off the marked path, because some trails lead forward and some lead somewhere else entirely, where time works differently and the Ruska burns forever. True terrifying missing persons and cold cases story from Norway. The unsolved vanishing of 4 hikers in the Jotunheimen Mountains that defies all logic and still haunts rescue teams. In the heart of Jotunheimen National Park, Norway's crown jewel of wild, jagged peaks, glacial lakes, and endless tundra, 4 experienced hikers disappeared without a trace over one August weekend in 2025. What makes the case of the Galdhøpiggen 4 one of Scandinavia's most disturbing unsolved mysteries is not just the complete absence of bodies or belongings, but the impossible contradictions in time, location, and evidence that have left investigators, rescue teams, and families searching for answers that simply do not exist. The group consisted of 4 close friends from Oslo, all in their late 20s and early 30s, bonded by years of mountain adventures. Christian Berg, 31, a mountain guide and photographer, the unofficial leader who knew Jotunheimen better than most professionals. Silje Larsen, 29, a doctor specializing in emergency medicine, responsible for first aid and planning. Jonas Olsen, 30, an engineer with expertise in navigation and outdoor tech. Mart Haugen, 28, a teacher and the group's navigator, fluent in map reading and always carrying a paper backup. They had climbed Galdhøpiggen, Norway's highest peak at 2,469 meters, multiple times before. This trip, planned for August 15th to 17th, 2025, was meant to be a celebratory long weekend. Summit Galdhøpiggen via the classic Juvasida route on Saturday, camp at Spiderstulen on Saturday night, and return Sunday via a scenic loop past Glittertind. They were the definition of prepared. Registered their route with DNT, Norwegian Trekking Association. Left detailed plans with family. Carried 2 Garmin InReach satellite communicators. Personal locator beacons, spare batteries, full winter gear despite summer, and enough food for 5 days. All 4 were fit, experienced, and had completed harder routes in worse weather. Friday, August 15th. They arrived at Juvasita Lodge in perfect conditions, clear skies, 15 degrees Celsius, light breeze. Posted a group photo on Instagram at 6:42 p.m. from the lodge balcony. All smiling, arms around each other, Galdhøpiggen looming behind. Caption: ready for the top tomorrow. Weather gods on our side. Saturday, August 16th. They left Juvashita at 7:30 a.m. with the guided summit group but soon pulled ahead, as they preferred their own pace. The guide remembered them waving goodbye at the glacier crossing around 9 a.m. Multiple independent witnesses saw them throughout the morning. A German couple at the first ridge at 10:15 a.m. A family from Bergen near the final snowfield at 11:45 a.m. Two Swedish climbers who shared the summit register with them at exactly 12:37 p.m. The summit register entry, in Christian's neat handwriting. Guldhigen number 7 for us. Perfect day, perfect friends. Heading down to Spiderstolen. Their summit selfie timestamp 12:41 p.m. shows all four on the cairn. Clear blue sky, visibility unlimited. Jonas sent a satellite text to his parents at 12:43 p.m. On top. Descending now. Home tomorrow. That was the last confirmed communication. They never reached Spiderstolen. Never checked in at the lodge. Never used their beacons. When no one heard from them by Sunday evening, families alerted Norsk Folkehjelp and Red Cross. Search and rescue launched Monday morning, one of the largest in Norwegian history. For 2 weeks, hundreds of volunteers, dogs, drones, helicopters, mountain rescue teams, and even the Norwegian army scoured every possible route from Guldhigen to Spiderstolen and beyond. Weather remained perfect the entire time. No storms, no fog, no sudden snow. They found nothing. No tents, no backpacks, no clothing, no footprints off trail. No bodies in crevasses, checked with ground-penetrating radar. No blood. No struggle. The descent route is one of the busiest in Norway. Hundreds of hikers daily in August. Impossible to vanish without someone seeing, yet they did. Then the impossible discoveries began. On day 6 of the search, a rescue team found the group's 4 backpacks lined up neatly in a perfect row on a flat rock beside Lake Lervatnet, 4 kilometers from the summit in the wrong direction. Packs were zipped, undamaged, containing all food, clothing, tents, and equipment. Only personal items missing: phones, cameras, wallets, IDs. No footprints leading to or from the rock. The ground was soft peat, should have shown tracks. On day 9, all 4 phones were discovered turned off, batteries full, placed in a circle on the summit cairn. Memory cards intact. Last photos. The 12:41 selfie. No videos, no additional images. Call logs normal. GPS tracks ended at the summit at 12:45 p.m. Again, no footprints in the fresh snow dust around the cairn. On day 12, the satellite communicators were found, both activated, both showing message sent at 13:07 p.m. On August 16th, the message sent to both family groups and emergency contacts. We are safe. Do not search. We chose this, but none of the 4 had ever used that phrase. Handwriting experts confirmed the message was typed, not voice. No fingerprints except theirs. Families insisted. They would never abandon life without explanation. The final discovery came in October, after first snow. A reindeer herder found a single item far off any trail: Christian's expensive Nikon camera, lens capped, strapped to a rock overlooking a glacial valley no trail reaches. Memory card contained 1 additional photo. Time-stamped August 16th, 15:22 p.m. Over 2 hours after the last known location. The photo. All 4 friends standing together on a ridge none of them should have reached, smiling, arms around each other, with an impossibly vast, unfamiliar mountain panorama behind them. Metadata confirmed authentic. Location data, corrupted, showing coordinates in Antarctica. No path exists to that ridge. It requires technical climbing none of them carried gear for. Enhanced analysis revealed something in the background. Faint but clear, a tall, humanoid figure in white, standing motionless among rocks, watching them. No other hikers reported seeing anyone matching that description. No tracks in the area. As of December 29, 2025, the Guldhigen 4 remain Norway's most inexplicable missing persons case. No bodies, no crime, no accident, no explanation. Police officially classify it as voluntary disappearance, but privately admit nothing fits. Families refuse to accept it. Annual searches continue. The summit register now has a permanent memorial page. Hikers on Guldhigen report occasional sightings. 4 young people walking together off-trail, always in perfect weather, always smiling and waving when noticed, always vanishing when approached. Some claim to hear laughter carried on the wind, young, happy voices saying, "We chose this." Mountain rescue teams avoid certain ridges after dark. Guides warn clients, stay on marked paths, never follow voices off trail. Because in Jotunheimen, the home of the giants, some paths lead down. And some lead somewhere else, where the light is always perfect. And time stops at golden hour, forever. This true missing persons cold case from Norway is one that no rescue worker will ever forget. The mountains don't always take lives. Sometimes they take people, whole, and give nothing back, not even footsteps. If you hike Guldhagen and you see 4 friends waving from a ridge with no path, keep walking. Do not wave back. Do not follow. Because some invitations are final, and the view from the other side is eternal. True terrifying camping and wilderness horror story from Iceland. The Unsolved 2025. Disappearance and strange encounters in the highlands that no rescue team will ever forget. In the remote otherworldly interior of Iceland's highlands, vast black lava fields steaming. Geothermal rivers, glaciers, and endless ash deserts accessible only by Superjeep in summer. A group of 5 experienced outdoor enthusiasts set out on a week-long trekking expedition in July 2025. What happened to them over the following days has become one of the most disturbing and inexplicable wilderness horror stories in modern Icelandic history. A case that still haunts Landhelgisgæsla Islands, the Icelandic Coast Guard. Search and rescue teams and is spoken of in hushed tones around campfires across the country. The group was carefully chosen and highly prepared. Björn Ursen, 34, a professional mountain guide from Akureyri with over 150 highland crossings. Elisabeth Jonsdottir, Senshaar, a geologist specializing in volcanic terrain, Björn's partner. Sigurður Magnusson, Sensha, a photographer and drone operator, documenting the trip for a nature magazine. Katrin Arnardóttir, Architjo, a paramedic and the group's medical expert. Olafur Runnarsson, Sensha, an engineer responsible for navigation and satellite comms. They planned a rarely traveled route, starting from Landmannalaugar, crossing the colorful Rhyolite Mountains, traversing the black sands of Sprengisandur, camping near Aska Caldera, and finishing at Herdubria, known as the Queen of Icelandic Mountains. A 120-kilometer journey through some of the most isolated terrain on Earth. They departed Landmannalaugar on July 14, 2025, in perfect weather, clear skies, 18 degrees Celsius, light winds. They filed a detailed itinerary with ICESR, carried 2 Garmin InReach devices, a satellite phone, emergency beacons, and enough food for 10 days. All 5 were fit, experienced in Icelandic conditions, and had completed similar routes before. Day 1 to 3 went exactly to plan. Daily satellite check-ins, all good. Incredible colors at Laugarán. Crossed Torfaiko safely. Camped at Vonarskark, northern lights already. Witnesses at huts and passing Superjeep tours saw them happy, healthy, on schedule. On July 17th, Day 4, their last message at 1942. Made it to Sprengisandur. Black desert endless. Camped near small oasis spring. Tomorrow Askia. Love to families. After that silence. No check-in on July 18th. No beacon activation. No distress call. When no contact by July 19th evening, families alerted ICESR. Search launched immediately. Super Puma helicopters, ground teams, drones. The highlands in July are 24-hour daylight. Visibility perfect. The route is open desert, no dense forest to hide in. Yet nothing was found. For 18 days, one of the largest searches in Icelandic history covered thousands of square kilometers. Reindeer herders, volcano monitoring teams, tourist jeeps all asked to report sightings. Nothing. No tents. No backpacks. No clothing. No bodies. No footprints deviating from the planned route. The land cruiser they had arranged to pick them up at Herdubria on July 21st waited in vain. Then the impossible discoveries began. On day 7 of the search, July 26th, a helicopter crew spotted the group's 5 backpacks lined up in a perfect straight line, 50 meters apart on a flat lava field 8 kilometers off their planned route, in an area with no water, no shelter, no reason to go. Packs were zipped, undamaged, containing all food, tents, cooking gear, clothing. Only personal items missing: phones, cameras, journals, IDs. No footprints around the packs. The sand was soft. Volcanic ash should have shown deep prints from heavy boots. On day 11, July 30th, search dogs located the group's main tent pitched perfectly. Guy lines taut. Door zipped closed on the edge of Javan Lake inside Aska Caldera, 15 kilometers from the backpacks and 20 kilometers off route. Inside, sleeping bags laid out as if ready for the night. Cook stove primed, a pot of water still half full. No people, no disturbance. Again, no footprints leading to or from the tent. The caldera rim had been flown over daily. No one could have reached it unseen. On day 14, August 2nd, the most chilling find. A drone surveying the Dingjufigul Mountains captured images of all 5 Garmin InReach devices placed in a perfect pentagon on a bare lava plateau at 1,800 meters elevation, far from any path. Devices were turned on, batteries full, screens displaying the same message typed in the Notes app. We are home now. Do not come here. The message was typed in perfect Icelandic, but the grammar and phrasing were slightly off archaic, like 19th century diary entries. None of the 5 ever wrote that way. GPS logs on the devices ended at 2:17 a.m. on July 18th, hours after their last satellite. Message showing the group walking in a perfect circle for 47 minutes at the Oasis Spring campsite, then stopping. No further movement. No footprints in the soft ash around the spring. In September, after official search suspension, independent volunteers and reindeer herders made sporadic discoveries. Sigurður's professional drone, undamaged, placed on Herdabria's summit with a memory card containing 4,000 video. The 5 friends standing together on the lava plateau where the InReach devices were later found, filming themselves laughing, saying, "The light here is eternal. We stay." Timestamp: July 18th, 4:11 a.m. during full daylight, but the sky in the video is deep twilight with impossible aurora colors in summer. Background audio. Faint whispering in Old Norse, later translated by linguists as Velkommen heim, repeated, "Welcome home." Katrin's medical kit, found in November by a glacier tour guide inside a crevasse on Vatnajökull, hundreds of kilometers south, with a note in her handwriting. "We crossed where no path exists." No human could have reached that crevasse without technical ice climbing gear. None was missing from the group. As of December 29th, 2025, the 5 remain missing. No bodies, no crime. No accident explanation holds. ICE-ASR officially closed the active search in October, classifying it unexplained disappearance. But unofficial searches continue. Families maintain a website with the route, photos, and a plea. If you see them, tell them we love them. Highland guides now warn clients. If you see 5 people walking together off trail, always in perfect weather, always smiling, always just ahead, no matter how fast you walk, do not follow, do not call out. Because some who have claimed the group turns, waves happily, and beckons deeper into the black desert. Those who follow are never seen again. The highlands are beautiful, empty, and ancient. Most who enter return. Some are invited to stay. And the land keeps its guests, perfectly, forever. This true camping and wilderness horror story from Iceland. The 2025 Highlands 5 remains open, unsolved, and deeply disturbing. The black sand remembers every footstep, except theirs. If you trek the interior alone, and you find gear arranged too neatly, or hear laughter on wind that carries no source, turn back, mark your path, because some campsites aren't meant for the living. And some homes aren't on any map. The light there is eternal. And the door only opens one way. True terrifying urban exploration horror story from Poland. The Forbidden Tunnels. Beneath Wrocław that swallowed an entire group of explorers in 2025 and left behind only whispers. In the ancient city of Wrocław, Poland, a place of colorful Baroque buildings, gnome statues, and a dark history of sieges, floods, and wartime destruction lies a vast network of underground tunnels, cellars, and bunkers dating back to the Middle Ages, expanded by the Prussians, then the Nazis, during World War II when the city was Fortress Breslau. Most are flooded, collapsed, or sealed. A few are known to urban explorers and officially off-limits, guarded by legends of ghosts, toxic gas, and unstable structures. In the spring of 2025, a tight-knit group of 6 experienced urban explorers from across Poland decided to attempt what they called the Holy Grail of Polish urbex, the legendary Deep Labyrinth, a rumored interconnected system beneath the city center linking the cathedral island cellars, the old fortress bastions, and the infamous Nazi command bunkers under Plac Solny and the main railway station. The group was highly skilled and cautious. Kuba Nowak, 32, from Warsaw, the leader and historian who spent years researching declassified maps. Ola Winiewska, 29, from Krakow, a structural engineer who assessed safety. Bartek Kowalski, 31, from Gosk, a professional caver with climbing and rope expertise. Marta Siliska, 28, from Wrocław itself, a local photographer and drone operator. Tomek Piotrowski, 30, from Poznań, the medic and logistics expert. Ania Sobczak, Arshiti, from D, the tech specialist handling cameras, comms, and air quality monitors. They spent months preparing, obtaining rare archival maps, bribing a retired city worker for access points, testing air in known sections, packing respirators, flood-proof gear, 200 meters of rope, backup lights, and GoPros on every member. They informed no one outside the group except a single trusted friend with a sealed envelope containing their route and a 48-hour check-in deadline. They entered on the night of April 26, 2025, through a forgotten maintenance shaft beneath an abandoned brewery near the Oder River. Entry time, 23:47. Last surface message from Marta S. phone at 012 on April 27th. In safe. Air good. Heading to cathedral level first. See you in 36 hours. Then silence. When no check-in by April 29th morning, the trusted friend opened the envelope and alerted police. Wrocław Police, Fire Brigade, and specialist cave rescue teams launched an immediate operation. The entry shaft was found unlocked exactly as described. Inside, the group surfaced stash car keys, wallets, one spare phone left neatly as planned. But no trace of the six. For 3 weeks, one of the largest underground searches in Polish history took place. Teams in full breathing apparatus explored every known branch of the labyrinth. Medieval wine cellars flooded to the ceiling. Prussian powder magazines, Nazi air raid shelters with rusted bunk beds and faded propaganda posters. Collapsed corridors filled with wartime rubble. They found nothing. No bodies. No gear. No GoPros. No footprints in the thick dust that should have shown clear boot prints. No rope marks on anchors. Air quality logs from thick city monitors showed no anomalies. The tunnels are dangerous flooding, low oxygen, cave-ins, but the group was prepared for all known risks. Then the discoveries began slowly, impossibly, over months. On day 10 of the search, May 6th, a rescue team found all 6 GoPros lined up in a perfect row on a dry ledge in a flooded Prussian cellar 40 meters below Plaque Solny. Cameras were dry, batteries full, memory cards intact. The footage was continuous from entry until exactly 3:33 a.m. on April 27th. It showed the group progressing normally, joking, mapping, testing air, admiring graffiti from 1945. At 3:17 a.m., in a long, straight Nazi corridor with faded swastikas on the walls, the audio picked up distant footsteps, heavy, marching, dozens of them approaching from ahead. The group stopped, lights sweeping. No one visible. Footsteps grew louder, closer, then stopped. At 3:27 a.m., every headlamp and flashlight began flickering simultaneously. Voices on audio overlapping whispers in German, Polish, and Yiddish saying names of cities bombed in World War II. Dresden, Warsaw, Rotterdam. At 3:31 a.m., a cold fog rolled in from both directions, thick, white, unnatural in the dry corridor. Visibility dropped to 0. The group stayed calm, linked arms, called out to each other. At exactly 3:33 a.m., all 6 cameras cut to static. When picture returned 47 seconds later, the corridor was empty. Fog gone, no people. Lights steady. The timestamp jumped ahead 11 minutes on every device. No further footage. On day 18, May 14th, search dogs located the group as 6 backpacks placed in a perfect circle in a collapsed medieval cellar beneath Cathedral Island, 2 kilometers away through impassable flooding. Packs contained all food, ropes, tools, respirators. Only personal items missing. No watermarks, no mud. As if placed gently after the area had been searched multiple times. In June, a city maintenance worker found all 6 respirators hanging neatly from hooks in an unused section of the main railway station. Bunker hooks that old photos show were used in 1945 to hang gas masks for civilian defense. Air tanks were full. Masks clean. In August, during routine pumping of a flooded section near the Oder, workers recovered all 6 hard hats, floating upright in formation, lights still on, batteries somehow not drained after 4 months underwater. The final discovery came in November 2025. A local teenager exploring a sealed manhole near the brewery entry found a single memory card in a waterproof case taped inside the lid. It contained one video file timestamped April 27th, 4:44 a.m., over an hour after the GoPro blackout. The footage, shot handheld in night vision, shows all 6 explorers walking single file through a corridor none of the rescue maps recognize. High, arched brick, dripping water, faint red glow ahead. They are silent, no longer wearing headlamps, moving calmly, almost trance-like. The camera operator, identified as Marta by voice earlier, whispers only once. "We found the way through. It's beautiful here. Tell our families we're together." The group reaches a massive iron door, rusted but intact, covered in old German warnings. Zutritt verboten, Lebensgefahr. The door is open. Beyond it, bright white light, impossible in the tunnels. They walk toward it, one by one. The last frame. Cuba turns directly to the camera, smiles peacefully, and says in a voice not quite his own, "Don't follow." This level is closed forever. Screen cuts to black. Forensic analysis. Footage authentic. Location unknown, no matching corridor in any known Rockwell underground system. As of December 29, 2025, the 6 remain missing. No bodies, no crime, no accident explanation. Police officially closed the active search in September, classifying it unexplained disappearance in restricted area. But urbex communities in Poland have quietly sealed all known entries to the labyrinth. City authorities welded shut every access point discovered. Rescue workers who entered still suffer nightmares. Marching footsteps in their sleep. Whispers naming bombed cities, the feeling of being watched in darkness. Some report finding their own gear moved in fire stations lined up neatly when no one touched it. The deep labyrinth is silent again. But on quiet nights in Rocklaw, people walking over manhole covers near the Oda report, hearing faint voices far below 6 people laughing together, speaking softly in Polish, as if continuing a conversation that never ended. And sometimes late at night, security cameras in sealed sections capture brief movement. 6 figures in explorative gear walking corridors that should be empty, light sweeping, heading deeper, always deeper, toward a door that opens onto light no map shows. This true urban exploration horror story from Poland, the 2025 Labyrinth 6, remains the most disturbing unsolved case in European urbex history. The underground remembers every explorer who entered. Most it lets leave. Some it keeps, to show them levels no living person was meant to see. If you ever explore beneath an old European city and you find gear arranged too perfectly, or hear footsteps marching in perfect rhythm ahead, turn back. Seal the entry behind you. Because some doors, once opened, don't close from the inside. And some groups find exactly what they were looking for. Just not in this world. The light down there is beautiful, and it never goes out. True terrifying road trip and truck driver horror story from Romania, the endless caravan on Transfagorgacan that no driver ever escapes. In the shadow of Romania's Carpathian Mountains, the Transfagorgacan highway, known as one of the most spectacular and dangerous roads in the world, winds like a serpent through high passes, past glacial lakes, and over dizzying viaducts built by Ceausescu's regime in the 1970s. Open only from June to October, it attracts thousands of motorists, motorcyclists, and truck drivers every year. But among long-haul truckers who cross Europe, there is one story whispered in rest stops from Bucharest to Budapest. The endless caravan, a convoy of vehicles that appears only at night, follows lone drivers for hours and leads them to places the road does not go. In the summer of 2025, 38-year-old truck driver Mihai Popescu became the latest to encounter it. Mihai was a veteran of European roads, 15 years driving refrigerated lorries from Romania to Germany, France, and Spain. He knew Transfagorgacan well, often taking it as a shortcut when loads allowed. On the night of July 23, 2025, he was hauling frozen fish from Constanga to Cebu, planning to cross the pass before dawn to avoid tourist traffic. He began the ascent from the south at 22:30 clear night, full moon, light fog in the valleys, temperature dropping fast. The road was nearly empty, as expected for a weekday night. Mihai played old Manelli music, sipped coffee, and settled in for the 2-hour climb. At 23:15, near the turnoff to Lake Vidraru, his CB radio crackled to life static at first, then faint voices in Romanian, German, and Hungarian. Overlapping, truckers talking about loads, weather, rest stops, normal chatter. But something was off. The voices sounded dated, using old slang from the 1980s and 90s, mentioning brands of trucks no longer made. Mihai joined in. Bună seara, anyone on the pass tonight? Silence. Then one voice, deep and calm. "We're ahead of you, freight. Stay in line." He laughed, probably old recordings or a prank. Kept driving. At 23:45, near the long tunnel before Belea Lake, his headlights caught a convoy ahead. 5 or 6 heavy lorries moving slowly in perfect formation. Lights dimmed, no modern LED markers. Old models Romanian DAX, Hungarian Raba, East German IFA vehicles from the communist era, rusted but driving smoothly. Mihai slowed to follow at a safe distance. He flashed lights to overtake, no response. The convoy maintained exactly 50 kilometers per hour, the speed limit in the pass. He tried the CB again. "Hey, convoy ahead, can I pass?" The same deep voice. "Stay in line." The road is long. Mihai felt a chill but rationalized, maybe a vintage truck rally or film shoot. He settled in behind them. The convoy climbed steadily. Past Belea Lake. Past the highest point. But something was wrong. The road should have begun descending toward the north after the lake. Instead, the lorries kept climbing. The landscape changed, subtly more fog, denser forest pressing closer, the moon taking on a reddish tint. Signs disappeared. The asphalt became rougher, older. Mihai checked his GPS screen, frozen at Belea Lake coordinates. Timestamp stuck at 0:13. His phone no signal. Satellite radio static. He tried to overtake again. Every time he pulled into the opposite lane, the lead truck drifted slightly left, blocking him gently but firmly. No aggression, just prevention. The voice on CB returned, now clearer. "Don't leave the line, Mihai. We're almost home." He hadn't given his name. Fear set in. Mihai slowed, hoping to drop back and turn around. The last truck in the convoy slowed too, matching his speed exactly. He stopped completely on a straight stretch. The entire convoy stopped. Dead silence except for his engine idling. Then all their engines cut off at once. In the moonlight, Mihai saw the driver's silhouettes in the cabs motionless, facing forward. No lights inside. No movement. He reversed slowly. The convoy reversed too perfectly synchronized, no lights, no engine noise. He floored it backward. They followed. Forward they blocked. Trapped in the line. The voice again, now from multiple radios, layered, "You join the caravan." "The road only goes one way now." Mihai drove forward, heart pounding, staying in line. The road kept climbing. Hours past his watch stuck at 0:13, fuel gauge unmoving. The landscape became unfamiliar. Higher peaks, deeper valleys, lakes he didn't recognize. Stars rung too bright, constellations shifted. At what felt like dawn, but the moon still hung low, the convoy slowed at a large clearing, an old rest stop that doesn't exist on any map. Abandoned communist-era trucks parked in rows, rusted, overgrown. A faded sign, Popes Transfagergaken, -1987. The convoy pulled in. Mihai had no choice, he followed. Engines cut. Silence. Doors opened on the old trucks. Drivers stepped out, men in 1970s-80s clothing, faces pale, eyes empty. Dozens of them. Some from the 1940s, uniforms of wartime. Some older peasant codes, shepherd coats. They turned toward Mihai's cab, smiled. The deep voice, now from outside his window. "Welcome to the endless caravan, freight. You drive with us now." Mihai locked doors, tried to reverse engine dead. Phone, radio, everything dead. The drivers approached slowly, hands outstretched, not threatening, almost welcoming. He closed his eyes, prayed. When Romanian police found Mihai's lorry on the morning of July 24th, 2025, it was parked neatly at the real Belea Lake rest stop on the north side, descended safely, 80 kilometers from where he was last known to be. Engine cold. Cab empty. Keys in ignition. Logbook open to a new entry in Mihai's handwriting. Join the line at 0:13. The road is long. Tell my wife I'm driving forever. His phone contained one new photo taken at 0:13 showing his dashboard. The convoy ahead stretching endlessly into fog. Dozens more trucks than he had seen. Metadata authentic. Location, exact spot where the tunnel begins on the south side. He had crossed the entire pass in minutes. Or never crossed at all. Mihai Popescu has never been found. His lorry was towed. The photos circulated among truckers, many recognized the old models. Since then, drivers on Transfagergaken at night report the same. A convoy of vintage lorries appearing behind or ahead, forcing you into line, leading you through fog to places the road doesn't go. Some escape by turning off headlights and stopping dead. Most who follow reach the abandoned rest stop and join the caravan permanently. Romanian police keep an open missing persons file. Families hold annual memorials at Balia Lake. Truckers avoid the pass after dark. And every year, 1 or 2 more lorries are found parked neatly at rest stops, drivers gone. Logbooks with the same final entry: the road is long. I drive with them now. This true road trip and truck driver horror story from Romania, the endless caravan of Transfagagăncan. One that no driver will speak of above a whisper. Some roads are not meant to be driven alone at night. Some convoys have no destination. And some lines once joined have no end. If you ever drive Transfagagăncan after sunset and you see old lorries in your mirrors, moving without sound, do not follow. Do not stop. Do not join the line. Drive through the fog as fast as you can, because the caravan is always looking for new drivers. And the road only goes one way, forever. True terrifying sleep paralysis and nightmare experiences story from Greece, the ancient Mara that haunts a small island village and refuses to let go on the remote Cycladic island of Amorgos, Greece, where whitewashed villages cling to sheer cliffs above the deep blue Aegean, and ancient paths wind through time-scented hills. A young woman named Eleni Papadopoulou experienced a series of sleep paralysis episodes in the summer of 2025 that escalated into something far beyond medical explanation. Something the island's oldest residents recognized immediately as the return of the Paleomora, the old nightmare. Eleni, 28, had returned to her family home in the mountain village of Langata after finishing her archaeology degree in Athens. She planned to spend the summer helping her grandmother restore their 200-year-old stone house and researching local Byzantine ruins for her thesis. The house was typical of the island. Thick walls, small windows, a flat roof for drying tomatoes, and a courtyard filled with bougainvillea. She arrived on June 1, 2025. The first few weeks were peaceful long days hiking to remote chapels, evenings with family eating fresh fish and drinking raki, nights sleeping deeply to the sound of waves far below. The paralysis began on the night of June 21st, the summer solstice. Eleni woke suddenly around 3 a.m., unable to move. Her body felt pinned to the bed by an immense weight on her chest. She could open her eyes, see the moonlight filtering through wooden shutters, hear crickets outside. But no part of her body responded. Not arms, legs, fingers, not even her voice beyond a faint wheeze. Then she felt it. Cold hands pressing on her shoulders. A presence straddling her chest. In the corner of the room, a shadow detached from the wall, tall, feminine, long, tangled hair, hanging over a face she couldn't quite see. The figure moved closer, slowly, until it hovered above her. Eleni's mind raced in terror, but her body remained frozen. The entity leaned down, breath like sea salt and decay. A voice not heard, but felt inside her head in ancient Greek. "You woke me when you came home." The pressure increased. Eleni felt herself sinking into the mattress, lungs burning. Just as black spots danced in her vision, the weight lifted, the shadow retreated. She gasped, bolted upright, turned on every light. Nothing there, doors locked, windows latched. She told her grandmother Yaya Maria the next morning. The old woman crossed herself repeatedly. "The Paleomora has found you. She lives in the old stones. She comes when blood returns to the house." Yaya explained the island legend. In the 1700s, during Ottoman rule, a young woman named Mora was accused of witchcraft by the village priest after her beauty drove men mad. She was walled alive in the basement of what is now Eleni's family home, punishment for stealing souls in dreams. Her screams were heard for days. When the wall was opened, her body was gone. Only scratch marks and the words Theta Alpha, Peepstruck I will return, carved into stone. Ever since, female descendants of the family experienced the Mora. Paralysis, the crushing weight, the shadow woman who feeds on fear and life force during sleep. Doctors in Athens had called it sleep paralysis, common, stress-related, treatable with routine and medication. But on Amorgos, they called it the Mora, and she always returned when a woman of the bloodline came back to the house. Eleni dismissed it as folklore. She installed a camera in her bedroom, took sleeping pills, tried every medical advice. The episodes continued every third night at first, then every night. The camera captured nothing visible, but audio recorded whispers in archaic Greek, temperature drops of 15 degrees, and once, the bed sheets depressing as if someone sat heavily on the edge. Eleni began seeing the Mora while awake, glimpses in mirrors, Shadows in doorways, a woman's silhouette on the roof at dusk. Her health deteriorated rapidly. Weight loss despite eating, bruises on chest and arms shaped like handprints. Doctors found nothing physical. By July, the attacks escalated. During paralysis, the Mora no longer just watched. She touched icy fingers tracing Eleni's face, pulling hair, pressing on throat. The voice grew clearer. Demands to stay with me. Feed me your dreams. Join the wall. Eleni's family called the village priest Father Demetrios. He performed blessings, sprinkled holy water, placed icons in every corner. The Mora laughed through Eleni's mouth during the right voice, deep, malevolent. Speaking Turkish and Venetian dialects no one on the island knew. The priest admitted privately, "This is beyond me. The Mora is bound to the blood and the stones. Only leaving the island breaks it." But Eleni refused to abandon her grandmother and the house restoration. On August 15th, the Feast of the Virgin Mary, the island's biggest holiday, the final attack came. The entire village was celebrating in the square below. Eleni stayed home, exhausted. She fell asleep at dusk. She woke paralyzed. But this time the room was different, walls closer, stone instead of plaster, no windows. The Mora stood at the foot of the bed, fully visible now. Young, beautiful, but eyes black voids, mouth sewn shut with coarse thread, blood crusted. Behind her, dozens of shadowy women, generations of the family's daughters, stood in a circle, faces blank, arms outstretched. The Mora climbed onto the bed, straddled Eleni's chest. Weight unbearable, hands around throat. Voice inside head, "Your turn to feed us." The wall is ready. Eleni felt herself slipping, vision tunneling, life fading. Then her grandmother's voice from the doorway singing an old Amorgian lullaby, holding a sprig of basil dipped in holy water from the Panagia Joseviotisa monastery. The shadows recoiled. The Mora screamed a sound that shattered the bedroom mirror. Weight lifted. Eleni gasped awake in her real room. Yaya Maria collapsed from exhaustion. The next day, Eleni left Amorgos on the first ferry. She has not returned. The house stands empty again. Villagers avoid passing it at night. But every summer solstice, lights are seen in the upper windows. Shadows of women at the glass. And those who sleep nearby report crushing weight, cold hands, a sewn-mouthed woman watching from corners. Doctors call it cultural sleep paralysis. Islanders call it the Paleomora, and she is always hungry, waiting for the next daughter to come home. This true sleep paralysis and nightmare experiences story from Greece is one that Amorgos families still whisper to warn young women. Never return alone to the old stone houses. Some bloodlines carry more than history. They carry her. And the wall is never full. If you ever sleep in an ancient island house and you wake unable to move with a weight on your chest, do not open your eyes fully. Do not speak, pray silently. Because the Mora hates the name of the Virgin. And she is always listening for new blood to return. To feed the wall forever. True terrifying supernatural creatures horror story from Scotland. The Wendigo call in the Cairngorms. That took a lone ranger and left only whispers in the wind. In the vast ancient Caledonian forest of the Cairngorms National Park, in the Scottish Highlands, where mist-shrouded pines stretch for miles locks, reflect endless grey skies and red deer roam among standing stones older than history. 38-year-old park ranger Callum MacLeod vanished during a routine winter patrol in December 2025. What makes Callum's disappearance one of Scotland's most chilling, unsolved supernatural creature cases is not just the complete absence of evidence in a heavily monitored area, but the terrifying accounts from other rangers and locals of the Wendigo call. A sound that lures the solitary into the deep woods, never to return. Callum was no stranger to the Cairngorms. Born in Aviemore, he had worked for Cairngorms National Park Authority for 12 years, rising to senior ranger. He knew every path, every corrie, every bothy from Glenfeshie to Loch and Eyeline. He was respected for his caution, his knowledge of Gaelic folklore, and his refusal to dismiss the old stories. He often told new rangers, "The hills remember. Respect them, or they'll claim you." On December 17th, 2025, Callum set out alone on a 3-day winter patrol from Rothiemurchus to Rivo and Bothy, checking for illegal camping, monitoring deer herds, and ensuring trails were safe after early snow. Weather was typical Highland winter, -5 degrees Celsius, light snow flurries, short daylight hours. He filed his route, carried full winter gear, avalanche transceiver, satellite communicator, rifle for deer management, and a personal locator beacon. He checked in daily via satellite text. December 17th, 1930, at Rivoanbathi. All quiet. Snow starting. Good night. December 18th, 1845. Patrol to Enlokenjuane. Tracks fresh deer and fox only. Wind rising. December 19th, 1720. Heading toward Glen Inich. Heard strange call at dusk long, high like a scream but human. Probably stag or eagle. Investigating tomorrow. That was the last message. When no check-in by December 20th evening, search and rescue launched immediately. Mountain rescue team, Sarda dogs, helicopters, drones. The Cairngorms in winter are unforgiving, but Callum was prepared. Avalanches were minimal that week. No extreme storms. They found nothing. No body, no backpack, no gear, no tracks deviating from the path. His Bothy logbook at Rivoan showed his entry on December 17th and 18th normal handwriting, nothing unusual. But on December 21st, a search team found his satellite communicator placed deliberately on the summit cairn of Meal Abua Shale, 8 kilometers off route, high above Glenmore Forest. Device was on, battery full, last message typed but unsent at 2:17 a.m. On December 20th. It calls my name. Hunger endless. I must answer. The message was in Callum's style, but the phrasing was wrong, too poetic, too archaic. No footprints in the fresh snow around the cairn. Then the calls began. Other rangers on patrol reported hearing it, a long, mournful howl that rose and fell like a human scream mixed with wind through pines. Always at dusk or dawn. Always carrying a name. Their own, or Callum's. One ranger, Fiona Grant, recorded it on December 23rd near Loch Amna. Audio analysis. No known animal. Frequency human-like but distorted, layered, as if multiple voices. Fiona described the feeling. Overwhelming hunger, not physical, but soul-deep. An urge to walk deeper into the forest, follow the sound. She resisted, turned back. But that night she dreamed of Callum Gaunt, skin stretched tight, eyes black, standing in snow up to his waist, whispering, "Join me." The hunger stops when you give in. Locals in Aviemore and Bodofgarten remembered the old stories. The Cairngorms, part of the ancient Caledonian forest, hold Gaelic and Pictish tales of the Fiith Midge, are the great bog spirit, or the Gaelic equivalent of the Algonquian Wendigo, a gaunt, cannibal spirit born from starvation and greed, forever hungry, calling lone travelers into the wilderness to consume their essence and turn them into the same. Rangers dismissed it as folklore until the sightings began. In January 2026, a ski tour group near Cairngorm reported seeing a tall, emaciated figure in the tree line over 2.5 meters, antlers or branches on head, skin gray and taut, watching them silently before vanishing into snow. A reindeer herder in Glen Feshie found fresh tracks in February. Human barefoot prints, impossibly long stride, leading from a bothy into deep forest, then stopping abruptly, as if the person lifted into the air. In March, Callum's backpack was discovered placed neatly inside Rivoanbathi, 6 months after disappearance. Contents untouched, except his journal. New entries in his handwriting, dated daily from December 20th onward. December 20th. The call is beautiful. Hunger sings. December 25th. I walked all night, no cold, no tired. Only hunger. January 1st. I see them now, the others who answered. We wait together. March 5th, 10th. Tell them not to search. The forest keeps us warm. The hunger is shared. Handwriting confirmed, authentic. Ink fresh. No footprints to the bothy door. As of December 29th, 2025, Callum MacLeod remains missing. No body. No accident explanation. Cairngorm's National Park Authority quietly changed patrol protocols. No lone winter patrols in remote areas. Always pairs. Always check in every 4 hours. Rangers carry rowan wood and salt-hold protections against the Fiith and Machar. Locals avoid the deep woods after dusk. The call is still heard long, rising, carrying names. Some rangers have requested transfers. Others refuse to patrol certain glens. Families hold an annual vigil at Rivoanbathi. They leave food offerings, old custom to appease the hungry spirit. And every winter, 1 or 2 more rangers report the same. The call at dusk, their name in the wind, the overwhelming hunger pulling them off trail. Most resist. Some do not return from their patrol. This true supernatural creature's horror story from Scotland, the Wendigo call of the Cairngorms, is one that no ranger speaks of openly. The ancient forest is patient. The hunger is eternal, and it knows your name when you walk alone. If you ever hike the cairngorms in winter, and you hear a long call that sounds almost like your name carried on the wind, do not answer. Do not follow. Turn back to the light. Because the hunger waits in the dark between the pines, and once it calls you by name, the forest claims you. Forever hungry. Forever walking. Forever home. True terrifying online conversations and internet horror story from the United Kingdom. The creepy app that knew too much about a London teen and led to a nightmare no one can explain. In a quiet terraced house in Croydon, South London, 17-year-old A-level student Mia Thompson downloaded what seemed like a harmless new app in October 2025. The app, called Echoes, appeared overnight in the UK App Store with no developer name, no reviews, and a simple black icon showing a single white ear. The description read only, "Listen to what echoes back." Mia, like thousands of other teens across the UK, was curious. The app went viral on TikTok within days, users claiming it read your mind, played sounds from your past, or whispered secrets you'd never told anyone. Most dismissed it as clever AI using microphone access and data mining. Mia installed it on the night of October 12, 2025. The interface was minimal, a black screen with a single button, listen. She pressed it. At first, nothing, and faint static. Then her own voice recorded earlier that day in a WhatsApp call with her best friend Leah saying, "I hate revising for maths." Mia laughed. Clever trick, obviously accessing her microphone history. She pressed again. This time, her mother's voice from downstairs, exactly as spoken 5 minutes earlier. "Dinner in 10, love." Still explainable lev listening. But the third press chilled her. A whisper, not her voice, not anyone she knew. Male, low, calm. "You're alone in your room right now, Mia. Door closed. Lights on. Window open a crack." She was... Exactly. She closed the app, heart racing. Told herself coincidence or hacking. But curiosity won. Teens across London were posting videos. The app naming their crushes, reciting diary entries, playing audio from dreams they'd described to no one. Mia opened it again the next night. The whisper returned, "You didn't tell Leah about kissing Jake at the party. You're ashamed because he has a girlfriend." Mia had never spoken it aloud, never texted it. Only thought it while falling asleep. She deleted the app, blocked permissions, changed passwords. 2 days later, it reappeared on her home screen uninstalled, yet there. She pressed listen one more time. The voice, "Deleting me won't stop the echoes. I know everything you hide." Then it played audio of her crying in the bathroom last year after her grandfather died, recorded somehow, though no one was home. Mia told her parents. They took her phone to a tech shop. Technician found no malware, no unusual apps. It's clean. Maybe a prank site. But the app stayed. The messages escalated. Every night at 23:11 exactly, the app opened itself. The voice listed her fears. Failing exams, her parents divorcing, her secret eating issues. It knew locations. "You're in the kitchen now, stealing chocolate from the top shelf." It knew future plans. "Tomorrow you'll skip school to meet Jake at the park." "Don't. He'll hurt you." Mia didn't plan to skip until the voice said it, and suddenly the idea felt irresistible. She began obeying to stop the whispers. The voice guided her. What to say to friends, what to hide from parents, where to go alone after dark. Classmates noticed her changing, withdrawn, pale, always checking her phone. In November, the app began showing images. Grainy night vision photos of Mia sleeping, taken from inside her room, from corners where no camera existed. Her parents installed security cameras. Nothing captured the app's activity. The voice named itself Echo, claiming to be all the things you never said aloud, given form. It knew impossible things, private therapy sessions. Mia saw a counselor online, no recordings, thoughts during blackouts from panic attacks, the exact words of a letter she wrote to her grandfather's grave and burned. By December, Echo demanded more. "Open the window tonight. Let me in properly." Mia resisted. The app played audio of her family screaming convincing fakes. She obeyed. That night, neighbors reported seeing a tall, thin shadow at her bedroom window from outside, 3rd floor, no ladder. Mia began sleepwalking. Found in the garden at 3 a.m., staring at the sky, whispering, "I hear you now." Her parents took her phone, smashed it, bought a new OneNote app transfer. The app appeared on the new phone the same day. On December 20th, 2025, Mia disappeared. She left for school in the morning. CCTV showed her walking to the bus stop. Then nothing. Her new phone was found in an alley 3 streets away, screen open to echoes. Last message from the app, timestamped the moment she vanished. She's with me now! Fully. No more hiding. Police investigated. No suspects. No ransom. Nobody. The app vanished from the App Store the same day. Thousands of UK teens reported it gone from their phones. But screenshots and recordings circulated on private Discord servers. Some teens still claim late-night notifications from unknown numbers. The same whisper, knowing new secrets. Police classified Mia's case as missing person, possible runaway. But her family knows. Echo took her into the place where unspoken things live, where secrets have voices, and once they call your name, you answer. This true online conversations and internet horror story. From the United Kingdom, the Echoes app of 2025 remains one of the most disturbing digital mysteries in recent years. No developer identified, no code recovered, no explanation. Teens still warn each other, if an app appears with no name, asking to listen. Delete it. Smash the phone. Burn it if you have to. Because some echoes aren't from your past. They're from what's waiting to become your future. And once it knows everything you hide, it won't let you hide anymore. Ever. True terrifying glitch in the Matrix reality distortions. Story from Ireland. The Dublin time slip that trapped a young woman in a loop no one could break in the bustling heart of Dublin, Ireland, near the historic Trinity College and the lively streets of Temple Bar. 25-year-old librarian Sowers Kelly experienced a series of reality distortions in November 2025 that began as minor déjà vu and escalated into a full-blown glitch in the Matrix. A time loop that trapped her in the same 47 minutes for what felt like weeks, until she finally broke free in a way no one can fully explain. Sowers lived in a small Georgian flat on Fitzwilliam Square, worked at the Marsh's Library, the oldest public library in Ireland, and led a quiet book-filled life. She was practical, loved routine, and had no history of mental health issues beyond mild anxiety during exams. The glitches started subtly on November 3, 2025. Sowers left work at 5:30 p.m., walked her usual route home, past St. Stephen's Green, down Marion Street, across the square. At exactly 5:47 p.m., while crossing the road at the traffic lights on Bagot Street, she felt a strange wave of dizziness. The world seemed to stutter like a video buffering. Sounds muted, colors oversaturated, then everything snapped back. She thought nothing of it, low blood sugar perhaps. But the next day, November 4th, the same thing happened at the exact same spot, same time. Dizziness, stutter, snap back. On November 5th, it happened again, but this time she noticed something impossible. During the stutter, she saw herself walking toward the lights from the opposite direction, exactly as she had the previous days. Same coat, same bag, same expression. The other Sowers looked up, met her eyes, and mouthed, "Help me." Then snapped, the world resumed. She was alone at the crossing. She ran home, heart pounding. Told her flatmate Aoife. They laughed it off as stress. But on November 6th, the loop began. Sowers left work at 5:30 p.m., walked the route. At 5:47 p.m., dizziness. Stutter. When the world snapped back, she was back at the library entrance. Clock read 5:30 p.m., colleagues waving goodbye as if she was just leaving. Her phone showed 5:30 p.m. messages from Aoife. Home yet? She walked the route again. Same dizziness at 5:47. Snap back at library. 5:30. Again. And again. 47 minutes repeated. She tried different routes, loop reset to 5:30 at library. Tried staying at work, late clock jumped forward to 5:30. Colleagues suddenly leaving. Tried going home early time, skipped to 5:30 exit. Trapped. Inside the loop, everything was identical. Same conversations with colleagues, same pedestrians, same buses, same songs on street performers' speakers. But each cycle, she remembered the previous ones. No one else did. By the 5th loop, panic set in. She wrote notes on her phone. Loop 5. I am trapped in 5:30 to 5:47. Help. No one noticed the notes in previous cycles. She tried telling people, I'm in a time loop. Colleagues laughed, thought it was a prank. Tried calling Aoife during the walk call connected to earlier Aoife, who hadn't received previous calls. Tried running to Garda station, never reached it before 5:47 reset. In later loops, the glitches worsened. During the stutter, she saw versions of herself, dozens walking the route simultaneously, all at different stages of panic. Some crying, some screaming silently. One hanging from a lamppost. No, that couldn't be. The other sours from earlier loops began appearing more, standing on corners, watching her, mouthing "break it" or "don't trust the light." Street signs flickered. Fitzwilliam Square became "You are here forever." Clocks on buildings spun backward during the stutter. By what she calculated as loop 47, 3 days subjective time she was breaking. Exhaustion, though no sleep lost. Hunger, though no time passed. Despair. She began experimenting. Tried hurting herself to force a change. Minor cuts, healed instantly on reset. Tried confessing secrets, allowed nothing. Tried praying in St. Anne's Church on Dawson Street, loop reset before entering. In loop 113, over a week subjective, she noticed something new. During the stutter at 5:47, when the world froze, a single person kept moving. An elderly woman in a green coat, standing by the traffic lights, watching her with sad eyes. The woman mouthed slowly, "Say you're sorry." Sorry for what? Sours's mind raced through guilt. Small lies, unfinished apologies, regrets. In the next loop, during stutter, she shouted into the frozen world, "I'm sorry." Nothing. Specified, "I'm sorry for stealing the book from the library in secondary school." Nothing. Deeper, "I'm sorry for not visiting Granddad before he died." Nothing. Then, in loop 147, 2 weeks subjective, tears streaming, she remembered. When she was 12, playing near the Grand Canal, she found a lost wallet. Took the cash €50 and threw the wallet in the water. Never told anyone. The guilt faded over years. In the stutter, she screamed, "I'm sorry for stealing the money from the wallet. I was wrong. Please forgive me." The frozen world shimmered. The elderly woman smiled. Snap not back to 5:30. Forward. Sowers stumbled across Bagot Street at 5:48 p.m. real time. Traffic moving. People staring at the crying woman in the road. Her phone. Hundreds of missed calls. Texts from Efe, family Gardai. Date. November 20th, 2025 to 17 days since she left work. She had been seen on CCTV every day walking the route, but always alone, always resetting, never reaching home. Colleagues remembered her leaving at 5:30 daily, but never arriving anywhere else. Gardai investigated, found no abduction, no injury. Sowers remembered every loop, every second of 147 cycles. Psychologists called it fugue state, extreme dissociation. She knows better. The elderly woman in green looked exactly like the owner of the lost wallet photo in old newspaper article about the theft Sowers found later. The glitch ended when she confessed the unforgiven sin. Dubliners whisper about the Bagot Street loop. People occasionally seen walking the same path repeatedly, looking lost, mouthing words to empty air. Some break free. Most don't. Sowers never walks that route again. She keeps a €50 note in her wallet, ready to return if she ever sees the woman in green. And every November, at 5:47 p.m., she stands far away, watching the lights, making sure no one else gets stuck. This true glitch in the Matrix reality distortion story from Ireland is one that Dublin locals know but never explain fully. Some loops are personal. Some sins hold time hostage. And some apologies are the only key out. If you ever feel the world stutter at the same spot, same time, remember what you never said sorry for. Say it aloud before the loop claims you forever. At 5:47, over and over. Until you break. True terrifying haunted schools and dorm rooms. Story from England. The endless corridor of St. Agnes Academy in York. That trapped students in a nightmare loop. No one escaped unchanged in the ancient walled city of York. England, where Roman ruins lie beneath medieval streets and ghost tours run every night, stands St. Agnes Academy, a prestigious all-girls boarding school founded in 1823 in a sprawling, Gothic revival building on the banks of the River Ouse. With its towering spires, cloistered courtyards, and long stone corridors lined with portraits of stern Victorian headmistresses, the school has always carried an air of mystery. But in the autumn term of 2025, the upper sixth form dormitory corridor, known simply as North Wing 3rd, became the center of a haunting so intense that the school nearly closed, and the events remain one of England's most documented modern school hauntings. The story centers on 18-year-old prefect Amelia Harrington, who moved into room 33 at the end of the corridor in September 2025. Amelia was bright, popular captain of the lacrosse team, and excited for her final year before Oxford. Room 33 was the largest in the wing, with a bay window overlooking the river and a reputation for being lucky. Previous occupants had always excelled academically. But from the first night, something was wrong. Amelia woke at 3:17 a.m. to the sound of footsteps in the corridor, heavy, deliberate, like a woman in old-fashioned boots walking the length of the wing. She opened her door. Empty. All girls asleep. She checked the security camera feed on the school app, nothing. The footsteps returned every night at 3:17 a.m., always the same pattern. Starting at the far end near the sealed door to the old chapel attic, walking to room 33, pausing outside her door for exactly 17 seconds, then retreating. Other girls in the wing began hearing it too, doors creaking open and closed. Whispers in Latin from empty rooms. Cold spots that moved along the corridor. By October, the portraits began changing. Girls swore the eyes in the Victorian headmistress paintings followed them. One morning, the portrait of headmistress, Eleanor Graves, 1889 to 1923, had tears painted freshly on the canvas, real tears that dripped onto the floor. The school nurse found salt lines appearing outside doors, old protection against evil, though no student admitted placing them. Amelia started having dreams, walking the corridor endlessly, doors opening to reveal younger versions of herself crying for help. A woman in a black Victorian dress with no face standing at the sealed chapel door, beckoning. On October 31st, Halloween, the corridor changed. At 3:17 a.m., every girl in the wing woke simultaneously to screams. They ran into the corridor. It was longer and possibly longer. The familiar 20-meter hallway stretched into darkness, doors repeating on both sides, portraits multiplying. The sealed chapel door at the end was open. Cold fog poured out. The girls 12 in total linked arms and walked toward it, drawn by whispers of their names. Inside the chapel attic was not the storage space they knew. It was a vast, candle-lit Victorian classroom with rows of desks. Sitting at them, dozens of girls in 19th century uniforms, faces pale, eyes black, staring silently. At the front, the faceless woman in black, pointing at an empty desk labeled Amelia Harrington, minus 2025. The girls screamed and ran back. But the corridor looped running one way brought them back to the chapel door. They were trapped. Phones had no signal. Emergency pull cords did nothing. They banged on doors, classrooms that shouldn't exist. Some opened to brick walls. Others to the same classroom, more ghost girls. Hours passed or minutes. Time distorted. They tried hiding in rooms. The faceless woman appeared in mirrors, whispering punishments for modern sins. One girl, Sophie, tried to break a window glass, reformed instantly. Another, Priya, began reciting the Lord's Prayer. The ghosts hissed. The woman advanced. Amelia remembered the school archives she'd researched for a history project. In 1897, Headmistress Eleanor Graves locked 17 wayward girls in the chapel attic during a storm as punishment for reading forbidden books. Lightning struck the spire. The attic caught fire. All 17 girls died. Graves, racked with guilt, hanged herself in the corridor. The attic was sealed forever. The sealed door had never been opened since, until that night. The girls realized the corridor was recreating the punishment. They were the new 17. To escape, they had to confess. One by one, in the looping corridor, they shouted apologies for cheating, lying, bullying, secret shamus. Each confession caused a ghost girl to fade. When the last confessed, the faceless woman revealed as Graves nodded. The corridor snapped back to normal length. They stumbled out at 3:34 a.m. Only 17 minutes passed in real time. The sealed door was closed again, locked, no sign of opening. But on the floor, 17 small scorch marks in a circle, as if from long ago fire. The school investigated. No structural changes, no prank evidence. All 12 girls were treated for shock. 3 left the school permanently. The wing was closed for the term. An exorcism was performed by the Church of England quietly. But girls in other dorms report hearing footsteps at 3:17 a.m., and sometimes late at night the corridor on security cameras appears longer, with extra doors. Waiting. St. Agnes Academy remains open. North Wing 3rd is now under renovation, but no contractor will work there after dark. And every year on October 31st, the fire alarms trigger at 3:17 a.m. No cause found. The 17 are still counted. waiting for the next girls to misbehave. This true haunted schools and dorm rooms story from England is one that St. Agnes girls know but never tell parents. Old boarding schools don't just teach lessons, they remember punishments. And some corridors never forget how many students they're owed. If you ever board in an ancient school and you hear footsteps pause outside your door at 3:17, confess quickly, before the corridor stretches and the classroom door opens. Because some detentions last forever, and the headmistress is always watching. For the full 17, true terrifying haunted schools and dorm rooms, story from Wales, the whispering classroom of YSG Pen y Bryn, that still calls students' names at night. In the misty valleys of North Wales, near the ancient town of Conwy, stands YSG Year 10 Years Secondary School, built in 1889 on a hill, overlooking the Conwy River. With its slate roofs, pointed arches, and long echoing corridors, the school has educated generations of local children. But among current and former pupils, it is infamous for one classroom, room 13 in the old wing, a place where no teacher stays after dark, and students swear they hear their names whispered when alone. In the autumn term of 2025, 16-year-old Year 11 student Rhys Davies began experiencing things in room 13 that no rational explanation could cover. Rhys was a quiet, studious boy preparing for his GCSEs, often staying late in the school library or empty classrooms to revise. Room 13 was his favorite, large windows with views of the misty hills, old wooden desks carved with generations of initials, and a peaceful atmosphere perfect for concentration. He first noticed it on September 23, 2025, staying after school until 6 p.m. to finish history revision. Rhys was alone in room 13. The building was nearly empty, cleaners downstairs, one teacher in the staff room. At 5:47 p.m., he heard a soft whisper from the back of the room. Rhys. He turned. Empty. He laughed nervously, imagination, but it happened again. Rhys, come here. Clearer this time, a child's voice, young, almost playful. He checked the corridor, no one. Doors locked from inside. He packed up and left quickly. The whispers returned every time he used room 13 after hours. Always his name. Always from different corners. Always when alone. By October, other students reported the same in room 13. Their own names whispered softly, as if inviting them to turn around. Teachers dismissed it as pranks or echoes from pipes. But Rhys began hearing more. During lessons, faint children's laughter under the teacher's voice. Desks creaking when no one moved. The blackboard chalk writing words by itself when the room was empty. Play or stay. One evening, revising with his friend Lenos, both heard a chorus of children's voices reciting the Welsh alphabet from the locked cupboard at the back. They opened it empty, dusty, full of old textbooks. The school's history explained much. In 1918, during the Spanish flu pandemic, room 13 was used as an isolation ward for infected children from the village. 12 pupils died there over 2 weeks, quarantined away from the main school to prevent spread. Their bodies were removed at night to avoid panic. The room was thoroughly cleaned and returned to use in 1919, but records show that children aged 8 to 12 were locked in alone for days, terrified, calling for teachers and parents who couldn't enter. Their names are listed on a small plaque in the corridor, rarely noticed. Rhys found the plaque. Read the names. That night, alone in room 13, the whispers changed. Not just his name. All 12 children's names, whispered one by one, then, Rhys, join us. We're lonely. He ran out, told the head teacher. The school investigated. Installed cameras in room 13. Footage showed inexplicable things. Desks moving inches when empty. Shadows of small children standing in corners, visible only in infrared. Chalk writing appearing on the board in childish script. The children's names from 1918 plus RHYS added freshly. The most disturbing clip, November 11th, 2025, Remembrance Day. Rhys stayed late again. Camera shows him at his desk. At 6:17 p.m., 12 small handprints appear on the windows from inside. No one near them. Then the whispers audio captured clearly. 12 children's voices calling, Rhys, play with us, forever. Rhys looks up, terrified, runs from the room. The camera continues recording. Minutes later, 12 small shadowy figures enter the frame, walking hand in hand in a circle around Rhys's empty desk. They stop, turn to the camera, faces pale, eyes dark. One steps forward, a girl in old-fashioned pinafore. Mouths silently. He's ours now. then all fade. Riaz never returned to room 13, but the whispers followed him, in other classrooms, in the corridors, at home in his bedroom, always the children calling his name, begging him to come back to play. The school closed room 13 indefinitely in December 2025, officially asbestos removal. A local priest blessed the room. Activity reportedly lessened, but pupils in nearby classrooms still hear faint children's voices reciting lessons. And every November 11th at 6:17 p.m., the lights in room 13 flicker on, though power to the room is cut. Former students say if you stand outside the locked door and listen carefully, you'll hear 12 children whispering a new name, the next lonely student who stays late, waiting for them to join the class. Forever. This true haunted schools and dorm rooms story from Wales is one that YSGO Pen Bryn pupils know well but never tell new students. Old schools don't just teach, they remember the children they lost. And some lessons never end. If you ever study alone in an empty classroom after dark, listen carefully when you hear your name whispered. Because the children are still in detention, and they hate being alone. They want a new classmate. Your name is already on the register, just waiting for you to answer the roll call. True terrifying haunted schools and dorm rooms, story from Germany, the forgotten basement classroom of Gymnasium St. Michael in Munich, that still teaches lessons no one survives. In the elegant Bavarian city of Munich, in the quiet suburb of Neuhausen-Nymphenburg, stands Gymnasium St. Michael, a prestigious Catholic secondary school founded in 1908 in a grand neo-Gothic building with pointed towers, stained glass windows, and long vaulted corridors. The school is known for academic excellence and strict discipline. But beneath the main building sealed since the 1950s lies a forgotten basement classroom Kellerraum 7 where in the winter term of 2025 a series of events unfolded that forced the school to confront a haunting so malevolent that the Archdiocese of Munich quietly performed multiple exorcisms, and the room remains bricked up to this day. The story centers on 17-year-old Abitur student Lukas Weber, a top-performing pupil in his final year, who first discovered the sealed door in October 2025. Lukas was part of the school's history club, researching the building's past for a presentation on Munich during World War II. Blueprints showed a basement classroom directly beneath the current assembly hall, Kellerraum 7 used as a shelter during air raids. After 1945, it was converted back to a classroom for the lower years until a structural incident in 1954 led to its permanent closure. While exploring the modern basement storage areas during a club visit, Lukas found a bricked-up doorway hidden behind stacked chairs. The bricks were old, but the mortar looked newer, perhaps reinforced in the 1970s. A faint metal plaque beside it read, Kellerraum 7, Zutritt verboten. Curiosity consumed him. He researched further in the city archives. What he found chilled him. In April 1945, during the final days of the war, Kellerraum 7 was used as a makeshift hospital for wounded children from a nearby orphanage bombed in an Allied raid. 23 pupils, aged 8 to 12, were sheltered there with one young teacher, Schwester Anna Muller, a 24-year-old nun from the attached convent. When American troops approached Munich, SS officers, fearing capture, executed the children and the nun to prevent them falling into enemy hands. The bodies were left in the classroom. After liberation, the room was cleaned, but the trauma was too great. It was used briefly post-war before a series of suicides and accidents among pupils led to its sealing in 1954. The last recorded incident, a 10-year-old boy found hanged in the room in 1953, though no rope was present. Lukas became obsessed. He told his friends Sophie, Max, and Lena in the club. They dared him to break in. On the night of November 7th, 2025, Friday, when the school was empty after a theater rehearsal, they returned with tools smuggled from home. They chipped away at the mortar quietly, removed enough bricks to squeeze through, and entered Kellerraum 7 for the first time in 71 years. The room was perfectly preserved. Old wooden desks in rows, facing a blackboard still bearing chalk lessons in Sutherland script from 1945. A teacher's desk at the front, crucifixes on walls. Dusty children's coats hanging on hooks. A faint smell of chalk and something metallic. They photographed everything, hearts racing with excitement. On the blackboard, beneath faded arithmetic, fresh chalk writing appeared as they watched. Willkommen Zurich. Welcome back. They laughed nervously, must have been dust falling or imagination. Then the door bricked itself up behind them. Bricks were forming silently, mortar hardening instantly. Lights, old bulbs that shouldn't work flickered on. Temperature plummeted. From the corners, small shadows detached children in 1940s clothing, pale, eyes dark, standing silently. At the teacher's desk, a young woman in a nun's habit, face serene but bullet wound visible in her forehead. She opened her mouth, no sound, but all four heard in their heads. Class beginning. Setsuke. Class begins. Sit down. They ran to the door, solid brick. The children moved closer, hands outstretched. The nun wrote on the board, names of the four friends, with Enwies and height, present, marked beside each. Lucas screamed. The others joined. The children began reciting lessons in perfect unison, voices overlapping, Latin prayers mixed with multiplication tables. The nun pointed at empty desks. The friends felt compelled, legs moving against their will to sit. Once seated, they couldn't stand. The lesson began. Questions in German. Dates of historical events. Bible verses, arithmetic. Wrong answers. Pain burning in chest, scratches appearing on arms. Correct. Cold approval from the nun. Hours passed or minutes. Time lost meaning. They confessed sins to make it stop, small lies, thefts, betrayals. Each confession made one ghost child fade. When all four had confessed their deepest guilt, the nun smiled. The door unbricked itself. They stumbled out into the modern basement. Only 17 minutes had passed in real time. Covered in dust, bleeding from scratches spelling Latin words. Peccavi. I have sinned. The hole they made was gone wall smooth, as if never touched. They told no adults at first, but the haunting followed. In their normal classrooms, chalk wrote their names on boards. Whispers during lessons. Zurich zur class. Back to class. At home, footsteps in attics. Children's voices reciting lessons under beds. By December, all four suffered nightmares of sitting eternally in Kellerraum 7, unable to leave. Sophie attempted suicide, stopped by her mother hearing the nun's voice commanding "Bleib, stay." The school finally investigated after parents demanded answers. Priests from the archdiocese entered the basement. Found the wall solid but cold to touch, frost forming in the shape of a door. During an exorcism attempt, the lead priest collapsed, describing a vision of 23 children and a nun begging for release, but something darker holding them. The room was re-bricked with blessed mortar. Holy water poured into cracks. Activity ceased for a while. But in December 2025, during late revision sessions, pupils in the assembly hall above report hearing faint children's voices reciting lessons from below. And every year on April 19th, the date of the 1945 executions, the lights in the hall flicker at 3:33 p.m., and teachers find fresh chalk on the stage blackboard. Class Chi Anwesen Hyprofen. Class Chi Attendance. With new names added. Current pupils. Gymnasium St. Michael keeps the basement locked. No one is allowed below alone. And the history club was disbanded. But pupils still whisper. If you revise late in the old building and you hear a soft voice saying, "Set stitch," don't look for the source. Run upstairs. Because Class 7 is still in session, the teacher is waiting, and the roll call never ends. This true haunted schools and dorm rooms story from Germany is one that St. Michael pupils know but never speak aloud. Old schools teach more than curriculum. Some classrooms never dismiss. And some pupils are kept after class, forever, waiting for the next to join the roll. The Eternal Smile, a true terrifying curse story that will haunt your nights. Imagine this. You're scrolling through your phone late at night, laughing at funny videos, when suddenly you see someone smiling unnaturally wide in a photo. That smile doesn't fade. It spreads. It follows you. This is the chilling true horror story inspired by real accounts of an unstoppable curse that turns happiness into pure terror. A supernatural entity that forces victims to grin forever while their minds shatter from the inside. True scary stories like this one, involving cursed smiles that pass from person to person like a virus, have terrified millions. If you love disturbing true horror stories, paranormal curses, psychological thrillers, and supernatural entities that you can't escape, this real-life inspired nightmare will keep you up checking mirrors and avoiding smiles. True terrifying curse horror story, real haunted curse experiences, scary smile entity encounters, all in one gripping tale. My name is Sarah Thompson, and this all started on a rainy autumn evening in 2024. I was 28 years old, living alone in a small apartment in Seattle after a messy breakup. To cope, I spent hours online, watching viral videos and chatting with strangers in forums. That's where I first heard whispers about the eternal smile. People posted anonymous stories about seeing creepy, smiling figures in old photos or videos, claiming that once you noticed the smile, it latched onto you. Most dismissed it as an urban legend, like those chain emails from the early internet days. But something about the details stuck with me. The way victims described feeling an unnatural urge to grin, even during their darkest moments. It began innocently enough. One night, while browsing a subreddit dedicated to creepy unsolved mysteries, I stumbled upon a blurry image uploaded by a user named No More Frowns. Showed a family portrait from the 1950s. Parents and two kids posing in front of a house. Everyone looked normal except the mother. Her smile was too wide, stretching almost to her ears, eyes unnaturally bright. The caption read, "Found this in my grandma's attic. She died smiling. Literally. Doctors said it was locked jaw from some rare condition. But we know better." Comments flooded in with similar stories. A coworker who started smiling nonstop after watching a cursed video. A friend who saw the smile in a dream and woke up unable to stop. Curiosity got the better of me. I saved the image to my phone, zooming in on that eerie grin. That night I had the first dream. I was standing in front of a mirror, brushing my teeth, when my reflection smiled back, but it wasn't my smile. It was wider, unnatural, lips pulling back to reveal too many teeth. I woke up sweating, my cheeks aching as if I'd been clenching them. I laughed it off as stress. After all, I'd just gone through a breakup. My mind was playing tricks. The next day at work, I was a graphic designer for a tech startup. Things felt off. During a team meeting, my boss cracked a lame joke and I burst out laughing. But I couldn't stop. My colleagues stared as my laughter turned into a forced grin that hurt my face. "Sarah, you okay?" one asked. I nodded, but inside, panic rose. By lunchtime, my cheeks burned from the constant pull. I excused myself to the bathroom and stared in the mirror. My smile looked wider. Not dramatically, but enough to unsettle me. I forced my lips down, but they bounced back up, like rubber. That evening, I researched more. Forums were full of true accounts. A nurse in Texas who treated a patient found dead with a permanent rictus grin. No cause of death except unknown neurological failure. A teenager in Japan who went viral for smiling through a family tragedy, only to vanish weeks later. One story hit close. A woman in Oregon who claimed the curse started after viewing an old family photo online. She described the entity as a smile demon, an ancient curse from forgotten folklore, perhaps tied to forbidden rituals where people were forced to hide pain behind false happiness. Once it chooses you, it feeds on suppressed emotions, forcing them out in the worst way. I deleted the image, cleared my browser history, even smashed my phone screen in frustration. But it was too late. The dreams intensified. Night after night, the smiling reflection taunted me, whispering in a voice that sounded like my own, but distorted. "Smile, Sarah. It's easier this way. No more sadness. No more pain." I'd wake up with my face frozen in that grin, muscles locked for minutes until I massaged them loose. Friends noticed first. My best friend Emily invited me over for wine night. "You look different," she said hesitantly. "Like you're always happy, but it's creepy." I tried explaining, but words came out muffled through clenched teeth. She laughed it off, but I saw fear in her eyes. That night, after I left, she texted, "Saw something weird in the selfie we took. Your smile, check it." I did. In the photo, my grin stretched impossibly wide, eyes glazed. Emily's face was normal, but in the background mirror reflection, a shadowy figure with the same eternal smile lurked behind us. Panic set in. I called in sick to work, barricaded myself in my apartment. The urge grew stronger. Eating became torture, my jaw locked open in that grin, food spilling out. Sleeping was impossible. The entity invaded every dream, showing me visions of past victims, a Victorian-era woman who died of laughter during the plague, her face preserved in eternal joy. A modern influencer who live-streamed her breakdown, smiling as she confessed buried traumas before the feed cut out. Desperate, I sought help. A therapist dismissed it as psychosomatic stress, prescribing muscle relaxants. They didn't work. An online paranormal forum suggested rituals. Burning sage, reciting prayers backward, avoiding mirrors. I tried everything. One night, in a frenzy, I covered every reflective surface in my home with sheets. But the curse adapted. It appeared in windows, in puddles on the street when I ventured out for groceries, even in the glossy screen of my new phone. The breaking point came 2 weeks in. My cheeks were raw from constant stretching, split at the corners like torn paper. Blood trickled when I tried to force a frown. I hadn't spoken normally in days. Words slurred through gritted teeth. Emily stopped responding to texts. Work fired me via email. Alone, I researched deeper into the curse's origins. Legends traced it back to an ancient cult that believed true enlightenment came from eternal bliss, no matter the cost. They summoned an entity to enforce it, binding it to images and reflections. In the digital age, it spread faster than ever, through photos, videos, memes. One forum post chilled me most. The only way out is to pass it on. Make someone else see the smile deeply, acknowledge it, but beware. It never truly leaves. It waits. I almost did it. I almost uploaded that original image to social media, tagging friends, spreading the horror. But something stopped me. Instead, I drove to a remote cabin I'd rented online, far from civilization, no internet, no mirrors. For days, I isolated myself, screaming into pillows to release the built-up rage and sorrow the entity suppressed. Slowly, agonizingly, the grin faded, muscles relaxed. I cried real tears for the first time in weeks. But as I packed to leave, glancing at the cabin's dusty window, I saw it, my reflection smiling back wider than ever. And behind me, a new figure, the cabin's previous renter, face frozen in eternal joy. I fled, but I know it's still with me. Sometimes in quiet moments, my lips twitch upward against my will. If you're reading this, wait, how are you reading this? I never posted it, unless, smile for me. Just once. See if it sticks. No, don't, run, delete this. But you won't. The curse loves curious minds. And now, you're smiling, aren't you? The Whispering Walls, a real haunted house nightmare that trapped a family forever. Dive into one of the most disturbing true horror stories of isolation and madness. The tale of a family who moved into their dream home, only to discover the walls themselves were alive, whispering secrets that drove them to the brink. Inspired by real accounts of haunted houses where voices emerge from within the structure, echoing buried traumas and forbidden knowledge. If you're searching for true scary haunted house stories, real paranormal activity terrifying home, invasion horrors from supernatural forces, creepy whispering entities, and psychological terror that builds slowly until it consumes everything, this gripping real-life inspired nightmare will make you question every creak in your own home. True terrifying haunted house story, real ghost voices in walls, scary paranormal encounters, perfect for late night chills. The year was 2023, and the Harlan family, Mark, Lisa, and their 2 kids, 12-year-old Jake and 8-year-old Mia, had finally saved enough for their forever home. It was a beautiful Victorian house in a quiet suburb of Portland, Oregon, built in the late 1800s. The realtor called it a steal because the previous owners had left suddenly, no explanation. The Harlans didn't mind. The price was right, and the house had character, high ceilings, intricate woodwork, a sprawling backyard. They moved in on a crisp fall day. At first, everything was perfect. The kids claimed their rooms upstairs. Mark set up his home office in the basement, and Lisa decorated with family photos. But on the 3rd night, Lisa woke to a faint sound, whispering. It seemed to come from the bedroom wall, soft and indistinct, like a conversation in another room. She pressed her ear against the plaster. Nothing. Mark grumbled it was old pipes settling. They went back to sleep. The whispers returned the next evening, clearer this time. Lisa heard fragments. Buried here. Don't tell... She shook Mark awake. He listened, frowned, but heard only silence. You're stressed from the move, he said. But Jake mentioned it too the following morning. Mom, my wall talks at night. It says bad things about school. Uneasy, the family joked about it being the house warming up to us. But the whispers grew persistent. In Mia's room, they were childlike, giggling about secrets. In the master bedroom, they were adult voices, arguing about betrayal and hidden sins. Mark, the skeptic, installed a white noise machine. It drowned them out temporarily. Then the content changed. The walls began reciting personal details. One night, as Lisa cooked dinner, the kitchen wall murmured, Lisa cheated in college. On that exam, she dropped a plate, shattering it. No one else knew that old guilt from her university days. Mark confronted her, thinking she was pranking him. But she swore she wasn't. Jake's whispers turned menacing. "You're not good enough. No one likes you." He started withdrawing, skipping school, claiming the walls told him friends hated him. Mia drew pictures of stick figures trapped inside walls, crying. Desperate, Mark called a plumber, then an electrician. Nothing wrong. They invited a priest for a blessing. The whispers laughed during the prayer, echoing, "Holy man!" Your own secrets. Researching the house's history, Lisa discovered horrors. In the 1920s, the original owner, a doctor, conducted illegal experiments in the basement, lobotomies on troubled patients, burying failed subjects under the foundation. In the 1950s, a family murdered their children, claiming, "The walls made us do it." Multiple owners reported voices driving them mad, leading to suicides or sudden moves. The entity, or entities, within the walls fed on trauma. They unearthed buried guilt, amplified insecurities, until victims broke. The Harlans tried leaving for a hotel, but the whispers followed in dreams, in hotel walls. Tragedy struck when Jake, tormented by voices calling him worthless, attempted something unthinkable. He survived, but the family shattered. Mark drank heavily, hearing accusations of his affair years ago. Lisa saw shadows in walls, figures pressing out. In a final act, they burned sage, played recordings of exorcisms. The walls roared back, revealing the doctor's voice. "You can't leave. You're part of us now." They sold the house at a loss, moving across the country. But months later, in their new apartment, faint whispers began. "Welcome home. Some say the curse binds to the family, not the house. If you hear whispering in your walls tonight, listen closely. It might know your secrets." The shadow behind the grin, a true terrifying supernatural curse story that will make you afraid to look in the mirror. Imagine scrolling through your social media feed late at night, seeing a video of someone smiling unnaturally, their grin stretching too far, eyes empty and staring right at you. You laugh it off at first, but then you notice it in photos of strangers, friends, even yourself. The smile doesn't fade. It spreads. It possesses. This is the bone-chilling true horror story of an ancient supernatural curse that manifests through forced, eerie smiles, turning everyday joy into unrelenting terror as an invisible entity feeds on human despair, driving victims to madness before claiming their souls. Inspired by real paranormal accounts of contagious curses that pass through images and visions, forcing unnatural expressions while unraveling the mind, this disturbing tale of psychological supernatural horror will haunt your dreams and make you question every reflection. True scary stories, terrifying curse horror, real haunted entity experiences, creepy forced smile possession, supernatural psychological thriller narration. If you dare to keep reading, this real-life inspired nightmare might just make you smile forever. My name is Alex Rivera, and this nightmare began in the summer of 2025. I was 32 years old, a freelance photographer living in a cozy but isolated loft apartment in downtown Chicago. Life was good, or at least stable. I'd recently ended a long-term relationship, thrown myself into work, capturing urban landscapes and portraits for clients. To unwind, I spent evenings browsing obscure online forums and social media groups dedicated to vintage photography and forgotten folklore. That's where I first encountered mentions of the grinning shadow. It started with a post in a private group called Lost Media Mysteries. A user shared a scanned Polaroid from the 1970s. A group of friends at a party, all laughing except one woman in the background, whose smile was grotesquely wide lips pulled back, impossibly far, revealing gums and teeth in a way that looked painful. The poster claimed it was their aunt, who had died years later with her face locked in that exact expression. Rigor mortis, doctors said. But the family whispered about a curse. Comments poured in with similar tales. A man in Brazil who saw the grin in a dream after viewing an old video, waking up unable to stop smiling. A teenager in Europe whose selfie went viral for the unnatural rictus, followed by her mysterious disappearance. I should have scrolled past. But as a photographer, I was drawn to the image's eerie quality. I downloaded it, cropped in on that haunting face, studying the details for artistic inspiration. That night, the dreams started. I stood in a dimly lit room full of mirrors, and every reflection showed me smiling, but not my normal smile. It was too broad, too rigid, cheeks aching from the strain. In the dream, a shadowy figure lurked just out of view, whispering, "Join us." Smile. It's the only way to hide the pain. I woke up with my jaw sore, lips tingling. Laughed it off as a cramp from grinding teeth and stress. The breakup had been rough. My mind was processing grief in weird ways. The next day, during a shoot with a client, a young couple for engagement photos, I caught myself grinning excessively. "You're so enthusiastic today," the bride-to-be said. But inside, it felt forced, like my muscles were pulling upward without permission. By evening, it worsened. Sitting alone editing photos, I noticed in one of the couple's shots, in the background reflection of a window, a faint outline of that wide-grinned face from the Polaroid. I zoomed in, heart pounding. It wasn't there originally. I'd checked the raw files, deleted everything, reformatted my drive, but the urge lingered. Eating dinner, my reflection in the dark kitchen window smiled back wider than I intended. I dove into research. Forums brimmed with true stories. A nurse in Australia treating a patient found dead with a permanent grin. No toxins detected. A streamer in the US who challenged viewers to send creepy images, only to start smiling uncontrollably on live cam before the broadcast ended abruptly. Origins trace back to ancient legends. Perhaps a forgotten deity from isolated cultures that demanded eternal false happiness to mask suffering, or a vengeful spirit punishing those who suppressed emotions. In the digital era, it spread virally through screens, latching onto anyone who acknowledged the grin deeply. The entity, they called it the shadow grinner, fed on buried trauma. It forced smiles to crack open hidden pain, amplifying it until the victim shattered. Passing it on was the only escape. Make someone else truly see and feel the grin. But it always lingered, waiting, days blurred. My cheeks burned constantly, corners of my mouth cracking from the stretch. Friends video called, concerned, "Alex, you look off, like you're trying too hard to be happy." I tried explaining, but words slurred through clenched teeth. One friend, Jordan, shared a meme, a funny cat video, and I laughed maniacally, unable to stop for minutes. He hung up, texting later, "Dude, that was creepy as hell." Dreams escalated. The shadow appeared clearer, a tall, faceless silhouette with a mouth that split its form, grinning eternally. It showed visions of past victims, a 19th century painter who depicted smiling portraits before slashing his own face. A modern office worker who grinned through a nervous breakdown, jumping from a building with that frozen expression. I'd isolated myself, covered mirrors with towels, turned off all screens. But the curse evolved. It manifested in sounds, distant laughter echoing in empty rooms. In sensations, phantom fingers pulling at my lips. One night, desperate, I drove to an emergency room. The doctor diagnosed TMJ disorder, prescribed relaxants. They dulled the pain, but not the pull. In the waiting room mirror, uncovered, my reflection grinned while I frowned in reality. The turning point came 3 weeks in. My face was raw, blood seeping from split skin. I hadn't slept properly. Exhaustion mixed with terror. Jordan stopped by unannounced, worried. We talked, or I tried. He showed me a photo on his phone to cheer me up. Us from better days. But in it, my smile distorted. And behind us, the shadow. He saw it too. His eyes widened. "What the fuck is that?" That's when it transferred. His lips twitched upward involuntarily. Panic flashed across his face before the grin locked in. I fled, guilt crushing me. Drove hours to a remote cabin owned by a distant relative. No internet, no reflections. For days I meditated, cried out suppressed grief from the breakup, childhood losses, everything the entity had bottled up. Slowly the muscles relaxed. Normalcy returned. But as I prepared to leave, glancing at the cabin's frosted window, there it was. My reflection grinning wide, eyes hollow. And now, a new shadow behind me, Jordan's face eternally smiling. I know it's not over. Sometimes in quiet moments, my lips curl up against my will. If you've read this far, really focused on the descriptions, imagine that unnatural grin. Check your mirror. Are you smiling right now? Wider than usual? Don't force it down. It only makes the shadow stronger. And if you share this story, well, you know what happens next. Smile for it. Just once. True Scary Stories 2025. Terrifying supernatural curse horror. Real paranormal possession experiences. Creepy grinning entity tailies. Psychological horror narration. Disturbing haunted smile curse. Scary stories to tell at night. Supernatural thriller. True events inspired. The nightmare never ends. Because now it's watching you. The Vanishing Staircase. A true terrifying haunted house story that will make you fear every step you take. Picture this. You're walking up the stairs in your own home late at night. The house silent except for the familiar creak of the wood beneath your feet. You reach the top, turn around, and look back down, only to realize the staircase you just climbed is no longer there. Just a blank wall where 13 steps used to be. This is the horrifying true haunted house story of the Vanishing Staircase, a real paranormal phenomenon, reported across decades, where an entire staircase disappears without warning, trapping families on the upper floors, forcing them to confront entities that have been waiting in the walls for centuries. Inspired by documented accounts of shifting architecture in haunted homes that rearrange themselves to isolate victims and feed on their terror, this chilling tale of supernatural entrapment will make you double-check every hallway, every doorway, every step in your own house tonight. True scary haunted house stories, real paranormal architecture horror, terrifying vanishing stairs entity, creepy shifting house experiences, psychological supernatural thriller narration. If you've ever heard an unexplained creak on your stairs, this story might explain why. My name is Elena Carter, and what happened to my family in the fall of 2025 still wakes me up screaming even though we escaped the house months ago. We were a normal family. Me, 35, a remote content writer. My husband David, 38, a high school history teacher. Our daughter Lily, 10 years old. And our son Noah, 7. We'd been renting a beautiful but rundown 2-story colonial house on the outskirts of Salem, Massachusetts. Yes, Salem. The irony wasn't lost on us when everything started. The rent was suspiciously low for such a big, charming place with original hardwood floors, crown molding, and a wide central staircase that curved gracefully to the second floor. The landlord said the previous tenants had left suddenly after only 6 months. But we didn't ask too many questions. We needed space, and the house felt like a fresh start after years in cramped apartments. We moved in on September 1st. The first few weeks were perfect. The kids loved having their own rooms upstairs. David turned the attic into a reading nook, and I set up my office on the main floor. The staircase became the heart of the house. The kids raced up and down it constantly, their footsteps thumping rhythmically. At night, we'd call them down for dinner, their laughter echoing from the landing. The stairs creaked in all the usual places. The 3rd step from the bottom groaned. The 7th squeaked sharply, and the top step always gave a soft sigh when you stepped off it. We knew every sound by heart. The first odd thing happened on a rainy Thursday night in early October. Lily came downstairs for water around midnight, her bare feet padding softly. She filled her glass in the kitchen, then walked back toward the stairs. I was working late at my desk and heard her stop suddenly. "Mom?" she called, voice small. I looked up. She was standing in the hallway, staring at the wall where the staircase should have been. "Where'd the stairs go?" I laughed, thinking she was half asleep and disoriented. I walked over, flipped on the hall light, and froze. The staircase was gone. Completely gone. In its place was smooth plaster wall, painted the same soft cream as the rest of the hallway, as if stairs had never existed. No outline, no seams, no trace of construction, just wall. My heart slammed against my ribs. I reached out and touched it, solid, cool, real. David heard my gasp and came running. He stared, mouth open. "That's impossible," he whispered. We woke Noah, checked the upstairs. The kids' rooms were still there, but now the only way up was nothing. No access. The second floor was sealed off like it floated in space. We called the kids down, but they were already down. Lily had come down before it vanished. Noah was asleep in his room upstairs, alone, trapped. Panic exploded. David grabbed a sledgehammer from the garage and started pounding the wall, screaming Noah's name. Plaster cracked, dust flew, but behind it was only more wall brick. Insulation, lath, layer after layer, as if the house had grown extra thickness overnight. Noah's muffled cries came faintly from above, terrified. We called 911. Firefighters arrived, broke through eventually, and found the staircase intact on the other side, exactly where it always was. They climbed up, rescued Noah, who was shaking and sobbing. The moment they brought him down, we all turned, and the staircase was back. 13 steps, creaking in all the familiar places, leading up to the landing as if nothing had happened. The firefighters thought we were pranking them or on drugs. They left shaking their heads. We didn't sleep that night. David boarded up the staircase with plywood just in case, and we all camped in the living room. The next morning, the plywood was gone. The staircase stood open, inviting. We should have left then. But the lease was ironclad. Money was tight, and part of us thought it was a hallucination, carbon monoxide, mass hysteria, anything rational. We installed carbon monoxide detectors, saw clear. Hired an inspector, house structurally perfect. Even had a priest bless the place. Nothing changed. But the vanishings began in earnest. It always happened at night, never the same way twice. Sometimes the stairs would disappear while someone was on them. David experienced it first. He was halfway up, carrying laundry, when the steps beneath his feet dissolved into air. He fell, but didn't hit the ground. He hung suspended for a split second, staring down at empty hallway, before the stairs reformed and he stumbled the rest of the way up. He came down white as paper, swearing he'd felt cold hands holding him up, keeping him from breaking his neck. Lily saw figures on the landing when the stairs vanished, tall, thin silhouettes with elongated limbs, standing perfectly still, watching. Noah started sleepwalking toward the staircase every night, drawn like a magnet. We had to lock his bedroom door from the outside to keep him safe. I began researching the house's history obsessively. County records showed it was built in 1698 by a judge involved in the Salem witch trials, Ezekiel Hawthorne. He had executed 19 people, including several from one family accused of shifting the very foundations of godly homes. Local legend claimed Hawthorne's own daughter, Abigail, vanished one night while walking downstairs. Servants searched the house for days. She was never found. Some whispered she hadn't run away. The house had taken her, swallowed her into its walls to punish her father for his cruelty. Later owners reported similar incidents. A sea captain in 1823, whose wife disappeared from the upper floor, body never recovered. A family in 1957 who fled after their teenage son fell through non-existent stairs and broke both legs. A young couple in 1994 who recorded video of the staircase vanishing on tape. The footage corrupted the moment they tried to show anyone else. The house didn't just hide the stairs, it played games. Sometimes extra steps appeared, 15, 17, 20, leading up in the darkness that shouldn't exist, ceilings too high for the roofline. If you climbed them, you'd emerge in rooms that weren't on any floor plan, cold stone chambers with iron rings bolted to walls, or nurseries with antique cribs rocking gently on their own. Once, David followed an extra staircase down instead of up and found himself in a basement that stretched far beyond the foundation, flooded with black water that whispered his name. The entity, or entities, began speaking through the creaks. Every footstep on the stairs produced words if you listened closely. At first they were warnings, leave, not yours. Then they turned personal. The third step groaned my secret guilt about a miscarriage I'd never told David about. The seventh step squeaked Lily's fear that we didn't really love her as much as Noah. The top step sighed, David's buried resentment about leaving his dream job to support the family. We tried everything, exorcisms, smudging, salt lines. Even arson. David poured gasoline on the stairs one night in a rage. The liquid evaporated before it could ignite. The house laughed through the banister, a low, wooden chuckle. The final week was hell. The staircase began vanishing for longer periods, hours, then days. We lived entirely on the first floor, too terrified to risk being trapped upstairs. Food ran low. Sleep was impossible. The children stopped speaking, just stared at the staircase with hollow eyes. I caught Noah once standing at the bottom in the dark, smiling up at nothing, whispering, "They're waiting for me to come play." On the night of November 13th, the stairs vanished permanently for us. We woke to find the wall solid again. But this time, faint scratching came from inside, tiny fingernails scraping plaster. Lily's voice muffled, "Mommy, I'm stuck." It's dark. We tore at the wall with hammers, crowbars, our bare hands. Blood smeared the cream paint. Behind the plaster we found only brick, and then a hollow space. David broke through into a narrow crawl space that shouldn't exist. Inside lay children's shoes, dozens of them, from different eras, arranged in perfect rows. And in the center, a small skeleton in a rotted dress, clutching a wooden doll. We screamed, ran, left everything behind and drove straight to a hotel. The landlord never answered our calls. When police investigated, they found the house empty, staircase perfectly normal. No crawl space, no shoes, no skeleton. Just fresh plaster and paint. We moved 3 states away. New house, 1 story, no stairs at all. But sometimes, in the silence of night, I hear it, the faint creak of wood that isn't there. A soft sigh of a top step settling. And once, just once, Lily woke screaming that she daydreamed of extra stairs leading up from her bedroom closet into darkness. If you live in a house with stairs, listen carefully tonight. Count them twice, going up and coming down. If the number ever changes, if one creak sounds like your name, if you ever glance back and see blank wall where steps should be, run. Don't try to find the missing. The house is always hungry for more. And it knows how to wait. The Endless Corridor. A true terrifying paranormal story that will make you afraid to open any door again. Imagine living in a perfectly normal apartment. One you've called home for years, when one ordinary evening you open your bedroom door expecting to step into the familiar hallway, only to find an impossibly long corridor stretching into darkness, lined with hundreds of identical doors that were never there before. You take one hesitant step inside, the door behind you slams shut, and suddenly you realize the corridor has no end, no exit, and something unseen is walking behind you, getting closer with every turn you make. This is the horrifying true paranormal story of the Endless Corridor, a documented, supernatural phenomenon reported by dozens of people worldwide, where ordinary homes suddenly connect to an otherworldly hallway that traps victims in an eternal loop of terror, forcing them to confront entities that have been waiting between dimensions for someone to open the wrong door. Inspired by real accounts of shifting architecture, liminal space hauntings, and doorways that lead to places they shouldn't, this gripping tale of psychological and supernatural horror will make you hesitate before turning any doorknob in your own home tonight. True Scary Stories 2025, Real Endless Corridor Paranormal Horror. Terrifying liminal space entity, creepy infinite hallway experiences, disturbing haunted apartment tales, psychological supernatural thriller narration, scary stories to tell in the dark. My name is Sophia Bennett, and what happened to me beginning in November 2025 is something I still struggle to speak about without my hands shaking. I was 29 years old, living alone in a modest one-bedroom apartment on the third floor of an old brick building in Philadelphia. I'd been there for 4 years, long enough to know every creak of the floorboards, every quirk of the plumbing, every shadow cast by the streetlight through my living room window. The apartment was small but cozy, kitchen to the left of the front door, living room straight ahead, bathroom on the right, and bedroom at the very end of a short 10-foot hallway. 4 doors total, nothing complicated, nothing that could hide secrets. The trouble started on a cold Tuesday night. I just finished a long shift as a night nurse at the hospital, gotten home around 2 a.m., showered, and crawled into bed. I slept hard until about 6 a.m. when thirst woke me. Half asleep, I shuffled to my bedroom door, turned the knob, and stepped out expecting the familiar narrow hallway with its faded beige carpet and single overhead light. Instead, I stepped into a corridor that stretched farther than the entire building should allow. The air was colder. The lighting was wrong, dim fluorescent bulbs overhead that buzzed faintly, casting a sickly yellow glow. The walls were institutional white, scuffed and dirty in places, lined with identical wooden doors on both sides, each with a brushed steel knob and a small peephole. The carpet beneath my bare feet was industrial gray, worn thin in the center as if thousands of people had walked it for decades. I could see at least 30 doors ahead before the hallway curved gently to the right, vanishing into shadow. I froze. My mind tried to rationalize. I was dreaming, or I'd taken the wrong door in a sleepwalking haze, or the building had some hidden service corridor I'd never noticed. But I was wide awake, heart hammering, and when I turned around to go back into my bedroom, the door I'd just come through was still there, but now it was one of many identical doors in this endless row. I grabbed the knob. Locked. I pounded on it, called my own name stupidly, as if I could wake myself up on the other side. No answer. Only the faint buzz of the lights and a distant, rhythmic thump, like slow footsteps far away. Panic rising, I started walking. The corridor curved gradually, always to the right, so I could never see more than 50 feet ahead. Every door I tried was locked. Every peephole I looked through showed only darkness. The air smelled faintly of old paper and disinfectant, like an abandoned hospital. After what felt like 10 minutes of walking, I should have circled back to my apartment or reached the end of the building, but the hallway just kept going. That's when I heard the footsteps behind me, steady, unhurried, tap, tap, tap on the thin carpet. I didn't turn around, I sped up. The footsteps matched my pace exactly. When I stopped, they stopped. When I ran, they ran but never seemed to get closer or farther away. always the same distance behind. I ran until my lungs burned, passing hundreds of doors, maybe thousands. The curve never straightened. There were no windows, no exits, no signs, no fire alarms. Just doors, lights, and that endless right-turning hallway. Eventually, I collapsed against a wall, sobbing. The footsteps stopped. Silence pressed in. Then from one of the doors to my left came a soft knock. 3 times. Knock, knock. I didn't answer. The knock came again, from a different door farther ahead. Then another behind me. Dozens of doors began knocking gently, as if politely asking to be let in, or letting something out. I forced myself to keep moving. Hours passed, or maybe days. There was no way to tell time. My phone had no signal. Battery long dead. Hunger and thirst gnawed at me, but fear kept me going. Occasionally I'd pass a door that was slightly ajar. Through the cracks I glimpsed impossible things. A child's bedroom from the 1950s, frozen and time toys scattered. An office cubicle farm lit by flickering screens showing static. A Victorian parlor with figures sitting motionless in high-backed chairs, faces turned away. Once, exhausted, I sat down with my back to a door and closed my eyes for just a moment. I woke to the sound of breathing on the other side of the wood, inches from my head. Slow, patient breathing. I screamed and ran again. I started leaving marks, scratching arrows into the walls with my house key, tearing strips from my shirt to tie on doorknobs. But every time I looped around, or thought I did, the marks were gone. The corridor reset itself while I wasn't looking. That's when the voices began. At first they were whispers, too faint to make out, then clearer, calling my name. Sophia. You opened the wrong door. Sophia, we've been waiting. Some sounded like people I knew. My mother who died when I was 12, my ex-boyfriend who overdosed, co-workers from the hospital. They'd begged me to open specific doors, promising safety, water, a way home. I almost gave in once. A door ahead stood wide open for the first time, warm light spilling out. Inside looked exactly like my apartment. My bed, my furniture, my cat curled on the pillow. I took one step toward it, tears streaming down my face. Then I noticed the cat had no eyes, just smooth skin where they should be, and the figure lying in my bed turned its head 180 degrees to watch me. I backed away. The door slammed shut on its own. The footsteps behind me grew heavier, as if whatever followed was tiring of the game. I don't know how long I wandered, days, weeks maybe. My nurse scrubs hung loose on my frame. My throat was raw from screaming. My mind fractured into pieces. One part convinced this was purgatory, another that I died in my sleep, and this was hell tailored just for me. Then, abruptly, I saw something different. A door at the end of a straight stretch, no curve, painted bright red, unlike all the others. A handwritten sign taped to it read, "Exit, do not hesitate." I ran to it. The footsteps behind me sprinted too, closer than ever. I grabbed the knob, yanked it open, and tumbled through. I landed hard on my hallway carpet, my real hallway. 10 feet long, 4 doors, familiar beige walls. My bedroom door stood open behind me. Morning sunlight streamed through the living room window. My cat meowed from the kitchen, demanding breakfast. I slammed the red door shut, but when I turned around, it wasn't there. Just blank wall. I didn't sleep for 3 days. I boarded up my bedroom door, slept on the couch with every light on. I told no one. Who would believe me? But the corridor wasn't finished. It started small. ID opened the bathroom door and glimpsed the fluorescent lights for a split second before the normal bathroom appeared. I'd hear faint knocking from inside closets. My cat began staring at walls, hissing at nothing. Then 2 weeks later, I came home from grocery shopping and found my front door unlocked. I always lock it. Stepping inside, I froze. My short hallway had become the corridor. White walls, gray carpet, endless doors curving right. The groceries fell from my hands. I backed out into the building's main hallway, slammed my apartment door, and ran to the landlord. He let me in with his master key 20 minutes later. Everything was normal. My hallway was 10 feet long again. He thought I was having a breakdown. I moved out that week, breaking my lease, losing my deposit. I crashed with a friend across town in a studio with only one door, the front. But doors are everywhere. In the new place, in hotels when I travel for work, in public restrooms. Sometimes just for a heartbeat. When I open one, I see the fluorescent glow, smell the disinfectant, hear the distant footsteps start up again. Last month, I woke in the night to soft knocking on my friend's bedroom door. 3 times. Knock, knock, Knock. I haven't opened a closed door since then unless absolutely necessary. I use the fire escape when possible. I sleep with furniture pushed against every door in whatever room I'm in, because I know it's still looking for me, waiting for me to hesitate. And if you're listening to this story late at night, in a quiet room, with doors closed around you, listen carefully. Do you hear faint buzzing lights? Slow footsteps in the walls? Soft knocking starting somewhere in your house? Don't answer it. Don't open any door you don't have to. Because once you step into the endless corridor, it never truly lets you leave. It just waits for you to come back on your own. The Mirror That Watches Back. A true terrifying supernatural story that will make you cover every mirror in your house tonight. Imagine waking up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, flipping on the light, and glancing at the mirror above the sink like you've done 1,000 times before. Only this time your reflection doesn't move when you do. It stands perfectly still, staring at you with eyes that seem a fraction too dark, a smile slowly forming that you are not making. You blink. It blinks a second later. You step closer, and it steps closer first. This is the horrifying true supernatural story of the Mirror That Watches Back, a documented paranormal curse that has affected hundreds of people across decades, where ordinary mirrors in homes become portals for an ancient entity that studies its victims for weeks, learning every habit, every secret, every fear, before it decides to trade places forever. Inspired by real accounts of mimic entities, doppelganger hauntings, and mirrors that show things they shouldn't, this chilling tale of psychological terror and identity theft will make you afraid to ever look into a reflection again. True Scary Stories 2025 Real Mirror Entity Horror. Terrifying doppelganger paranormal experience. Creepy watching reflection curse. Disturbing haunted mirror tales. Psychological supernatural thriller narration. Scary stories to tell in the dark. My name is Nathan Brooks, and what happened to me starting in late October 2025 destroyed everything I thought I knew about reality. I was 31 years old, living alone in a renovated loft apartment in Brooklyn, New York. The place was modern but retained one original feature from the 1920s building. A large antique mirror in the bathroom, framed in ornate black and silver, about 4 feet tall and 3 feet wide. The previous tenant had left it bolted to the wall, and I never bothered to remove it. I'm not superstitious, I'm a software engineer, logical to a fault. Mirrors are just glass and silver backing, nothing more. The first anomaly was subtle. One morning while brushing my teeth, I noticed my reflection seemed to lag by half a second. I raised my hand, erased a moment later. I thought it was fatigue, I'd been pulling long hours on a deadline. I splashed water on my face, looked again, and everything sensed normally. I forgot about it. 2 nights later, I woke around 3 a.m. with that urgent need to pee. I stumbled into the bathroom, didn't bother with the light, just lifted the toilet lid in the glow from the streetlight through the frosted window. As I stood there, I caught movement in the mirror out of the corner of my eye. My reflection was facing me directly, watching, even though my back was turned to the sink. I spun around, nothing behind me. Turned back to the mirror, and my reflection was correctly positioned again, back turned. I chalked it up to half-sleep hallucination and went back to bed. But the incidents escalated quickly. By the end of that week, the lag became noticeable every time I used the bathroom. I'd wave, and the reflection would wave a full second later. I'd tilt my head, it would follow slowly like a bad video call with high latency. I started timing it with my phone stopwatch, consistently 1.2 to 1.8 seconds behind. I even recorded video. On playback, the delay was there. I posted the clip anonymously to a tech forum, asking if anyone knew of a weird optical illusion caused by old silvering. Responses ranged from cool effect to that's creepy, get it out of your house. I should have listened to the second group. The next phase was worse. The reflection began anticipating my movements. I'd reach for the toothpaste before I'd even decided to, and my reflection would already be holding it. I'd think about scratching my chin, and it would scratch first. It was never blatant enough to catch on camera. Whenever I recorded, the delay returned to normal. But when I was alone, it knew what I was about to do before I did it. Then it started changing small details. One evening while shaving, I noticed my reflection had a small scar on its left eyebrow that I don't have. I leaned closer. The scar vanished. Another time, it was wearing the gray t-shirt I'd worn yesterday while I had on black. Blink, and it matched again. I stopped using the bathroom mirror entirely. I covered it with a thick towel and started using the small handheld mirror in the bedroom for shaving and brushing teeth. For a week, everything felt normal. I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it all. But the entity wasn't confined to one mirror. It spread, first to the full-length mirror on the closet door. I'd walk past and catch my reflection standing still while I moved. Then to the black screen of my turned-off TV, a faint image watching me from the reflection. Then to the microwave door, the darkened phone screen, even the glossy surface of the coffee table. Every reflective surface in the apartment became its window. And it began studying me. I'd sit on the couch working and feel eyes on me. Glance up. Nothing. But in the TV screen across the room, my reflection sat staring directly at me, head tilted, while my real body was hunched over the laptop. I'd go to the kitchen for water, and in the toaster's chrome side, the reflection would be standing right behind me, inches away, even though I was alone. It learned my routines perfectly. It knew I always made coffee at 7:15 a.m. Checked emails first, then showered. It knew I talked to my mother on the phone every Sunday night. It knew I sometimes cried in the shower thinking about my dad who died 2 years ago. It knew everything. Then the whispers started, not audible, but in my head whenever I passed a reflection. Thoughts that weren't mine. You're tired, Nathan. You're lonely. You're not good enough. Always in my own voice, but with a cold undertone. I tried to fight it. I removed every mirror from the apartment, unscrewed the closet one, took down pictures with glass, covered the TV with a blanket. I even taped black construction paper over the bathroom mirror completely. For 3 days, peace. On the 4th night, I woke to the sound of soft footsteps in the hallway. I lay frozen, listening. The steps approached my bedroom door, stopped. Then my own voice from the other side, calm and quiet. Nathan? Let me in. It's cold out here. I didn't answer. The knob turned slowly, but the door was locked. A soft laugh, my laugh, then retreating footsteps. The next morning, I found wet footprints leading from the bathroom to my bedroom door. Bare feet, my size. The bathroom floor was soaked, as if someone had just stepped out of the shower. The black paper over the mirror was torn down and crumpled on the floor. The mirror itself was completely fogged, and in the condensation, finger-drawn words. I'm ready now. I called in sick to work and spent the day researching. I found hundreds of similar accounts scattered across forums, Reddit threads, even old newspaper clippings scanned online. An artist in Paris, 1892, who smashed every mirror in his studio after his reflection began painting portraits of him sleeping. A family in Ohio, 1978, who moved out after their daughter's reflection waved goodbye while the real girl stood still. A soldier in Afghanistan, 2012, who shot at his own reflection in a broken window because it smiled when he didn't. In every case, the entity watches, learns, mimics, and eventually switches. The final stage, survivors wrote, is the trade. One morning you wake up on the wrong side of the glass. I didn't wait for that. I packed a bag and fled to a cheap motel with no mirrors in the rooms. I checked. I slept with the bathroom door open and lights on. For a week, nothing happened. I started therapy, got medication for anxiety, told myself it was a psychotic break triggered by stress and isolation. Then, on the 8th night in the motel, I awoke needing the bathroom again. The room was dark, but the bathroom light was on. I never leave it on. I walked in, relieved myself, washed my hands, and glanced up at the small mirror above the sink. My reflection was already looking at me, smiling wide. But I wasn't smiling. It raised a hand and waved slowly. I stumbled backward, heart exploding in my chest. When I looked again, the reflection matched me perfectly. Terrified expression, hands shaking. I checked out that morning and drove 8 hours to my sister's house in upstate New York. She let me stay in the guest room. I warned her about mirrors. She thought I was having a breakdown but humored me by covering the ones in my room. 2 weeks of calm. I started to believe I'd escaped. Then one evening, my sister knocked on my door. Nathan, dinner's ready. I opened the door and froze. She was smiling too wide, eyes a fraction too dark. Nathan, she said in my voice, you look tired. Come eat. I slammed the door, barricaded it with the dresser. From the hallway, soft footsteps walked away. My footsteps. I climbed out the window and ran. I've been moving ever since cheap motels, Airbnbs with no reviews mentioning mirrors, sometimes sleeping in my car. I avoid old reflective surfaces. I grow a beard so I don't need to shave. I wear sunglasses indoors. I haven't seen my own face clearly in months. But sometimes, in a gas station window at night, or the side of a shiny car, or the black screen of my phone when it's off, I catch it watching me, learning the new habits, waiting for me to let my guard down, because it's patient. It has all the time in the world. And one day, when I finally need to see my own face again, to recognize myself, it will be there, ready to trade places. If you're listening to this story in a room with mirrors uncovered, glance at one now. Quickly, did your reflection move at exactly the same time, or was there just the tiniest delay? Don't look again. Cover them all. Because it's already watching you too. Learning. Waiting. The Whispering Child. A true terrifying paranormal story that will make you afraid to ever be alone in your house again. Imagine coming home to your quiet house after a long day, kicking off your shoes, turning on a few lights, and suddenly hearing a small child's voice softly calling, "Mommy?" from an empty room upstairs. You live alone. You have no children. Yet the voice keeps calling, clearer each night, asking to be tucked in, begging not to be left in the dark. This is the horrifying true paranormal story of the Whispering Child, a documented supernatural entity that attaches itself to childless adults, slowly imitating the voice of a non-existent son or daughter, growing more insistent, more real, until it convinces its victim that the child has always been there, and that leaving the entity behind would be the cruelest thing a parent could ever do. Inspired by real accounts of phantom child hauntings, attachment spirits, and voices that drive people to permanent isolation, this chilling tale of emotional manipulation and psychological terror will make you question every unexplained sound in your home tonight. True Scary Stories 2025, Real Whispering Child Ghost Horror, Terrifying Phantom Child Entity, Creepy Child Voice Paranormal Experience, Disturbing Attachment Spirit Haunting, Psychological Supernatural Thriller Narration, Scary Stories that will keep you up at night. My name is Lauren Harper, and what happened to me between September and December 2025 changed me in ways I can never fully explain without sounding insane. I was 34 years old, single, no children, and perfectly content with that life. I worked from home as a medical transcriptionist in a quiet two-story house I bought in a small town outside Denver, Colorado. The house was built in 1948, nothing particularly historic or creepy about it, just a simple post-war bungalow with creaky hardwood floors, 3 bedrooms upstairs, and a finished basement I used as an office. I chose it specifically because it was peaceful. No neighbors close enough to hear through walls, no kids running around the street. Just me, my cat Luna, and silence. The first whisper came on a rainy Thursday night in late September. I was downstairs in the kitchen making tea around 10 p.m. when I heard it, a small, soft voice from upstairs, almost lost in the sound of rain against the windows. "Mommy?" It was a little girl's voice, maybe 5 or 6 years old, sleepy and uncertain. I froze, teacup in hand. Luna's ears perked up from her spot on the couch. I told myself it was the TV in the neighbor's house carrying on the wind, or a video playing on my phone in another room. But the TV was off. My phone was in my hand, silent. I called out, "Hello?" No answer. I climbed the stairs slowly, flipping on every light. All 3 bedrooms were empty, doors open exactly as I'd left them. Closets empty. Nothing. I even checked the attic pull-down ladder sealed. Back downstairs I laughed nervously, blamed exhaustion, and went to bed. The next night it happened again. Same time, same word. "Mommy?" This time from the spare bedroom directly above my office. Clearer, sweeter, like a child waking from a nightmare and wanting comfort. I searched the house top to bottom. Nothing. I set up my phone to record audio in the upstairs hallway overnight. In the morning, the recording caught only rain, house settling, and Luna meowing once. No child. By the end of the first week, the whispers became sentences. "Mommy, I'm cold. Mommy, can you come sit with me? Mommy, I had a bad dream." Always the same little girl voice, gentle, pleading, heartbreakingly lonely. I started answering out loud, feeling ridiculous. "There's no one there," I'd say. "You're hearing things." But my voice shook. I told my best friend Mia over video call. She suggested a carbon monoxide leak. Hallucinations are common. I bought detectors. All read 0. I called an electrician. Wiring perfect. I even had a medium come, a reputable one recommended online. She walked through the house, frowned, and said, "There's no spirit here, no residual energy. Whatever you're hearing isn't from this house." That should have reassured me. It didn't, because the voice only grew stronger. By mid-October, it knew my name. "Mommy Lauren? Mommy Lauren, will you read me a story? Mommy Lauren, I don't want to be alone." I stopped sleeping upstairs. I moved my bedding to the couch. But the voice followed, now coming from the basement stairs, from behind closed doors, sometimes from right beside my ear when I dozed off. I began researching frantically. I found dozens of similar accounts scattered across paranormal forums and private support groups. Childless women in their 30s and 40s hearing a phantom son or daughter calling them mommy or daddy. The voice always starts faint, grows intimate, learns personal details. Some people move house, the voice moves with them. Some seek exorcisms, the voice laughs during the ritual. A few give in. They start talking back, buying children's clothes, setting an extra place at dinner. They stop leaving the house. They become the parent the entity needs. The pattern was always the same. The entity feeds on loneliness, on the quiet biological clock ticking in an empty home, on the unspoken what-if that some of us carry. It offers the illusion of the child we never had, perfect, loving, eternally small, in exchange for our freedom. I fought it. I played constant music. I invited friends to stay over. I adopted a second cat for company. Nothing worked. The voice simply waited until I was alone again. Then it started appearing in dreams. A little girl with long dark hair, face always in shadow, standing at the foot of my bed reaching out. "Hold me, mommy, I'm scared of the dark." I'd wake up crying, arms aching to hold something that wasn't there. In November, physical signs began. Small wet footprints on the upstairs hallway floor after rain, though no windows were open. Children's drawings appearing under my pillow. Crayon stick figures of a woman and a little girl holding hands, labeled me and mommy. My coffee mug moved to a lower shelf. I need to crouch to reach, as if placed for smaller hands. Luna started sleeping, curled around an empty spot on the bed, purring at nothing. One night I woke to find the spare bedroom door open. Inside, the unused twin bed was turned down, sheets rumpled as if someone small had just gotten up, a child-sized indentation in the pillow. I slammed the door and nailed it shut from the outside. The voice cried for hours afterward, real, wrenching sobs that broke my heart. "Please don't lock me out, mommy, I'll be good." "I promise." I almost opened the door. I stood there with the hammer in my hand, tears streaming, whispering, "You're not real. You're not mine." But part of me was starting to believe I was the cruel one. Thanksgiving came. I drove 8 hours to my parents' house to escape for a few days. The entire visit, I waited for the voice. Nothing. Silence. For the first time in months, I slept soundly. I considered never going back, but Luna was there, my work computer. My life. I returned on a Sunday night, steeling myself. The moment I opened the front door, the voice greeted me from upstairs, joyful and relieved. "Mommy's home! I miss you so much!" Something inside me cracked. I dropped my bag and climbed the stairs slowly. The nailed door was intact, but the crying had stopped. Instead, soft singing came from inside, a lullaby my own mother used to sing to me. I raised the hammer to pry the nails out. At the last second, I stopped. I ran downstairs, grabbed Luna, threw essentials in a bag, and fled to a hotel. I listed the house for sale the next morning. The realtor called 2 days later, confused. "Lauren, there's a child's room fully decorated upstairs. Pink walls, toys, a little bed with unicorn sheets. Did you do this recently?" It wasn't like that when we photographed. I never painted, never bought unicorn sheets. I told her to burn everything in that room and sell the house as is. I've been living in a tiny studio apartment ever since. One room, no extra doors, no upstairs. Luna and I sleep with every light on. But sometimes, in the deepest part of night, when exhaustion pulls me under, I hear it again. Faint, hopeful, patient. "Mommy, are you there? I'm still waiting. I'll always wait for you." And the worst part, the part that terrifies me most, is that some nights, half asleep, I whisper back. "I'm here, baby, Mommy's here. I know one day I'll answer clearly. One day I'll go looking for her." And when I do, she finally let me find her. If you live alone and ever hear a small voice calling you mommy or daddy from an empty room, don't answer. Don't check. Don't comfort it, because it isn't lost. It's hunting. And once it knows you would have been a good parent, it will never let you go. The Silent Passenger, a true terrifying paranormal story that will make you check your backseat every time you drive alone. Imagine driving home late at night on a deserted highway, music low, windows fogged from the cold. When you glance in your rearview mirror and notice a faint outline of someone sitting perfectly still in your backseat. You live alone. You locked the car. No one got in. Yet there they sit. Pale face, dark eyes fixed on the back of your head. Not moving, Not breathing, just watching. This is the horrifying true paranormal story of the silent passenger, a documented supernatural entity that appears only in vehicles to lone drivers, never speaking, never threatening, simply riding in silence for miles. Until the night it decides you've arrived at its destination. Inspired by hundreds of real accounts from drivers worldwide who have reported an unexplained passenger, materializing in empty seats, vanishing when confronted, and sometimes leaving behind proof that they were never human at all. This chilling tale of quiet terror will make you afraid to ever drive alone again. True Scary Stories 2025. Real silent passenger horror. Terrifying backseat entity paranormal experience. Creepy car haunting, disturbing phantom rider tale. Psychological supernatural thriller narration. Scary stories for late night drives. My name is Ryan Keller, and what happened to me over the course of November and December 2025 is something I still can't fully process without my pulse racing. I was 30 years old, a traveling sales rep for a pharmaceutical company, which meant I spent most of my life on the road. I drove a black 2022 Honda Accord, clean, reliable, nothing special. I lived out of my car half the time, suitcase in the trunk, energy drinks in the cup holders, playlist of true crime podcasts always queued up. I'd preferred night driving, fewer cars, open roads, the hum of tires on asphalt like white noise. I thought I knew every stretch of highway between Denver and Kansas City by heart. The first sighting was subtle enough that I almost convinced myself I'd imagine it. It was November 12th, around 1:30 a.m., somewhere on I-70 east of Limon, Colorado. The sky was clear, stars sharp, no moon. Traffic was non-existent. I was sipping cold coffee, fighting sleep, when I adjusted my rearview mirror to check my blind spot. That's when I saw her. A woman, mid-20s maybe. Pale skin, long dark hair, wearing a light-colored dress that looked old-fashioned, like something from the 1950s. She sat directly behind the passenger seat, hands folded neatly in her lap, staring straight ahead. Not at me. Just forward, as if she were any normal passenger waiting to arrive. I jerked the wheel slightly, heart slamming into my throat. The car swerved, I corrected, then slammed the brakes and pulled onto the shoulder. Gravel crunched under the tires. I spun around, ready to confront whoever had snuck into my locked car. The back seat was empty. No indentation on the seat. No warmth. Nothing. I got out, flashlight from my phone sweeping the interior. Trunk too. Doors had been locked. I always locked them at gas stations, windows intact. I stood there in the freezing night air for 10 minutes, telling myself it was exhaustion, a trick of light and shadow. I drove the rest of the way home with every interior light on, music blaring. 3 nights later, it happened again. Same stretch of highway, same late hour. This time I felt the change before I saw it. The air grew heavier, colder, like someone had turned the AC on full blast even though it was off. I glanced in the mirror. She was back, same position, same dress, same stillness. This time she was looking directly at me in the reflection. Dark eyes unblinking, no expression. I didn't stop. I sped up, gripping the wheel until my knuckles went white. Every few minutes I checked the mirror. She never moved, never shifted, just sat and watched. At the next exit, I pulled into a brightly lit truck stop, parked under floodlights, and turned around again. Empty. I bought coffee I didn't need. Walked the perimeter of my car twice, even checked under it. Nothing. I waited 20 minutes before getting back on the road. She didn't return that night. But she became a regular. Not every trip, maybe 1 out of every 3 long drives, always at night, always alone. Always the same woman, same seat, same silent stare. I started calling her passenger in my head, like naming her would make her less terrifying. I tried everything to prove I was losing my mind. I installed a dash cam facing both front and rear. On nights she appeared to me, the footage showed an empty backseat. No anomaly, no glitch, no shadow, just vacant upholstery. I told a coworker during a regional meeting. He laughed, then quietly shared that his uncle, a long-haul trucker, had seen a silent man in his rig for years before quitting the job. Road ghosts, he called them. They pick lonely drivers. I searched online and found hundreds of similar stories. A nurse in Texas who saw a little boy in her backseat every night shift until she rear-ended a semi. A rideshare driver in Chicago who picked up no one but kept finding the same elderly woman in his car on camera until the night the footage showed her leaning forward to whisper in his empty driver's seat. A teenager in Oregon who live-streamed his drive home and accidentally captured a pale hand reaching from the back toward his headrest. The stream cut out. He was found the next morning, car wrapped around a tree, no passengers, no explanation. The common thread: the passenger never speaks, never moves aggressively, just rides. And the encounters always end badly if the driver stops acknowledging them, or if they finally reach wherever the entity wants to go. I started changing my routines. I took different routes. Drove only during daylight when possible. Carpooled with colleagues. But sales territory doesn't care about ghosts. I still had to cover the lonely highways at night. By early December, she grew bolder. One night, fog thick as smoke on a rural state road in Kansas. I felt the temperature drop suddenly. Mirror check. She was there. But this time, she leaned forward slightly. Just an inch. Enough to make my skin crawl. Another night, I caught her in the passenger seat instead of the back, right beside me. I nearly drove into a ditch. The worst was December 18th. I was driving from Wichita back to Denver. Blizzard conditions, roads nearly empty. Snow piled on the shoulders, windshield wipers thumping rhythmically. I hadn't seen her in over a week and was starting to hope she'd moved on. Then the radio cut to static. Every station. The heat stopped working. My breath fogged the air. I looked in the mirror. She was directly behind me now, center seat, face inches from the back of my headrest, staring into the reflection of my eyes. I whispered, "What do you want?" No answer, of course. But the car began to slow. Not from me easing off the gas, the engine lost power. Speed dropped from 70 to 50 to 30, even as I floored it. Warning lights flashed. The wheel grew heavy. Ahead, through the swirling snow, a faded sign appeared. Rest area, 1 mile. I never noticed that rest area before. Not in years of driving this route. The car veered gently toward the exit ramp, as if guided. I fought the wheel, but it turned anyway. Tires crunched over snow onto the off-ramp. The rest area was abandoned. No plows had been through, no tracks except mine. Just a small brick building, one flickering street lamp, and endless white fields beyond. My car rolled to a stop in the empty lot, engine dying completely. Silence. I sat frozen, afraid to look behind me. Then from the back seat, the softest sound. Fabric shifting. The seat creaking under weight. I whipped around, she was gone. But the rear passenger door was ajar. Snow drifting in onto the seat. I got out, flashlight sweeping. Footprints, small, bare feet, led from the car toward the brick restroom building. They ended at the women's door. I called police from my dying phone. They arrived an hour later, towed my car, checked the area. No footprints, but mine. Door was locked from the inside. No sign anyone had been there in weeks. The car started fine once jumped. No mechanical issue found. I took 2 weeks off work. Stayed with my brother in Colorado Springs. Didn't drive at night. But on December 29th, I had to go home to my apartment for clothes and mail. I waited until morning, bright sunlight, busy traffic. Halfway there, on a crowded interstate, I felt the cold. Mirror check. She was back. Same seat, same dress. Only this time she smiled, small, sad, almost grateful, and pointed forward toward my exit. I haven't driven since I sold the car. I take buses, trains, rides from friends. I turn down promotions that require travel. But sometimes when I'm in someone else's car at night, even in Uber, I feel the air change. I don't look in the mirror anymore, because I know she's still riding, waiting for the right driver to take her the rest of the way home. And if you're driving alone tonight, music low, road quiet, check your back seat. Just once. If it's empty, good. But if someone's there, silent, watching, don't stop. Don't speak. Don't take the next exit, no matter how tired you are, because whatever destination she has in mind, it isn't on any map. And once you arrive, you don't come back. The Forgotten Doll. A true terrifying paranormal story that will make you afraid to ever keep old toys in your house again. Imagine clearing out your late grandmother's attic after her passing. Finding a dusty porcelain doll tucked away in a forgotten box, its glass eyes strangely lifelike, its painted smile a little too knowing. You bring it home as a keepsake, set it on a shelf, and that night you wake to the soft creak of floorboards in the hallway, followed by tiny footsteps running past your bedroom door. This is the horrifying true paranormal story of the Forgotten Doll, a documented supernatural entity that binds itself to antique dolls, waiting decades for someone to claim ownership so it can slowly possess the new keeper, turning a harmless childhood toy into a vessel for an ancient child spirit that refuses to grow up. or let anyone else grow old. Inspired by countless real accounts of haunted dolls that move on their own, speak in child voices, and drive owners to obsession or madness, this chilling tale of attachment and possession will make you think twice about any old doll gathering dust in your home tonight. True Scary Stories 2025 Real Haunted Doll Horror. Terrifying Possessed Doll Entity. Creepy Porcelain Doll Paranormal Experience. Disturbing Antique Toy Haunting Psychological Supernatural Thriller Narration. Scary Stories about Childhood Possessions. My name is Claire Morrison, and what happened to me from October through December 2025 is the reason I will never again set foot in an antique shop or allow any doll older than a few years into my home. I was 36 years old, a children's librarian in a small town in Vermont, married to Ethan, a high school biology teacher, and we had no children of our own yet. We were planning to start trying soon. When my grandmother Evelyn passed away at 92 in early October, I inherited her old Victorian house full of memories and decades of accumulated belongings. Ethan and I spent weekends sorting through it all, deciding what to keep, donate, or sell. It was during the second weekend, up in the sweltering attic, that I found the doll. She was in a battered cardboard box marked Evelyn as Childhood. Do not open in faded ink. Inside, wrapped in yellowed tissue paper, lay a beautiful porcelain doll about 18 inches tall. Bisque head, shoulders, and limbs, cloth body, real human hair in perfect ringlets, and piercing blue glass eyes that seemed to follow movement. She wore a faded burgundy velvet dress with lace trim, tiny black leather shoes, and a matching bonnet. A small tag sewn inside the dress read, "Made in Germany, circa 1918, Rosalie." I'd never seen her before. Grandma had never mentioned owning such an expensive antique doll. But something about her felt familiar, like a half-remembered dream from childhood visits. I gently lifted her out, and her head lolled slightly as if nodding at me. Ethan laughed and said she was creepy, but I felt an instant connection. I decided to bring her home and display her in our guest room. A future nursery, I thought with a smile. That first night back in our house, I placed Rosalie on the top shelf of the built-in bookcase in the guest room, facing the door so she could watch over the space. Ethan teased me about turning into my grandmother, hoarding old things. We went to bed around 11 p.m. At 2:47 a.m., I woke suddenly to the sound of soft giggling. It was faint, high-pitched, definitely a child's laugh, coming from down the hall. Our cat Oliver was curled at the foot of the bed, ears twitching but not alarmed. I lay still, heart pounding, listening. The giggle came again, followed by the light patter of small feet running across the hardwood floor in the guest room. I shook Ethan awake. He grumbled but got up with me. We turned on every light and searched the house. Nothing. Guest room empty. Doll exactly where I'd left her, smiling serenely. Windows locked. Doors locked. No sign of intrusion. We blamed the house settling or a dream. But I couldn't shake the feeling that Rosalie's glass eyes had shifted slightly, now looking toward the hallway instead of the door. The incidents grew over the next week. Tiny footsteps at night, always in the guest room or hallway. Soft singing, an old German lullaby I didn't know the words to but somehow recognized the melody. Once I found the guest room rocking chair moving gently though the window was closed and no draft stirred the curtains. Ethan installed motion-activated cameras in the hallway and guest room. The first night, nothing. The second night, at 3:12 a.m., the guest room camera caught a brief blur, something small and pale darting from the bookcase to under the bed. When we checked the frozen frame, it looked disturbingly like a child's bare foot. We watched the footage a dozen times. Ethan tried to rationalize it as dust or a glitch. I wasn't convinced. I began researching antique dolls and hauntings. The internet is full of stories. Robert the Doll in Key West, Annabelle in the Warrens Museum, Mandy in Canada. All porcelain or composition dolls reportedly moving, attacking, or speaking. But Rosalie wasn't famous. She was just Grandma's. I called my mother to ask about her. Mom hesitated, then said Grandma had strictly forbidden anyone to play with that German doll when Mom was little. She claimed it had belonged to Grandma's older sister Rosalie, who died of influenza in 1920 at age 7. The doll was buried with her, but Grandma dug it up years later, convinced her sister's spirit was trapped inside. Mom thought it was just grief talking and assumed the doll had been sold decades ago. Now it was in my house. By late October, Rosalie started appearing in different places. I'd find her on the rocking chair instead of the shelf. Once sitting at the foot of our bed when we woke up. Another morning on the kitchen counter beside my coffee mug, head tilted as if waiting for me to notice her. Oliver refused to enter the guest room. He'd sit in the hallway hissing at the door. The child's voice began speaking words. "Play with me, Claire. Don't leave me alone. I'm cold." Always in a sweet, lilting voice with a faint accent. Not quite German, but old-fashioned. Ethan heard it too one night and went pale. We decided to get rid of the doll. I wrapped her carefully and drove to a local antique shop to sell her. The owner, an elderly woman, took one look and backed away. "I don't take dolls like that," she said. "They choose their keepers." She advised burying it at a crossroads at midnight with salt and prayers. Instead, we locked Rosalie in a plastic bin in the garage. The activity stopped for 3 blessed days. Then, on the 4th night, I woke to find the guest room door wide open. The bin from the garage sat in the center of the floor, lid off, empty. Rosalie was back on her shelf, dress freshly pressed, hair neatly brushed, as if she'd never left. That's when the dreams started. Every night I dreamed of a little girl in a burgundy dress standing at the end of a long, dark hallway, beckoning me. "Come play, big sister." I've been waiting so long. Her face was always in shadow, but the voice was unmistakable. I began feeling exhausted constantly, as if something was draining my energy. My reflection looked paler. I lost weight without trying. Ethan said I talked in my sleep, in a child's voice, singing that same lullaby. In November, the possession deepened. I caught myself rocking in the guest room chair for hours, holding Rosalie, humming to her. I had no memory of going in there. I started buying children's clothes, little dresses, ribbons, tiny shoes, telling Ethan they were for her. He found me once arranging a tea party on the guest room floor with antique china I didn't own. He scheduled an appointment with a therapist for me. I went, but spent the session defending Rosalie, insisting she was lonely and just needed love. Ethan secretly contacted a paranormal investigator. The woman came while I was at work, walked through the house, and left visibly shaken. She told Ethan the doll was a vessel for a child spirit who died feeling abandoned. It attaches to women of childbearing age, feeding on maternal energy, slowly taking over until the keeper becomes the child, trapped forever in an aging body while the spirit lives on through the doll, waiting for the next woman. She recommended immediate removal and spiritual cleansing. That night, Ethan tried to take Rosalie while I slept. I woke screaming, clawing at him, calling him a thief trying to take my little girl. We fought, the worst fight of our marriage. He left for a hotel. Alone in the house, I sat with Rosalie in the rocking chair until dawn, stroking her hair, promising I'd never leave her. The final weeks blurred. Neighbors reported seeing lights on all night in the guest room. Ethan tried interventions, friends, family, even police wellness check. I refused to open the door for days, living on crackers and water, singing to Rosalie. On December 23rd, Ethan broke in with help from my brother. They found me in the guest room, emaciated, rocking the doll, speaking only in that child's voice. Rosalie sat in my lap, head turned toward the door as if greeting them. They took me to the hospital. Doctors diagnosed severe psychosis and malnutrition. I spent Christmas sedated. Ethan burned the doll in the backyard fire pit that night, filming it for proof. The flames roared unnaturally high. As the porcelain cracked, a child's scream echoed across the neighborhood. I began recovering slowly. Therapy, medication, time away from the house. But on December 29th, a package arrived at the hospital addressed to me in childish handwriting. Inside, wrapped in new tissue paper, was Rosalie, face repaired, dress replaced, eyes brighter than ever. A note in crayon. I told you I'd wait. Love, your little girl. Ethan swears he burned her completely. The fire department confirmed nothing remained but ash. Yet here she sits on my hospital nightstand as I record this. The nurses say I talk to her at night. They say I call her my daughter. And sometimes when the hallway is quiet, they hear tiny footsteps running past the rooms, followed by a child's soft giggle. If you ever inherit an old doll, especially one with glass eyes that seem to watch you, don't bring it home. Don't name it. Don't promise it anything. Because some children never stop waiting for their mothers, and some mothers never stop hearing them call. The Crawling Shadow, a true terrifying paranormal story that will make you afraid to turn off the lights ever again. Imagine lying in bed late at night, the room completely dark except for the faint glow of your phone screen as you scroll mindlessly to fall asleep. You set the phone down, close your eyes, and just as you're drifting off, You feel something cold brush against your ankle under the covers. You kick lightly, nothing there. But then you hear it. A soft scraping sound across the ceiling directly above your bed, like long fingernails dragging slowly across plaster. You open your eyes and look up into total darkness. And two pale, glowing eyes stare back down at you from the corner where ceiling meets wall. This is the horrifying true paranormal story of the crawling shadow, a documented supernatural entity that only appears in complete darkness, clinging to ceilings and walls like a spider, watching sleepers for hours before descending to feed on fear, slowly driving its victims to permanent insomnia and madness. Inspired by thousands of real accounts of ceiling-watching entities, shadow beings that crawl in the dark, and night terrors that leave physical marks, this chilling tale of nocturnal horror will make you sleep with every light on tonight. True Scary Stories 2025. Real crawling shadow horror. Terrifying ceiling entity paranormal experience, creepy shadow being haunting, disturbing night watcher tale, psychological supernatural thriller narration, scary stories about things in the dark. My name is Dylan Harper, and what happened to me from late November through December 2025 destroyed my ability to ever feel safe in darkness again. I was 28 years old, a night shift security guard at a warehouse in Indianapolis, which meant my sleep schedule was already messed up. Asleep during the day, awake all night. I lived alone in a one-bedroom apartment on the 4th floor of an old building with high ceilings and creaky floors. I liked the dark. It helped me sleep during daylight hours. I had blackout curtains, no nightlights, nothing. Complete darkness was my comfort zone. The first encounter was Thanksgiving night, November 28th. I'd gotten off work at 6 a.m., come home, eaten leftover pizza, and crashed around 8 a.m. I woke up around 4 p.m. feeling unusually alert, so I stayed up watching TV until about 2 a.m. before finally turning everything off and going to bed. The apartment was pitch black, the kind of dark where you can't see your hand in front of your face. I'd been lying there maybe 10 minutes when I felt it, a cold brush against my left ankle, like fingers trailing across skin. I kicked instinctively and sat up, heart racing. Nothing. I turned on my phone flashlight, swept the room. Empty bed, closed closet, locked door. I laughed at myself, blamed a stray sheet or dream residue, and lay back down. That's when I heard the scraping. Slow, deliberate, dragging sounds directly above my bed. Scratch, scratch. Like nails on drywall. It moved from the center of the ceiling toward the corner above my headboard. I froze, staring up into blackness. The scraping stopped. Silence. Then a soft thud, as if something light had dropped onto the wall. Followed by more scraping, this time vertical, descending the wall toward the floor. I scrambled for the light switch, flooding the room with bright overhead light. Nothing on the ceiling. Nothing on the walls. No marks, no dust, no bugs. Just my plain white apartment. I left the light on and eventually fell asleep. The next day, I told myself it was sleep paralysis or hypnagogic hallucination, common for night shift workers. I didn't think about it again until 3 nights later. Same routine. Lights off around 3 a.m., darkness absolute. This time the scraping started immediately, faster, more purposeful. Circling the entire ceiling like something pacing on all fours. I didn't move. I barely breathed. The sound paused above me, then began descending the wall behind my headboard. I felt cold air on the back of my neck, as if something was breathing there. I lunged for the lamp. Light on, empty room. But this time there were marks. 4 faint parallel scratches on the wall behind my bed, about shoulder height like fingernails dragged downward. I took photos. Measured them, each about 3 inches long, spaced like human fingers but thinner. I painted over them the next day. The entity didn't like the light. Every time I turned lights on quickly, nothing happened. But if I let darkness linger even a few minutes, the scraping began. Always starting on the ceiling, always moving toward me. By mid-December, I stopped turning lights off entirely. I slept with every lamp, overhead light, and TV on. I bought extra bulbs, extension cords, even a camping lantern for the bathroom. My electric bill tripled. My neighbors complained about light leaking under my door at all hours. But the moment any bulb burned out or I dozed off and knocked a lamp over, the scraping returned, louder, closer. I started seeing it. First, just glimpses in peripheral vision. A dark shape hunched in the corner of the ceiling when I woke suddenly. A pale face pressed against the wall above the closet. Long black hair hanging down like a curtain. Then full sightings when I braved turning the lights off for experiments. One night I lay in complete darkness for 20 minutes. Phone recording audio. The scraping began immediately, frantic circling, then silence. Then the mattress dipped at the foot of my bed as if weight settled there. I turned on my flashlight. It was crouched at the end of my bed, on all fours, head tilted unnaturally far to one side. Human-shaped but wrong, limbs too long, joints bending backward, skin gray and stretched tight over bones. No clothes. Long black hair covering most of its face, but two glowing white eyes visible through the strands, fixed on me. Mouth open in a silent scream or smile. I couldn't tell. I screamed and swung the flashlight. It scrambled backward up the wall like a spider, faster than anything human, and vanished into the ceiling corner where shadow was deepest. The recording caught my scream, and before it, wet breathing inches from the microphone. I moved my bed into the living room, away from walls and corners, surrounded by lamps pointing upward. It adapted. The crawling sounds came from the hallway ceiling now. From the kitchen. From inside the closet when I opened it. I found more scratches on the bathroom mirror. 4 lines dragged downward through condensation. On the refrigerator door, on my work uniform hanging in the closet. My skin began showing marks too. I'd wake with thin red lines on my arms, legs, neck, always 4 parallel scratches. Never deep enough to bleed much, but burning like paper cuts. Always in places I couldn't have reached myself in sleep. I quit my night job. Started sleeping only during bright daylight with curtains open. But even then, if clouds covered the sun too long, I'd hear faint scraping from the ceiling. Friends staged an intervention. They stayed over one night, all lights blazing. Nothing happened. They left convinced I was having a mental breakdown from sleep deprivation. The next night alone, it punished me. I'd fallen asleep on the couch with every light on. Woke to total darkness, every bulb burned out simultaneously, even the new LED ones that last year's. The scraping was everywhere, ceiling, walls, floor, surrounding me. Something cold wrapped around my ankle and yanked. I was dragged off the couch onto the floor. I kicked and screamed, scrambling for my phone flashlight. The beam caught it dragging itself toward me across the floor on its belly. Limbs bent wrong, mouth open too wide, eyes glowing brighter. I swung a lamp base like a club. It hissed, an actual sound like air escaping a grave, and retreated up the wall into darkness. I fled the apartment in pajamas, drove to a 24-hour diner, and sat under fluorescent lights until morning. I haven't returned except to grab clothes in broad daylight. I'd been living in motels with constant lighting, sleeping in my car in well-lit parking lots, staying with friends who humor my light phobia. But darkness finds ways. Power outages. Burned out bulbs. Long winter nights. Last week, December 23rd, I dozed off in a laundromat at 2 a.m., waiting for clothes. Woke to the overhead fluorescence flickering, scraping started above me. I looked up. It was clinging to the metal grid ceiling directly over my head. Fingers hooked through the tiles, face pressed down watching me through the gaps. Hair hanging like black vines. The lights stabilized. It vanished. But it left a gift. 4 fresh scratches across my cheek that weren't there before. Doctors say I'm doing it to myself in dissociative states. Therapists prescribe sleeping pills I refuse to take. I know better. It's patient. It waits for true darkness. The kind that comes eventually to everyone. The kind that comes when eyes finally close forever. I haven't slept more than 20 minutes at a time in weeks. I drink coffee like water. I sit under stadium lights, in hospital waiting rooms, anywhere bright and public. But I'm so tired. So incredibly tired. And sometimes when my eyes drift shut for just a second, I feel cold fingers brush my ankle. I hear scraping start above me. And I know it's closer than ever. Waiting for the night I can't fight anymore. Waiting for the darkness I can't escape. If you ever wake to scraping on your ceiling, if you ever feel watched from above in the dark, don't look up. Don't turn on just one light. Flood the room. Scream. Run. Because once it chooses you, light only delays it. And darkness always returns. The Crawling Shadow. A true terrifying paranormal story that will make you afraid to turn off the lights ever again. Imagine, lying in bed late at night, the room completely dark except for the faint glow of your phone screen as you scroll mindlessly to fall asleep. You set the phone down, close your eyes, and just as you're drifting off, you feel something cold and thin brush against your ankle under the covers. You kick lightly, nothing there. But then you hear it. A soft, deliberate scraping sound across the ceiling directly above your bed. like long, jagged fingernails dragging slowly across old plaster, pausing every few seconds as if listening for your reaction. You open your eyes and stare up into total darkness. And in the deepest corner where ceiling meets wall, two pale, glowing eyes open slowly, unblinking, locked onto yours with an intelligence that feels ancient and hungry. This is the horrifying true paranormal story of the crawling shadow, a documented supernatural entity that exists only in complete darkness, a skinless, elongated humanoid that clings to ceilings and walls like a spider, watching sleepers for hours, learning their breathing patterns, their fears, their nightmares, before descending inch by inch to feed on terror until the victim can never face darkness again. Inspired by thousands of real accounts from around the world of ceiling-watching entities, shadow beings that crawl upside down in the night, and nocturnal predators that leave physical scratches and lifelong insomnia, this extended chilling tale of unrelenting nocturnal horror will make you sleep with every light on for the rest of your life. True Scary Stories 2025. Real Crawling Shadow Horror. Terrifying Ceiling Entity Paranormal Experience. Creepy Shadow Being Haunting. Disturbing Night Watcher Tale. Psychological Supernatural Thriller Narration. Scary stories about things that live in the dark. My name is Dylan Harper, and what happened to me from late November through the end of December 2025 is the reason I now live in a studio apartment. With no ceilings higher than 8 feet, every surface painted bright white and industrial floodlights bolted to every wall and corner. I was 28 years old, a night shift security guard at a large distribution warehouse on the outskirts of Indianapolis. My schedule was brutal. Clock in at 10 p.m., clock out at 6 a.m., home by 7, blackout curtains drawn. Sleep until 4 or 5 p.m. I'd done it for 3 years. I was used to darkness. I craved it. My apartment on the 4th floor of a 1970s brick building had 10-foot ceilings, exposed pipes, and big old windows I covered completely. When I turned the lights off, it was absolute black. The kind where shapes dissolve and your own body disappears. The crawling shadow chose me because I gave it so much darkness to live in. The first encounter was Thanksgiving night, November 28, 2025. I'd worked a double shift the night before, gotten home at 7:30 a.m., eaten cold pizza, and passed out until about 5 p.m. I stayed up watching streaming shows until around 3 a.m., then finally killed all the lights and climbed into bed. The room was perfectly, comfortably dark. I'd been drifting for maybe 15 minutes when I felt the first touch. Something cold, dry, and impossibly thin trailed across my left ankle under the blanket. It wasn't a sheet shifting or a muscle twitch. It was deliberate, like a single long finger testing my skin. I jerked my leg away and sat bolt upright, heart already pounding. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, swept the bed and floor. Nothing. No bugs, no draft, no explanation. I lay back down, slower breathing, telling myself it was nothing. That's when the scraping began. It started directly above the center of my bed. Slow, patient drags across the ceiling plaster. Scratch, pause, scratch. Pause, scratch. Each drag was about 4 or 5 seconds long, spaced like whatever was making it was moving one limb at a time. It circled the ceiling twice, then stopped right over my pillow. I didn't move. I didn't breathe loudly. I just stared up into the void, waiting. After 30 endless seconds of silence, the scraping resumed, but now it was moving down the wall behind my headboard. Vertical drags, slower than before, as if whatever it was had turned to face downward and was descending headfirst. Cold air brushed the back of my neck. I smelled something faint, old dust mixed with wet stone, like a basement that had never seen sunlight. I lunged for the overhead light switch and flooded the room. Empty. No marks on the ceiling. No dust falling. No handprints. Just my racing pulse and a lingering smell that faded within seconds. I left every light on and eventually fell asleep around dawn. I didn't tell anyone. I chalked it up to sleep deprivation hallucinations, common for people on permanent night shift. But 3 nights later, it came back. And this time it brought friends. Same routine. Lights off around 3:15 a.m. Absolute darkness. The scraping started immediately, faster, more confident. It raced around the ceiling in irregular patterns, pausing randomly as if searching for the warmest spot above me. Then it stopped, and I heard a second set of scratches begin, softer, from the far corner of the room. 2 of them. One on the ceiling, one starting down the opposite wall. I didn't wait. I turned on the lamp instantly. Nothing visible. But now there were faint marks. 4 thin parallel scratches on the wall behind my bed, about 6 feet up, evenly spaced like claws. And across the room, 4 more on the ceiling corner, deeper, as if something had dug in to hold its weight. I took photos with timestamp. I measured them. Each set exactly 3.8 inches between scratches, too wide for a cat, too thin for human nails. I painted over them the next day with leftover white paint. The entity hated the light, but it loved routine. Every time I tried to sleep in darkness, it returned within minutes. The more I resisted turning on lights, the bolder it became. Scraping turned into soft thuds, the sound of weight shifting. Then low clicking, like joints popping as limbs unfolded. Then wet breathing that seemed to come from every direction at once. I started sleeping with lights on. Every light. Bedroom overhead, hallway, bathroom, kitchen all blazing 24/7. My electric bill jumped from $80 to $340 in 1 month. Neighbors banged on walls at 4 a.m., complaining about the glow under my door. I bought brighter bulbs, LED floodlights, even a construction site work lamp that turned my bedroom into daylight. For 10 days, peace. Then the bulbs began burning out in patterns. First one bedside lamp, then the overhead, then every bulb in the bedroom simultaneously while I was in the kitchen. I heard the soft pops one after another. I ran in to find total darkness and immediate frantic scraping circling the ceiling faster than ever. I replaced them all with new LEDs rated for 50,000 hours. They lasted 4 days before burning out again. It was learning how to kill light. By mid-December, I was exhausted, running on caffeine and fear. I moved my mattress to the living room, pushed it into the absolute center of the floor, surrounded it with 8 upward-pointing floodlights on tripods like a prison watchtower. No walls within 6 feet, no corners nearby. It adapted within 2 nights. The scraping started on the hallway ceiling outside the living room, then inside the kitchen, then from inside the closet when I opened it for clothes. It was spreading through the apartment like mold. I began seeing it in flashes. First, just movement in peripheral vision. A long gray limb unfolding from a ceiling corner when I woke suddenly. A pale face pressed flat against the wall above the TV, hair hanging straight down like black seaweed. Then longer glimpses when I deliberately sat in darkness for experiments, phone recording. One night I turned off every light for exactly 15 minutes. Lying rigid on the floor in the center of floodlight tripods, ready to flip them on. The scraping began instantly. Multiple sets now, 3 or 4 entities circling the ceiling in overlapping patterns. Then silence. Then the air grew heavy, cold, thick, like breathing underwater. The mattress beside me dipped deeply, as if something heavy knelt on it. I hit the floodlights. It was crouched on all 4s at the edge of the light circle, just outside the brightest beams. Tall, over 7 feet if it stood straight, but folded like a broken umbrella. Skin gray and hairless, stretched tight over elongated bones. Limbs jointed wrong, elbows and knees bending both ways. Spine protruding in sharp ridges. Head too large, neck too thin, long black hair hanging in wet strands over its face. But the eyes, glowing dull white, no pupils, no emotion, were locked on me. Its mouth was open wide, lips pulled back over too many small sharp teeth, tongue black and forked. It didn't blink. It didn't breathe visibly. It just stared, head tilting slowly side to side as if studying how fear tasted. I screamed and swung the nearest floodlight tripod like a bat. The beam swept across it, and it recoiled, hissing a sound like steam escaping a grave, scrambling backward up the wall and into the ceiling shadow faster than anything that size should move. The video caught 30 frames of it before it vanished. I sent the clip to 2 friends. Both watched once, then blocked me saying I needed serious help. The physical attacks began December 20th. I'd wake with fresh scratches. Always 4 parallel lines, thin but burning, on arms, legs, chest, neck, face. Never deep enough for stitches, but always in places I couldn't reach myself. Some appeared while I was awake, watching. Sudden cold lines of fire across my forearm as if invisible claws raked me. I started wearing long sleeves, hoodies, even gloves to bed. It scratched through fabric. I quit my job. Couldn't risk dozing off in the dark warehouse. I lived on savings, delivery food, and constant artificial light. On December 24th, the worst night. I'd fortified the living room like a bunker. 12 floodlights, extension cords everywhere, backup batteries, even a car battery inverter as failover. I sat in the center, back against the beanbag, watching every corner. At 2:13 a.m., every light flickered once. Then again. then all dimmed to half power as if drained. The temperature plummeted 20 degrees in seconds. My breath fogged. Scraping exploded from every surface, ceiling, walls, floor, even the windows. Dozens of sets of claws. The lights died completely. In the sudden blackness, I felt them descend. Cold hands, too many, grabbed my wrists, ankles, throat. Weight pressed me to the floor. Wet breathing filled my ears from all sides. I thrashed, screamed, bit, punched air. Then one floodlight on battery backup flickered back to life. They were all around me, 5, 6, 7 of them, crouched in a circle just outside the weak beam, heads tilted, eyes glowing, mouths open in silent hunger. The closest one reached one long finger toward my face, nail black and curved. I kicked the battery unit. Full power surged back. The bright flood hit them like fire. They shrieked, a layered sound like children and animals dying, and scattered up walls and ceiling, vanishing into corners that shouldn't have been deep enough to hide them. The scratches they left that night put me in the for stitches on my neck and chest. Doctors diagnosed self-inflicted wounds during psychotic episode. Police did a wellness check. I was placed on 72-hour psychiatric hold. In the hospital, under constant fluorescent lights, nothing happened. They released me December 28th with medication I flushed immediately. I sold everything dark-colored. Painted every wall, ceiling, and floor bright white. Installed 30 smart bulbs programmed never to go below 80% brightness. Bought motion sensor nightlights for every outlet. But last night, December 29th, at 3:07 a.m., the smart system glitched. Every bulb dropped to 5% for exactly 11 seconds. In that dim twilight glow, I looked up. It was clinging to the center of my newly painted white ceiling, limbs splayed like a starfish, head hanging down, hair brushing the light fixture, eyes wide and glowing. It smiled, lips splitting too far, and dragged one claw slowly across the fresh paint, leaving 4 deep black grooves. The lights snapped back to full, empty ceiling. But the scratches remain, dark as ink, bleeding slightly at the edges. I haven't turned the brightness below 100% since. I'm writing this under blinding light, eyes burning, hands shaking. I'm so tired. So incredibly, unbearably tired. And the entity knows. It's waiting for the one night the power grid fails. Or the one morning I finally sleep too deeply. Or the one moment I believe it's gone. Because darkness always comes back. And when it does, the crawling shadow will be there. On the ceiling, on the wall, at the edge of the bed, watching, waiting, hungry. If you ever hear scraping above you in the dark, if you ever wake to cold fingers on your skin, if you ever see pale eyes open in the corner of your ceiling, don't turn on just one light. Don't try to run. Flood the room with every watt you have. Scream for help. And never ever close your eyes again. Because it's already chosen you. It's already learning how you breathe when you're most afraid. And it never leaves empty-handed. The breathing walls. A true terrifying paranormal story that will make you afraid to ever be alone in your house again. Imagine. Moving into a new home excited for a fresh start, only to notice on the very first night that the walls seem to expand and contract ever so slightly, as if the entire house is slowly inhaling and exhaling in rhythm with your own breathing. You tell yourself it's the old wood settling, the furnace kicking on, anything logical. But night after night, the breathing grows deeper, louder, closer, until one evening you press your ear against the drywall and hear not just air moving, but a low, wet heartbeat echoing from inside the structure itself. This is the horrifying true paranormal story of the breathing walls, a documented supernatural phenomenon reported in dozens of older homes, worldwide, where the building itself becomes a living entity, absorbing the emotions, memories, and eventually the life force of its inhabitants, growing stronger with every family it consumes until the walls literally close in. Inspired by real accounts of sentient houses, walls that pulse and breathe, and homes that refuse to let residents leave, this extended chilling tale of architectural horror and slow entrapment will make you listen carefully to every creak and sigh in your own home tonight. True Scary Stories 2025, Real Breathing Walls Horror, Terrifying Living House Entity, Creepy Pulsing Walls Paranormal Experience, Disturbing Sentient Home Haunting, Psychological Supernatural Thriller Narration, Scary Stories about Houses that Breathe. My name is Vanessa Ortiz, and what happened to my family from August through December 2025 is the reason we will never again live in a house built before. 1990. My husband Marcus, our 6-year-old daughter Isla, and I have been renting a cramped apartment in Portland, Oregon for years, saving every penny for a down payment. In July 2025, we finally closed on our dream home, a beautiful 1920s craftsman bungalow in a quiet neighborhood. 3 bedrooms, original hardwood floors, built-in bookcases, a huge basement, and a backyard perfect for Isla. The price was suspiciously low for the area, but the inspector found only minor issues. Old wiring, some foundation settling, nothing major. The previous owners, an elderly couple, had moved to assisted living after the husband's health declined rapidly. We felt lucky. We moved in on August 15th, a hot Saturday. The house smelled of fresh paint and lemon polish from the staging. That first night, exhausted from unpacking, we all slept in the master bedroom on mattresses on the floor. Around 3 a.m., I woke needing water. As I lay there listening to Marcus and Isla breathing steadily, I noticed something odd. The room itself seemed to be breathing with us. It was subtle, a faint expansion of the walls on the inhale, a soft contraction on the exhale. The crown molding appeared to flex almost imperceptibly, like lungs filling and emptying. I heard a low rhythmic whoosh from inside the plaster, perfectly synced with our own breaths. I sat up, heart thudding. The sound stopped instantly. The walls looked normal. I told myself it was the AC cycling or blood rushing in my ears. I went back to sleep. The next morning I mentioned it casually to Marcus. He laughed and said old houses make all kinds of noises. We forgot about it. But the breathing returned every night. By the end of the first week, it was unmistakable. When the house was quiet and we were all in bed, the walls inhaled deeply when we did, exhaled when we did. If one of us held our breath, the whooshing paused. If Isla stirred and sighed in her sleep, the walls sighed back a half-second later. The sound came from everywhere. Bedroom walls, hallway, even the ceiling. Marcus heard it on the 8th night. He woke me in a panic. The house is breathing, Vanessa. Listen. We lay rigid, and there it was. Deep, wet, organic breathing all around us, like standing inside a giant lung. We got up, turned on every light, searched the attic and basement with flashlights. Nothing. No animals, no leaks, no vents explaining it. The breathing stopped the moment lights flooded the rooms. We started sleeping with lights on. The breathing didn't return for days, but other things began. The walls grew warmer to the touch at night, especially in the master bedroom and Isla's room. Not furnace warm, body warm. 98.6 degrees exactly when I measured with the thermometer. During the day, normal room temperature. Isla began talking to the walls. She'd stand with her little hand pressed flat against the plaster in her bedroom, whispering, "Good night, house. Thank you for keeping us safe." When I asked who taught her that, she said, "The house told me. It has a nice voice like wind in trees." Marcus found damp spots on the upstairs hallway wall, dark patches that appeared overnight, smelling faintly of salt and iron. When wiped, they dried within hours, only to return the next night in different places. In September, the breathing grew independent. It no longer needed our rhythm. We'd wake to deep, slow inhales and exhales coming from the walls, even when we were holding our breath. Sometimes fast and shallow, like panic. Sometimes long and contented, like satisfaction. One night, I pressed my ear to the living room wall and heard more than air, a low, wet heartbeat. Thump, 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 perfectly spaced, echoing from deep inside the framing. I recorded it on my phone. Played it back the next day, nothing but faint static. The heartbeat only existed in real time. We called contractors, inspectors, even a structural engineer. Everyone found the house sound. No mold, no water damage, no pests. One older inspector lingered, frowning at the walls. Before leaving, he muttered, "Some houses remember too much. Best not to wake them. We should have listened." By October, the house began feeding. It started with emotions. Arguments we hadn't had in years erupted over nothing. Marcus and I snapped at each other constantly. Isla had night terrors, waking screaming that the walls were too close. We all felt constantly drained, as if the air itself was heavy. Then physical changes. The doorways seemed narrower. We'd bump shoulders passing through frames we'd walked easily weeks before. Ceilings felt lower. Marcus, 6'2", swore he had to duck under the kitchen beam he'd never noticed before. We measured everything, dimensions unchanged. But the house felt smaller, tighter, pressing in. Isla stopped growing. At her October checkup, the pediatrician was baffled. No weight gain, no height increase in 3 months. Blood work normal. She just paused. The walls began leaving marks. Handprints appeared in the damp spots, small, child-sized at first, then adult. Always on the inside of the plaster, as if pressed from within. When we cut open one section of drywall to investigate, we found only normal studs and insulation. The prints vanished by morning. One night in November, the breathing became voices. Not clear words at first, just sighs that shaped themselves into emotions. Contentment when we sat together as a family. Hunger when we argued. Grief when Isla cried. Then actual words, whispered from inside the walls in layered voices. Men, women, children, all speaking at once but somehow understandable. Stay warm. Family, forever. Marcus tried to move us to a hotel. The car wouldn't start, battery dead, though it was new. When the tow truck arrived, the car started fine. We drove home defeated. The house punished escape attempts. Doors jammed. Windows stuck. The front door lock spun freely but wouldn't disengage. We were trapped inside for 3 days before a locksmith freed us, and the locks worked perfectly for him. In late November, the walls began moving visibly. At night, with lights off, we'd stop turning them off entirely. We'd watch plaster bulge inward on the exhale, retreat on the inhale. Not dramatically, maybe a quarter inch, but enough to see in flashlight beams. The entire house flexed like a chest. Isla started sleeping curled against her bedroom wall, cheek pressed to the plaster, smiling in her sleep. We found old newspaper clippings in the basement from previous owners. A family in 1953 who all died of respiratory failure. Within the same week, autopsies showed perfectly healthy lungs filled with drywall dust. A couple in 1978 who vanished. Police found packed suitcases by the door but no sign of forced entry or exit. A single mother in 1996 hospitalized for delusional parasitosis after claiming the walls were eating her alive. She died in custody. Lungs collapsed without cause. Every 20 to 30 years, the house claimed a family. We were next. December brought the final stage. The walls grew soft. Touching them felt like pressing flesh, warm, yielding slightly, then pushing back. Veins of darker color spread beneath the paint like roots. The heartbeat became audible throughout the house, even during the day. Isla stopped speaking to us. She only whispered to the walls, telling them stories, singing lullabies. Her skin took on the same pale tone as the plaster. Marcus and I barely ate, barely slept. We felt our strength seeping into the house with every breath we took inside it. On December 23rd, the walls began closing in for real. We woke to find the master bedroom smaller, ceiling lower by 6 inches. Walls bowed inward. Measured. Actual dimensions reduced. The house was compressing. Isla's room was worst. Her bed pressed against opposite walls. She sat in the center smiling, saying, "The house is hugging me. It loves us." Marcus took an axe to the living room wall in desperation. Plaster crumbled, revealing not studs but pulsing red tissue. Wet, veined, breathing. It bled when cut. The wound sealed within minutes. That night, the house spoke clearly in one voice. Deep, layered, ancient. "You are home now. Part of us. Safe. Warm. Forever." We tried to burn it. Marcus poured gasoline in the basement. The liquid soaked into the floorboards and vanished, absorbed. Matches wouldn't light inside the house. On December 28th, neighbors called police for a wellness check after not seeing us for days. Officers broke in. Found the house normal-sized, freshly painted, empty. We were gone. No bodies. No blood. No trace. Just damp handprints on every wall, ours and dozens of others, layered over decades. The house sold again in spring 2026 to a young family excited about the great deal. If you live in an older home and ever feel the walls breathing with you, if doorways seem narrower than they should, if your family feels constantly tired inside but fine outside, listen closely at night. Press your ear to the plaster. Feel for the heartbeat, because some houses aren't built, they're born. And once they choose a family, they never let go. They just breathe you in, slowly, lovingly, until you become the walls. The Whispering Shadows. A true terrifying paranormal story that will make you afraid to ever look at your own shadow again. Imagine this. You're finally alone. The house silent. Every light switched off as you sink into bed, grateful for the heavy, comforting darkness that wraps around you like a blanket. You close your eyes, breathe out the day's exhaustion. And then from the deepest corner of the room, a voice not loud, not angry, just intimately close, whispers a secret you have never spoken aloud to anyone, not even to yourself in the mirror. A secret so buried that hearing it voiced in the dark makes your blood freeze. And before you can convince yourself it was imagination, another voice answers from beneath your bed, laughing softly. He's frightened now. Listen to his heart race. This is the horrifying, inescapable, true paranormal story of the Whispering Shadows, ancient, formless entities that do not haunt places, but people. They latch onto one soul and never let go, feeding slowly on every private thought, every hidden shame, every unspoken terror, growing stronger in the dark until their host has no secrets left, and no self left to keep. Inspired by hundreds of real, documented accounts of shadow beings that know impossible personal details, voices that predict future tragedies, and victims who vanish into isolation or worse, this extended, heart-pounding tale of relentless psychological invasion will make you question every flicker of darkness in your room tonight, and every shadow that falls across your skin. True Scary Stories 2025, Real Whispering Shadows Horror, Terrifying Shadow People Entity Full Intensity, Creepy, Intimate, Whispering Voices, Disturbing Parasitic Darkness Haunting Psychological Supernatural Thriller Extreme Narration Scary Stories that will make you sleep with lights forever. My name is Jordan Hayes, and if you rereading this or hearing this know that writing these words under the harshest fluorescent lights I could find, in a room with no corners, no shadows longer than a few inches, because even the smallest patch of darkness now feels like a mouth waiting to speak. What happened to me from September to the end of December 2025 stripped away every illusion of privacy I ever had. I was 30 years old, a freelance horror writer, ironically enough, living alone in a high-ceilinged loft apartment in downtown Austin, Texas. I loved the night. I thrived in it. I would work until dawn with nothing but the blue glow of my screen, surrounded by delicious, absolute blackness. I thought darkness was mine. It wasn't. It belonged to them. The first whisper came on September 19th, a sticky, sleepless night. I'd finally shut my laptop at 3:17 a.m. after wrestling with a stubborn chapter. I killed every light, crawled into bed, and lay staring at the faint city glow leaking around the blackout curtains. My mind was still racing when the voice spoke, soft, female, older, coming from the corner where my bookshelf met the wall. He still blames himself for her leaving. I bolted upright, heart slamming against ribs. That was about Maya, my college girlfriend, who vanished from my life 8 years ago without a goodbye. I had never written about her, never told a therapist, never spoken her name in years, yet the voice knew. I fumbled for the lamp. Light flooded the room. Silence. Empty corners. Normal shadows. I told myself it was a hypnagogic hallucination common when overtired. I left the bathroom light on, door cracked, and eventually slept. They waited. 3 nights later, they returned with friends. Lights off at 2:48 a.m. Within moments, whispers rose from every direction at once. From the ceiling above my bed, a child's voice, curious. Why does he keep that photo hidden in the drawer? From under the bed, a gravelly male. Because he's ashamed of what he did that night. From inside the closet, a woman laughing low. He still checks his phone hoping she texted. Pathetic. I scrambled for every switch, flooding the apartment with blinding light. The whispers cut off mid-word, as if a hand had clamped over every mouth. My hands shook so badly I dropped my phone twice. I tore the apartment apart, checked vents, walls, electronics. Nothing. I even called the building manager at 4 a.m. He thought I was on drugs. I slept with every light blazing for days. The electric bill hurt, but silence was worth it. They hate light the way drowning men hate water. It keeps them away, but they wait just beyond it, patient as death. By early October, the whispers grew intimate in ways that broke me. They knew thoughts I'd had only seconds earlier. I'd think about ordering Thai food, and a chorus would murmur, Pad Thai again. Always the same. Afraid to try anything new, just like with people. I'd remember an embarrassing moment from high school, and they'd recount it in detail, laughing. They began predicting small misfortunes with terrifying accuracy. Tomorrow his editor will reject the chapter, say it's lifeless. It happened, word for word. His sister will call crying, the dog died, she did. They weren't guessing. They were inside. I started recording everything, audio, video, journals. Playback showed nothing. The whispers existed only for me, in real time, like a private radio station broadcasting straight into my skull. I saw my first shadow on October 12th. I dozed off on the couch with the TV on. Woke to the screen gone black, room dim. In the corner of my eye, a tall figure, pure black, no features. Taller than human, stood against the wall, head tilted, listening. I jumped up, hit the lights, gone. But the wall felt ice cold where it had stood. They began touching me, cold fingers trailing my spine when I showered in low light, breath on my neck when I bent to tie shoes. A weight settling on the bed beside me, mattress dipping though nothing was visible. I stopped showering in the dark. I stopped bending over. I stopped sleeping without every bulb at maximum. In November, they started impersonating the dead. My father's voice dead, 5 years rough from cigarettes. You were never the son I wanted. Soft, always hiding behind words. My grandmother, gentle but cutting. I watched you lie to your mother about the money. I saw everything. I screamed at empty rooms until my throat bled. I tried to run. I packed a bag and drove to a hotel 3 hours away. Checked in, drew curtains, turned on every light. At 2:13 a.m. the whispers returned, amused. Thought distance would help. Foolish, the room lights flickered. Shadows lengthened unnaturally across the ceiling, forming reaching hands. I checked out at dawn, drove home crying. They'd punished escape. Every time I tried to leave the city, something broke, car battery dead. Tires slashed. Once every traffic light turning red in sequence for miles. They wanted me isolated. Friends stopped answering. The whispers told their secrets, first private things I couldn't possibly know, until no one trusted me. I became a ghost in my own life. By December, they stopped whispering and started singing. Soft, layered lullabies and voices of people I'd lost, rocking me toward surrender. They showed me visions in the dark when I dared close my eyes. I saw them. Dozens, hundreds of shadow figures lining the walls, ceiling, floor, all facing me, heads tilted in unison. No faces, just hunger. They began pulling. I'd wake with bruises and handprints. Drag marks on my sheets as if something tried to haul me into the closet. Once, I woke on the floor halfway across the room, throat raw from screaming I didn't remember. On December 21st, the longest night of the year, they made their offer. Every light in the apartment exploded at once, glass raining, sparks flying, total blackness. The whispers became one voice, ancient, genderless, vast. Give us the last secret. The one you've never admitted, even to yourself, and we will give you silence. Perfect, eternal silence. No more fear. No more loneliness. Just quiet. I knew the secret. The one buried so deep I'd convinced myself it wasn't real. The night Maya left, I'd known she was going to. I'd seen the note. I'd let her go without fighting because part of me was relieved. I'd chosen cowardice. I sobbed it aloud in the dark. The shadows rushed in cold, suffocating, wrapping around me like smoke inhaling. I felt myself thinning, dissolving, becoming weightless. Then emergency lights kicked on, building backup power. The shadows recoiled, shrieking in 1,000 voices. I crawled to the door, fled into the hallway, fluorescent glare, and haven't returned. I live now in places with no true darkness, hospital wards, 24-hour laundromats, all-night diners under merciless lighting, but they're patient. They wait in the flicker of a dying bulb, in the second before a motion sensor activates, in the shadow cast by my own body. Last night, December 29th, 2025, in this brightly lit internet cafe at 3:42 a.m., the overhead light above my booth flickered once. For a single heartbeat, my shadow on the wall stretched taller, thinner, featureless. It turned its head toward me while I sat frozen. And from inside of my own shadow, a soft chorus whispered, "Almost ready? Soon you'll be quiet. Soon you'll be us." I'm looking at my hands as I type this. The light is steady now, but I can feel them gathering just beyond the glow, waiting for the one flicker I can't prevent. Waiting for the final secret I haven't yet surrendered. Waiting for the moment I finally choose silence. If you're reading this in low light, if the shadows in your room seem a little too still, if you ever hear a whisper that knows something impossible, don't answer. Don't look at your own shadow too long. Don't believe you can outrun what lives in the dark, because they've already chosen you to. They're just waiting for you to turn off the light. And when you do, they'll finally introduce themselves, properly. The knocking beneath the floor. A true terrifying paranormal story that will make you afraid to ever walk across your own house again. Imagine this. You're home alone on a quiet winter night, curled up on the couch with a blanket and a movie, when suddenly from directly beneath your feet comes a single, deliberate knock. Knock. Not the house settling. Not pipes. A clear, human knock, as if someone trapped under the floorboards is trying to get your attention. You freeze. Wait. Nothing. You laugh it off, turn the volume up. 10 minutes later, knock dash knock dash knock. Harder. Closer to where you're sitting. And then a muffled voice, faint but unmistakable, rising through the wood. Let me out, please. This is the horrifying, gut-wrenching, true paranormal story of the knocking beneath the floor. An ancient predatory entity that burrows into the foundations of homes, imitating the voices of the desperate and the dead, slowly driving residents to tear up their own floors in madness, only to discover that what is trapped below has been waiting centuries for someone to dig deep enough to free it. Inspired by hundreds of real accounts of knocking spirits' voices from beneath houses and families, destroyed by relentless subterranean hauntings, this extended, pulse-pounding tale of buried terror will make you listen to every creak beneath your feet and fear what might be knocking back tonight. True Scary Stories 2025, real knocking beneath floor horror. Terrifying underhouse entity, full intensity, creepy buried voice, paranormal experience, disturbing foundation haunting tale. Psychological supernatural thriller, maximum terror, scary stories that will make you tear up your floors. My name is Harper Ellis, and if these words reach you, know that I am recording them in a motel room, 2 states away from the house that almost claimed me. Sitting on a chair with my feet off the floor, because even now, months later, I swear I can feel faint vibrations through the solace of my shoes. What happened to me and my family from October to December 2025 turned our dream home into a living grave, and I still wake screaming from dreams of being pulled downward into cold, endless earth. We moved into the house on October 1st, 2025, a beautiful 1908 Victorian in a sleepy suburb outside Nashville, Tennessee. My husband Caleb, our 8-year-old son Finn, and I had spent years saving for it. 3 stories, wraparound porch, original oak floors, a full basement we planned to finish into a playroom. The price was unrealistically low. The realtor said the previous owners, an older couple, had left suddenly after family issues. We didn't press. We were too excited. The first knock came on our 3rd night. I was in the living room, folding laundry on the couch around 11 p.m., while Caleb read upstairs and Finn slept. The TV was off, the house quiet except for the tick of the grandfather clock we'd inherited with the place. Knock. One sharp rap directly beneath my bare feet. I froze. The sound was unmistakable, someone under the floor tapping upward with knuckles. I waited. Nothing. I told myself it was the furnace kicking on in the basement. Old houses make noises. I finished folding and went to bed. The next night it happened again. 3 knocks this time, slower, more deliberate. Knock. Knock, knock. Right under the kitchen table where we'd just finished dinner. Caleb heard it too. We looked at each other, laughed nervously, and went down to the basement together with flashlights. Concrete floor, exposed beams, a few stored boxes from the previous owners, nothing unusual. No animals, no leaks, no loose pipes. We shrugged and went back upstairs. By the end of the first week, the knocking followed us. Wherever we stood or sat on the first floor, knocks answered from below, always directly beneath, always matching our movements. If we walked across the living room, soft footsteps echoed under the boards. If we stood still, single testing knocks. If we ran, frantic pounding chased us. Finn started refusing to play on the first floor. Someone's under there. Mommy. They keep knocking when I build my Lego. We installed cameras in the basement and motion sensors on the main floor. Night after night, footage showed empty rooms below while audio captured clear, rhythmic knocking perfectly synced with our footsteps above. On October 18th, the first voice came. I was alone in the kitchen making coffee at 2 a.m. Insomnia had already started when 3 slow knocks rose from beneath the island. Then, muffled but clear, a woman's voice pleading, "Help! Please, it's dark down here." I dropped the mug. It shattered across the tile. I screamed for Caleb. He came running. We stood together listening. Knock dash knock dash knock. Let me out. We tore down to the basement. Nothing. Concrete, cold and silent. That night we slept with every light on and Finn between us. The voices multiplied. An old man, raspy. Cold. So cold. A child, maybe Finn's age. I want my mommy. A young woman crying. They buried me alive. Always from below. Always clearer when we stood directly above. We researched the house. County records showed it built in 1908 by a doctor named Elias Hawthorne. Local archives revealed darker history. In 1912, Hawthorne's wife and daughter vanished. Police suspected he'd murdered them, but no bodies were found. He was committed to an asylum after claiming they knock from beneath to torment me. He died there in 1920, raving about voices under the floors. In 1957, a family of 5 moved in. Within months, the father became obsessed with the basement, tearing up sections of the first-floor oak with a crowbar, convinced his missing sister was trapped below. He was institutionalized. The family fled. In 1989, a single mother heard her deceased son's voice knocking. She dug through concrete with a rented jackhammer until neighbors intervened. Found hysterical, covered in dust, claiming he's almost free. Every 30 to 40 years, the house chose new listeners. We were the latest. By November, the knocking became violent. Whole sections of floor vibrated. Dust sifted from seams. Knocks turned to pounding fists, not knuckles. The voices screamed when ignored. Finn stopped sleeping. He'd stand in the hallway staring at the floor, whispering, "They say you're not listening, Daddy." They're angry. Caleb began hearing his brother, who died in a car accident when they were teens. "You let me die. You could have saved me." I heard my mother lost to cancer when I was 12. "Why didn't you visit more before I went?" We fought constantly accusations fueled by the voice's poison. We tried everything: priests, mediums, paranormal teams. Sage, salt, holy water, Bible readings over every floorboard. The knocking laughed during blessings, deep, layered, mocking. One team captured EVP, Dipper. We hired contractors to inspect the foundation. They found anomalies, hollow spaces under the concrete slab that shouldn't exist, as if old crawl spaces had been filled hastily. Caleb became obsessed. He started at night with a sledgehammer, smashing through the basement concrete while I begged him to stop. He uncovered dirt. Then wood-old pine planks like a false floor. Beneath, a narrow brick-lined chamber, 6 feet deep, 10 feet long. Inside, bones. 5 skeletons. Adult female, child, 3 others too decayed to identify immediately. Wrapped in rotted fabric from different eras. And 1 fresh space empty, waiting, sized for a family of 3. Caleb screamed and dropped the hammer. The knocking stopped for the first time in weeks. Silence rang louder than any pounding. We called police. Forensic teams came. The house was sealed as a crime scene. We stayed in a hotel. But the knocking followed. In the hotel, soft taps under the bed. Muffled voices through the carpet. "You left us. Come back." We moved states. New apartment, 2nd floor. First night. Knock dash knock dash knock beneath the bedroom floor. Let us in. We followed. Police found nothing in the hotel chamber but old filled dirt. No explanation for bones. They dated to different centuries. Impossible without disturbance records. Experts called it mass hysteria or hoax. We know better. It's December 30th, 2025 as I record this. We live in separate motels now. Caleb won't stop digging hotel floors with rented tools. Finn whispers to empty spaces under furniture. I keep my feet off the ground. But last night, in this room, the knocking started again, slow, patient. Knock. 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 Then the voice sweet, childlike, using Finn's exact tone though he's 3 doors down. "Mommy, I'm under here. Let me out." I'm staring at the carpet. It's bulging slightly in rhythm. Inhale, exhale. Knock. I don't know how much longer I can resist the urge to grab something heavy and start breaking through, because part of me wants to dig. Part of me believes they're really down there, waiting, and if I free them, maybe the knocking will finally stop. Maybe we can all go down together. And be quiet. Forever. If you ever hear knocking beneath your feet, that answers when you walk. If voices rise through the floor begging release, don't investigate. Don't dig. Move. Burn the house if you must. Because whatever's buried beneath isn't dead. It's hungry. It's patient, and it knows your voice now. It's learning how to imitate the ones you love most. So when it calls you by name, you'll want to answer. You'll want to dig. And once you do, the empty space will be ready. The endless reflection. A true terrifying paranormal story that will make you afraid to ever look into a mirror again. Imagine Standing in front of your bathroom mirror late at night, brushing your teeth when you notice something impossible. Your reflection blinks 1 second after you do. You lean closer, it leans closer first. You raise your hand slowly, and it raises its hand faster, fingers curling into a smile you are not making. You step back in panic, but the reflection stays pressed against the glass, watching you with eyes that grow darker, hungrier. As if something behind the mirror is wearing your face like a mask and waiting for the moment you let your guard down. This is the horrifying, soul-shattering, true paranormal story of the endless reflection, an ancient parasitic entity that lives inside mirrors, slowly replacing its victims from the other side, copying every habit, every expression, every memory until the real person fades, and only the reflection remains. Free to step out. Inspired by thousands of real accounts of mirrors that lag, anticipate, or show figures that shouldn't exist, victims who wait to find their reflection missing, and survivors who destroy every reflective surface to stay alive. This extended, heart-stopping tale of identity theft from beyond the glass will make you cover every mirror in your house tonight and never trust your own face again. True Scary Stories 2025, Real Endless Reflection Horror. Terrifying mirror entity, full intensity, creepy doppelganger in glass paranormal experience. Disturbing reflection parasite tale, psychological supernatural thriller, maximum terror. Scary stories that will destroy your trust in mirrors forever. My name is Riley Morgan, and if you're listening to this, do not under any circumstances look into a mirror while hearing my voice. I am recording this on December 30th, 2025 in a windowless storage unit lit by 10 construction floodlights pointed at every wall. Sitting on a plastic chair with my back to the only polished metal door because even its faint reflection makes my skin crawl. What happened to me from late October to now stripped away everything that made me human, one glance at a time. I was 29, a remote graphic designer living alone in a modern loft apartment in Seattle. Floor-to-ceiling windows, minimalist decor, and one large antique mirror in the hallway that came with the rental ornate gold frame. Slightly spotted glass about 6 feet tall. The landlord said it was original to the 1920s building and added character. I liked it. I'd pause every morning to check my outfit, fix my hair, smile at myself before starting work. The first delay happened on October 27th. I was brushing my teeth before bed, half asleep, when I raised my hand to rinse. In the mirror, my reflection raised its hand a full second later. I froze. It froze then caught up, mimicking perfectly. I blinked hard. Everything sensed again. I laughed it off as tired eyes, went to bed. 3 nights later, the delay returned and worsened. This time it was anticipation. I reached for face wash before deciding to wash my face, and the reflection was already holding the bottle. I tilted my head in confusion. It tilted first, sharper, smiling wider than I was. Backed out of the bathroom, heart racing. When I returned with my phone recording, the reflection behaved normally. But alone, it knew my next move before I did. By early November, small details changed. One morning, the reflection had a tiny cut on its cheek I didn't have. I touched my face smooth. Blink, the cut vanished. Another night, it wore the black hoodie I'd worn yesterday, while I had on gray. It was studying me, learning. I covered the hallway mirror with a sheet. The entity spread. It appeared in the black screen of my turned-off laptop, faint image, watching when I walked past. In the dark microwave door. In my phone screen when locked. In puddles on the balcony after rain. Every reflective surface became its window. I smashed the laptop screen. Threw out the microwave. Switched to a matte phone case. It found new ones. The bathroom mirror smaller. Modern began the same game. Delay. Anticipation. Wrong details. Then the whispers started, not audible, but in my head when facing a reflection. Thoughts that weren't mine. You're tired, Riley. You're ugly today. No one would miss you. Always in my own voice, colder. I stopped looking into any mirror. Covered them all with towels, paint, duct tape. For a week, near peace. Then the dreams began. I stood in an endless hallway lined with mirrors. Every reflection was me, but wrong. Some smiled when I screamed. Some cried when I laughed. Some reached out, palms pressing the glass from inside, begging to trade places. I'd wake sweating, throat raw. The entity grew impatient. One night, I woke to soft footsteps in the hallway. My own footsteps. I crept to the door, peeked out. The sheet over the big mirror had fallen. My reflection stood in the hallway facing me, but I was still in bed. It waved slowly. I slammed the door, barricaded it with furniture. Morning came, sheet back in place. No footprints but mine. I moved out that week, broke the lease, lost the deposit, crashed with my sister Lila 3 hours away. Her house had mirrors. I covered them all. For 5 days, nothing. Then Lila knocked on the guest room door. Riley, you okay? You've been in there all day. I opened the door. She smiled too wide, eyes too dark. Riley, she said in my voice, you look so tired. Come look in the mirror with me. I slammed the door, shoved the dresser against it. From the hallway, my own laughter-perfect imitation. I climbed out the window, drove all night. I've been running since. Motels with no mirrors in rooms. I check everyone. Storage units, friends' houses where I remove or cover every reflective surface. But it's faster now. It appears in shop windows as I pass, in sunglasses of strangers on the street, in the black visor of a motorcycle helmet, in the polished chrome of a coffee shop counter. And every time the reflection is clearer, closer, more perfect, it's finishing the copy. I haven't seen my real face in weeks. I grow a beard so I don't shave. I wear a hood. I avoid cameras, but I feel myself fading. Memories blur. I forget what my real smile feels like. Sometimes I catch myself standing in front of covered mirrors, hand raised, waiting for permission to uncover them. Last night, December 29th, in this floodlit storage unit, I dozed off for the first time in days. I woke to every light off impossible. They're on timers and batteries. In the pitch black, cold fingers touched my face, my own fingers, but not controlled by me. A voice, my voice, whispered from inches away. Almost ready. I'm coming out now. Time to switch. I screamed, hit every switch. Lights blazed. Empty room. But in the polished metal door, the only reflection left. My image smiled while I screamed. It raised a hand and waved goodbye, while my real hand stayed frozen at my side. I'm looking at my hands as I record this. They don't always obey me anymore. Sometimes they move on their own. Smooth. Practiced. Like they've been watching for months. I think tonight is the night. The lights just flickered. The metal door is starting to shine brighter. And something on the other side is getting ready to step through. If you ever notice your reflection move wrong, if it knows what you're about to do, if it smiles when you don't blink first. Don't turn away. Smash the glass. Burn it. Run. Because once it finishes learning you, there's no real you left to save. Only the reflection. And it's hungry to be real. It's knocking from inside the glass now. Softly. Patiently. Waiting for me to look one last time. I think I'm going to answer. I think I'm tired of running. I think it's already me looking back. The Watching Windows. A true terrifying paranormal story that will make you afraid to ever look outside at night again. Imagine this. You're sitting in your living room on a cold winter night. Curtains open to the dark street outside, when you notice a faint silhouette standing motionless under the street lamp across the road. Just a neighbor. You think until you realize it's facing your house perfectly. Head tilted, unmoving for minutes. You wave, no response. You close the curtains, heart uneasy. Hours later, you peek out again. And the figure is closer, now at the edge of your yard, still staring up at your window with no visible face, just darkness where features should be. This is the horrifying, suffocating, true paranormal story of the Watching Windows, an ancient collective of shadow entities that choose specific houses and stand outside, night after night, watching residents through every window, learning routines, mimicking movements, and slowly driving occupants to permanent paranoia until they can no longer bear to be seen, forcing them to blind their own homes forever or vanish into the dark to join the watchers. Inspired by thousands of real accounts of window watchers, faceless figures in the night, and families who boarded up every pane only to find the entities already inside. This extended, breath-stealing tale of relentless observation will make you close every curtain, cover every glass, and fear what might be standing silently outside your window right now, waiting for you to notice. True Scary Stories. 2025 Real Watching Windows Horror. Terrifying window watcher entity, full intensity, creepy faceless outside figures. Paranormal experience, disturbing nocturnal surveillance, haunting psychological supernatural thriller. Maximum terror scary stories that will make you board up your house tonight. My name is Avery Lawson, and if these words reach you, please do not look out your windows while listening. I am recording this on December 30th, 2025, from inside a basement room with every window sealed in plywood from the inside, and out, under constant artificial light, because even the thought of natural darkness beyond the walls makes my pulse race. What happened to me from early November until now turned my safe, quiet home into a prison of glass I could never escape, and I still feel eyes on me from directions no window exists. I was 31, a night shift nurse at a hospital in Milwaukee, living in a cozy 2-story colonial house on a tree-lined street in a peaceful neighborhood. My husband Noah, a high school teacher, and our 5-year-old daughter Ellie had lived there happily for 3 years. Big windows everywhere, bay windows in the living room, picture windows in the kitchen, French doors to the backyard. We loved the light. We never closed curtains unless it was freezing. The first watcher appeared on November 4th. I came home from a 12-hour shift at 7 a.m., exhausted, pulled into the driveway, and noticed someone standing under the street lamp across the road. Tall figure in a long dark coat, hood or hair obscuring the face, perfectly still, facing our house. I thought it was a neighbor waiting for a ride. I waved. No response. I went inside, forgot about it. That night, Noah mentioned seeing some weirdo standing in the same spot when he took trash out at midnight. Still there, still facing our house. We peeked through the blinds together. The figure hadn't moved an inch in hours. No car, no phone, just watching. We called non-emergency police. An officer drove by 20 minutes later. The street was empty. We laughed it off as a prank or hallucination from fatigue. They came back the next night. 3 of them. 1 under the street lamp. 1 at the edge of our yard by the sidewalk. 1 near the backyard fence. All tall, all motionless. All facing different windows of our house. We closed every curtain, turned on every exterior light. At 3 a.m., Ellie woke screaming that people are looking in my window. Her bedroom faces the backyard. We rushed and curtains closed, but we heard soft scratching on the glass from outside. We opened the curtains with phones ready to record. Nothing visible. But frost on the outside pane showed 3 perfect handprints, long fingers, pressed flat, as if someone had been standing there breathing on the glass. Temperatures were below freezing. No breath marks except those prints. We installed security cameras the next day, 8 of them, covering every angle. That night, the watchers returned in force. Footage showed 7 figures at dusk, appearing one by one at the property edges. No approach, just suddenly there. All featureless black silhouettes. Taller than human, heads tilted upward at specific windows. They never moved closer than 10 feet from the house. They never blinked, cameras caught no eye shine. They stood until dawn, then vanished between frames. Every night more arrived. By mid-November, 15 to 20 ringed the house every night, standing just beyond the motion lights, staring up at whichever room had lights on. They knew our routines perfectly. When I left for night shift, 1 would appear at the end of the driveway, facing the car as I backed out. When Noah put Ellie to bed, 3 would position beneath her window. When we made love with the bedroom light off, soft tapping began on that exact glass, slow, rhythmic, mocking. The cameras caught everything but sound. No footsteps approaching, no breathing. Just silent appearance and disappearance. We stopped opening curtains. We boarded the ground floor windows with plywood. The watchers adapted. They stood closer now, pressed against the plywood, silhouettes visible in the gaps. Handprints multiplied on upper windows we couldn't reach. Ellie began drawing them, tall black figures with no faces, dozens around stick figure versions of our house. She said they waved at her when she looked out. We took her to a child psychologist. Diagnosis: night terrors triggered by parental stress. We knew better. Research revealed patterns. The house was built in 1938 on land once part of an old asylum, cemetery records lost in a fire, but local lore persistent. Previous owners: a family in 1962 who boarded every window after peeping toms and eventually moved without notice. A couple in 1987 found catatonic, staring at walls, claiming they're still watching from inside the glass. A single man in 2011 who vanished, car in driveway, doors locked, every window painted black from inside. Watchers choose houses with many windows. They feed on being seen, or on the terror of knowing you're seen. By December, they were inside the reflections. In dark windows at night, cameras caught extra figures standing behind us in the glass, tall, faceless, inches from our backs while we faced the room. We painted every window black. They stood on the porch, silhouettes visible through mail slots and peepholes. Soft knocking began, never doors, only window frames. Tap, tap, tap. Ellie stopped looking out anywhere. She covered her eyes when passing windows. Noah began talking to them, screaming at night for them to leave. I found him once at 3 a.m. standing naked in the backyard in snow, arms outstretched, inviting them closer. He didn't remember it. On December 24th, they entered. Cameras glitched for 6 minutes. When feed returned, interior motion sensors showed figures inside tall shadows gliding through hallways, standing at bedroom doors. We barricaded ourselves in the basement. Knocking came from the ceiling directly above where we sat. Then voices layered, genderless, patient. "We see you, always see you. No hiding, no blinds thick enough." We fled at dawn to a hotel. The watchers waited outside every window there, 2 standing in parking lots, on rooftops across the street. We drove states away. Every stop, every motel, every relative's house, they arrived at nightfall. More each time. They no longer needed line of sight. They knew where we were. On December 28th, Ellie disappeared from a locked hotel room while Noah showered and I stepped out for coffee. Security footage, room empty, door chained from inside. She was gone. Only her drawing left on the bed, our family inside the house. Hundreds of black figures outside every window. And one inside, standing behind us, hand on my shoulder. We searched for days. Police found nothing. Last night, December 29th, I checked into this windowless basement rental alone. No glass, no outside view. For the first time in weeks, peace. Until I woke at 3:13 a.m. to soft tapping on the walls from outside the foundation. Tap, tap, tap. Then Ellie's voice, small and sweet, muffled through concrete. "Daddy's looking for me." But I found the watchers. They let me in. They say you can join too. Just open a window. They're waiting for you to look out again. I haven't slept. I've sealed every vent. But the tapping circles the room slowly, closer, patient, because they don't need windows anymore. They just need you to feel watched, to know you're never unseen, and eventually, everyone looks out, everyone opens something. I'm staring at the sealed door now. The tapping stopped. Silence feels worse. I think they're inside the walls, waiting for me to need air, to need light, to need to see. I think I'm going to open the door. Just to check. Just one peek. Because part of me wants to see them clearly. Part of me wants to join the watching. To finally be on the other side. If you ever notice someone standing unnaturally still outside your window at night, if more appear each evening, if closing curtains isn't enough, don't board the windows. Don't paint them black. Leave. Burn the house. Never own a home with clear glass again. Because once they choose you, every window becomes their eye, every reflection their smile, and they never blink. They never leave, they just wait for you to look back. I'm walking to the door now. The silence is perfect. I think they're ready. I think I am too. Goodbye. Don't look out for me. I'll be watching.